From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Marlena Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in The Song of Songs with Lionel Atwill.
Lux presents Hollywood. We want to thank all of you for your loyalty to our product, Lux Flakes. The loyalty which makes this program possible. The lights of our marquee blaze forth tonight with the names of Marlena Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., Lionel Atwill, and Pedro de Cordova. And as guests, Walt Disney, creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphonies. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra, and our entire production is under the direction of Hollywood's master showman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The taxicab drivers of New York are known as the most efficient, London's the most patient, and those of Paris the most impetuous and chivalrous in the world. The Parisian cabbies first proved themselves during the World War, when they loaded their whimsical chariots with troops and raced them to the front in defense of their city. Several weeks ago, they proved their gallantry for the second time. It was while Marlena Dietrich was in Paris. Miss Dietrich, of course, used cabs many times. But without exception, every driver refused to accept a fare or a tip. No amount of persuasion from the embarrassed Marlena did the slightest good. The drivers met her proffered francs with Gallic gallantry, smiled faintly, bowed deeply, and asked as their only reward permission to shake her hand. Each of them volunteered his services for the remainder of the day, and Marlena was unable to convince them that they had families to support and that the landlord isn't paid with handshakes. Miss Dietrich also visited London. While there, she saw the play French Without Tears and liked it so well that she asked Paramount to buy it. The result? She starts work on the picture next month. Marlena expects to visit London again next summer. But then her passport will read, Marlena Dietrich, citizen of the United States. Tonight, Miss Dietrich reenacts one of her most memorable screen characterizations, the role of Lily in The Song of Songs. Solomon gave us the title. Herman Suderman wrote the book, Edward Sheldon the play, and Paramount produced the picture. Opposite Miss Dietrich, as Richard Waldo, is Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., whom I'm proud to have known since his Knickerbocker days, when he and one of my daughters did their algebra problems on the floor of my home. It's hard to believe that this young man has been in pictures 15 years. Well named the international ambassador from Hollywood, Doug has made several films in England and has also taken an active part in producing pictures. His last visit abroad was after he made The Prisoner of Zenda, but he was promptly summoned home to star with Ginger Rogers in Having Wonderful Time. He leaped across the 7,000 miles in about 6 days, including a few hours' stop in New York to see the stage play. His next RKO film co-stars him with Irene Dunn and is tentatively called Joy of Loving. From the film cast of The Song of Songs is Lionel Atwill as Baron von Meersbach. This splendid character actor, most recently seen in The Great Garrick and Lancer Spy, has been host these past few days to his brother-in-law, James Cromwell, husband of the former Doris Duke. Pedro de Cordova will be heard as the art dealer. And now, the Lux Radio Theater delivers its Christmas present to the radio listeners of America. We raise the curtain on The Song of Songs, starring Marlena Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Lionel Atwill. The Orient Express, Berlin to Constantinople, threads its way across the hills of Central Europe. In a third-class compartment, a young girl in peasant dress sits stiffly on the edge of her seat. She's been that way from early morning until night, her meager possessions in a bundle on her lap. In her eyes, an expression of mingled fear and expectation. The conductor opens the compartment door.
Good evening, Fräulein.
Good evening.
Well, we're almost there now. A few more minutes.
You will let me know when we come to Vienna.
You know it. Vienna never sleeps. Is this your first visit?
Yes, I'm going to my aunt.
Oh, you will like it in Vienna, Fräulein.
Thank you. It frightens me a little.
You'll get used to it. Tickets.
Vienna, Orient Express for Budapest and Constantinople. Vienna. Take your bundle, Fräulein.
Carry your bundle, Fräulein.
Carry your bundle, Fräulein. Porter. Carriage, Fräulein.
Carriage here, carriage, Fräulein. Carriage.
Carriage, Fräulein. Any place in Vienna. Right here, Fräulein. I'll take your bundle.
Thank you.
Where to, Fräulein?
This address, please. It's written on the card. I don't know where it is.
Oh, I'll find it. Don't worry about that, Fräulein.
It's a bookshop.
Bookshop. We'll be there in no time. Get in, Fräulein. Get in, please. Get in. Oh. Here, Fräulein. The bookshop, eh?
Yes. How much, please?
10 shillings, Fräulein.
10 shillings. Here.
Thank you, Fräulein.
What is it?
Good evening, Tante Rasmussen.
Oh, so you're Lily. Come in. Did you have to arrive in the middle of the night?
It was the only train I could get, Tante Rasmussen.
Well, aren't you going to kiss your old aunt?
Of course.
Let me look at you. I'd forgotten people wore clothes like that.
They're all I have.
Well, come on. You'll find this room in here behind the shop. I've got it fixed for you. Go on.
Thank you.
What have you got in that bundle?
Just a few things.
Open it up.
It's just a comb and my brush.
What's this? A Bible?
It was my father's.
Is that all your scamp of a father left you? A Bible?
He wasn't a scamp. He was a good man.
I don't know what he was good for, dying off and leaving you a charge on your distant relations. Well, at least he taught you to read. That's something. You may be some use about the shop after all.
Father was a good man. Every night these last few years since he got sick, he used to make me read to him from this.
The Lamentations of Job, no doubt.
No, the Song of Solomon. He loved it best. The Song of Songs. It's beautiful.
Beautiful?
He was a good man.
All right. Have you had your supper?
I'm not hungry, thanks.
Then you might as well go to bed. In the morning, I'll start teaching you about the books. I lock up tonight, but after this, you do it.
Yes, Tante.
Now, get to bed. And don't keep the lamp on all night reading your Song of Songs.
I don't have to read it anymore. I know it by heart.
Good night.
Good night, Tante. By night on my bed I sought him, whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. I will rise now and go about the city in the streets, and in the broad ways I will seek him, whom my soul loveth. I will seek him, whom my soul loveth.
This book is 2 shillings to buy or 1 penny a day for renting.
I'll rent it, please.
Yes, Frau Holden.
You can charge it, I suppose.
Yes, Frau Holden. Good day.
Good day.
Good morning, sir. You're looking for a book?
Huh?
I said, you're looking for a book.
That's what people usually come in a bookshop for.
I'm sorry. I thought perhaps I could help you.
Well, you can't. No one can. I'm lost. You understand? Lost in a sea of... Oh, hello.
Hello.
Who are you?
I work here. I'm Mrs. Rasmussen's niece.
I don't believe it.
What?
An old witch like Rasmussen couldn't have a niece like you. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Rasmussen's niece.
Well, you ought to know. How long have you been here?
Just a little while. What kind of book were you looking for, please?
Book? What have you got on sculpturing?
There's some on the shelf over here.
Oh, I've got those. Read them all, cover to cover, nothing in them.
Then I don't know.
What I need is something inspirational.
Inspirational?
Yes, something that'll make you work when you don't want to.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
No? Well, I wouldn't be too sure about that.
You are Mr. Waldo, aren't you?
That's right. Richard Waldo, New York, Paris, and Vienna. How did you know?
I've heard some of the people talk of you. People that come in the shop.
Oh, yes? What did they say?
Well, they said that...
Never mind. I don't want to hear it. Did you ever model?
Model?
For an artist, for a sculptor?
Oh, no.
Well, you ought to. You're beautiful.
Please,
Don't be so modest. I didn't say you're a beautiful woman. I said you're a beautiful model. There's a difference.
Oh, is there?
How would you like to model for me?
Oh, but I couldn't.
Don't be silly. Let me see your profile.
But you don't know.
Perfect. You'd be a wonderful model.
But my aunt...
No, your aunt's too fat. Now, look. You come to my studio, 7 o'clock. It's just across the street, 3rd floor, on your right.
I think you must be crazy.
Sure, that's why I'm a sculptor. I'll be expecting you then.
I can't come.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
You're looking for a book, Mr. Waldo?
Yes. I found one. Here. You'll send that over to my studio, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What book is that?
What?
That book he bought. Let me see it. Embroidery and needlepoint for beginners.
Come in. Well, who is it? Oh.
You told me to come.
Of course, come in. I've been expecting you.
I brought your book.
Oh, that. Thank you. Sit down.
No, I can't stay. Tante Rasmussen doesn't know I'm here. If she did,
What's the matter? You're not afraid of her?
Yes.
So am I.
Is this where you work?
Yes, it's messy, but it's home. Look, I made some sketches of you already. Like to see them?
Sketches of me?
Yes, from memory. I've got a figure to do, life-size marble. These are studies for it. They're not very good.
Oh, I think they're beautiful. But they're not like me.
You don't think so?
Oh, this one is like someone in the Bible.
What's that? Let me see.
You know, the girl in the Song of Songs. The way I see her. Young, very fair. She has never loved. But she knows that one day she will. And that's what she waits for. Standing so straight, her head high, listening, waiting.
Don't move.
What?
Don't move.
But I don't know what...
Put your arms down, close to your sides. Palms out, head up. Up. That's it. The Song of Songs. It's perfect.
Please, if you don't mind.
It's just what I've been looking for. Get up on that platform over there.
But I can't.
What's your name?
My name is Lily, but...
Then don't argue, Lily. Now, take the same pose. Come on. We'll make a sketch first. Right. Tired?
A little.
All right, you can rest now.
Thank you.
I'll get it. Next the clay and then the marble. And then a song out of marble. A song of songs. Who is it?
Am I welcome?
Oh, come in.
I was passing and saw your light. I thought I'd come up and see how you were getting along with my statue.
Well, I made a sketch of it. Like it?
Very good.
Well, you see what I'm getting at.
I think so. Very interesting. Aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, sorry. Baron von Merzbach. Lily.
How do you do?
How do you do? So you are Richard's inspiration, huh? These artists are privileged people.
I think I'd better go now.
Oh, please, don't run away on my account. You see, I'm not altogether an intruder. The statue our young friend is to make of you will belong to me.
It's late. I really have to go. Good night.
Good night. Tomorrow evening?
I try.
A lovely girl. Where did you find her?
Oh, I ran across her.
Oh, she's not a professional model?
No, she works in the bookshop across the way. Why?
Well, she interests me.
Oh, yes?
But of course, Richard, if there's any reason why I shouldn't...
None at all. She's nothing to me.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine. Because she interests me very much.
The armature, Baron. That's just a frame for the clay model.
I see.
Now, don't move, Lily. It's very rough yet, but in a few weeks it'll... Be ready to cut the marble soon. Eyes open, Lily, please.
Charming.
Excuse me, Baron.
Huh? Oh, am I on your way? I'm sorry. Lovely. The marble is superb. And when do you suppose it will be finished?
Oh, I don't know. By New Year's, perhaps. Sooner if you'd let us alone, Baron.
Oh, my friend, you're annoyed with me. Oh, very well. I'll not come again. I will keep out of your way. Huh?
Christmas, Richard.
Lily, where in heaven's name have you been?
I know. I'm late third time this week. Oh, Richard, so many people in the shop all day, all evening.
What's that got to do with me? Christmas Eve is the same as any other for an artist.
I'm sorry, Richard.
What have you got there?
Flowers.
I can see that. What are they for?
I don't know.
Where'd you get them?
A man.
What man, the Baron?
No, I didn't know him. I met him downstairs in the street.
You mean to say you accepted flowers from a stranger in the street?
He was very handsome.
What's that to do with it?
Nothing.
Perfect stranger, and you accept... It's indecent.
Jealous?
No, I'm not jealous. Throw those flowers away.
I won't.
Throw them away, do you hear? Give them to me.
No, let me go.
Come on, give them to me.
Oh, you're hurting me.
Oh, Lily, I didn't mean it.
Look, you've crushed the flowers. And I bought them for you.
Oh, darling, please forgive me.
Why?
Because I love you, Lily. Because I love you, darling.
Richard, did you just find that out?
I don't know. I should have known always.
I have known. From the first night I came here. I saw things then for the first time. The gold in the sunlight, the deep brown of the earth, the whiteness of the snow. So beautiful.
I won't have you squandering your love that way. What about me?
When I put my hands on the earth, it's you I'm touching. The wind on my face is your kiss. You are in everything I think and feel and do, and will be till I die.
You feel that way? You shouldn't, Lily.
Shouldn't? Why?
Don't love too much, ever. We weren't made to love that much.
You don't want me to love you?
Yes, I do. I do, Lily.
Then that's my way. The way of the girl you have carved from the cold stone. But her heart is not cold. And she says, set me as a seal upon thine arm, as a seal upon thine heart. For love is strong as death.
Richard? Here.
No.
Fill up your glass.
I said no. Go on with what you were saying, Baron.
Well, you don't seem anxious to hear it.
I am.
I said my interest in Lily was not frivolous. In fact, I may say my interest is far less frivolous than your own.
What do you mean?
You've been in love before, Richard. And why not? You're young, good-looking, talented. But where are they now, these women?
In love with someone else, I hope, and very happy.
You hope, but you don't know. You don't care, really. I don't want that to happen to Lily.
What makes you think it will?
Nothing. But it has happened before. It may happen again. And I want her.
You want her?
Give her to me, Richard. I need her and you don't. I can make her happy and you won't. I'm rich. I can give her anything. I can educate her, refine her. I can make her the Baroness von Mechbach.
Are you serious?
Doesn't it sound as if I were?
What do you want me to do?
Step aside, Richard. Go away for a while. Give me a chance to see her. What can you give her? A little happiness, perhaps? But for how long? You can't marry her, Richard. And you can't drag her down into poverty. And sooner or later, you'd have to choose between her and your career. Which will win? Which?
Shut up!
Oh, no. Don't be angry with me, Richard. Think of her. Well, Richard?
No way. Let me alone. I want to think.
Richard, why don't you... Oh.
Come in, Lily.
Where's Richard? What has happened here? Where's the things? The statues.
Lily.
Where's Richard? Where's he?
He's gone.
Gone? Gone where?
Away. To Italy, I think. He asked me to see you and explain.
Italy? When is he coming back?
Not for a long time. Perhaps never.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Don't take it too hardly, Lily. He isn't worth it. No man is.
When did he go?
It would be best for you and for him.
Yesterday. Then he knew. He knew and he didn't tell me.
He hadn't the heart, Lily. That's why I'm here. Lily. Lily, don't cry. Don't you see it had to end this way sooner or later? He never really loved you. And I do. Let me take care of you, Lily.
Go away, please. Go away.
While I live, you'll have everything you need, everything you want. After my death, and it may not be so long, you'll have the estate.
No.
Is it because of him? Are you going to let him spoil your life? He didn't let you disturb his. He didn't consider you his equal. Well, I do. Come with me and I'll make you his equal. I'll clothe you and teach you. I'll make a great lady out of you. I'll make you my wife. My wife, Lily. And when you meet him again, you'll be the Baroness von Mechbach. The Baroness, Lily. And he'll be nobody. Obscure, penniless, living in garrets. You can buy a statue from him, perhaps, for charity's sake. Is it worth it, Lily? For his lies?
There were lies. All of them.
Then let me help you, Lily. Make him pay for them. Oh, it will be sweet, Lily.
Yes. It will be sweet.
One of the Song of Songs is completed. We'll take a brief intermission now and then return to Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwell in Act Two of our play. In this intermission time, let's step on radio's magic carpet and fly to a home in an eastern town where everything is in a state of tense excitement. Marjorie, the older daughter of the house, a college freshman, has just come home for Christmas. The family are gathered round the fire, eager for all of the news of college.
Gosh, it's nice to be home.
But you're happy at college, dear.
Oh, I love it, Mother. Of course, they work as hard.
Oh, we don't want to hear about work, Marge.
Why, Dottie,
Oh,
dear.
please, Mother, I want to know about the parties and the games and what the girls wear.
Oh, hold on, sis. One question at a time. Well, about clothes. We just live in sweaters, and we usually wear them over silk blouses, just as I am now.
That sweater still looks very nice, dear. Just as pretty and soft as when we bought it last fall.
I guess the credit goes to Lux. I've washed it oodles of times just the way you told me to.
Well, there's nothing like Lux Flakes, dear. I'm glad you remembered that.
Oh, Lux is the college girl's pal, Mother. Nearly all the girls Lux stockings, undies, and sweaters. It doesn't shrink wool, thank goodness. I simply despise shrunken sweaters or socks.
It's a good thing to remember that Lux won't shrink woolens, won't fade colors. It's safe for anything that's safe in water alone. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with the Song of Songs, starring Marlene Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks Jr., with Lionel Atwell. A year has passed, a long, dull year filled with bitterness and disillusionment. As the Baroness von Merzbach, Lily lives only for the time when she will see Richard again, to humble him with the difference in their rank. The Baron, failing in health, has grown jealous of his young wife. In the library of their country house, he stands by the window looking out. Suddenly he turns and addresses the housekeeper savagely.
Where is she? Where is she?
I've told you. For the fourth time, she's gone riding.
Doesn't she know we're having guests?
I told her that.
Riding.
It was her own suggestion that she learn. Along with her French and her music and her singing, you suggested that
I didn't intend her to be out every day.
No? Then perhaps you shouldn't have provided so handsome a master.
What?
He is handsome, your riding master. And young.
Be quiet. Please remember you are my housekeeper. Nothing more. When I want your opinion, I'll ask.
I've been your housekeeper for 10 years. It's only recently that I've been reminded of it.
That's enough. When she comes in, I want to see her. Once. You understand?
I understand.
Oh. Shall we rest a while, Baroness?
I think so.
Oh, let me help you down. There we are.
Thank you. It is very beautiful here.
Yes, I come here often by myself.
Why have you never brought me?
Well, it's rather silly. This place is a sort of retreat for me, a sacred resting ground. Whenever things look hopeless and black, I come here to be alone.
Are things so hopeless now?
Yes, Baroness. They have been for a long time.
How long?
Since I first came here. Since I first met you.
I'm sorry you said that. I think tomorrow I shall ride alone.
Because you want to, Baroness? Or because you're afraid?
I'm not afraid.
I've watched you in that house. Your soul is dying there. I've watched you with me. I've seen you smile.
It meant nothing.
It did to me. Lily, I love you.
Let go of my hand, please.
No, you've got to listen to me. You've got to.
That was not meant to hurt you. Only to prove to you that our rides together have been only that. We will not ride tomorrow.
Well, so you've decided to come back.
Miss Volk said you wished to see me.
Where have you been?
I've been riding.
Alone, I suppose.
No. Hereafter I will be.
Isn't it a bit soon?
I learned quickly.
Well, you better go and get dressed.
Yes, I will.
We're having guests for dinner, or I should say, guest. Our friend Richard is coming.
What?
You're surprised, eh?
He's coming here tonight?
Yes. And you must look your prettiest, my dear. I want to see you together. You and your old friend, the starving artist and the Baroness von Mertbach. Sit down, Richard. Sit down. You arrived just in time, huh? Nasty weather.
Yes.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Lily will be down in a moment. Oh, you'll be surprised at the change in her. She's a woman, Richard. Matured. Beautiful.
You said something in your letter about...
About a business matter. Yes. I've been thinking, Richard. That statue. What was it? The Song of Songs. Where is it?
I never finished it.
What? Why, it was almost done.
I never finished it.
I see.
Of course, I know you paid for it. I'll do something else for you. I'll pay you the money back. I can get it somehow.
No. Forget it, my friend. Forget it. And you've already paid me back, you know. I have the original.
Really?
Come in, my dear.
Good evening. Good evening, Richard.
What, Lily? No kiss for me this evening?
Of course. It was nice that you could come, Richard. You're always glad to welcome old friends.
Thank you.
Dinner is served, Your Excellency.
Ah, dinner. Take the Baroness, Richard. Go on, go on. The young before the old. The young before the old. And he said he never finished it. Never finished the statue after spending months of work on it. There's an artist for you. We'll drink to him, huh? More wine, Lily.
I've had enough, thank you.
I see you think that I have had enough also. But tonight, I go the limit. We celebrate, huh? Isn't she lovely, Richard? Isn't she everything I said? Huh? And you must hear her sing, my boy. You'll sing for Richard, won't you, my dear? And French. She speaks French and rides. Yes, like a real lady, Richard. A real baroness. Excuse me. And just to think, I owe all my happiness to you.
You exaggerate, Baron.
Not at all. You didn't know that, did you, my dear? That when I told Richard how I felt about you, he,
Go on. Why did you stop?
Well, because it seemed to me that Richard kicked me under the table.
He must have had a reason.
Oh, he's just modest. Likes to pretend he's a cynic. Doesn't want his good deeds known.
I'm modest enough to wish we'd talk about someone else.
No. I like to hear about good deeds. What did he do?
Well, he stepped aside when I wanted you.
Did he?
Yes. With rare friendship, he gave you to me.
How touching.
One of the most beautiful gestures I have ever encountered. Beautiful.
Yes, I can just see the scene. You two bartering as to which one should have me.
Lily.
And he gave me to you.
Lily, don't.
As if I weren't a human being, but something to be passed on from one pair of hands to another.
No, you don't understand.
Well, forgive me, please. I forgot for a moment that I was a baroness. The baroness has no emotions. Excuse me.
Lily. Come back. Listen, Lily. Fool you. Why did you tell her that?
Do her good. Do her good.
Well, I'm going to tell her the truth. All of it. Lily. Lily, where are you? Lily!
I beg your pardon, sir. Baroness has gone out.
Which way?
Along the garden path, sir. Toward the lodge. I'm rather worried.
Lily! Lily, where are you? Lily, wait! Wait! Where are you going?
Let me alone.
You can't go running around in the dark. Listen to me.
I've had enough for one night.
You haven't heard anything. You're coming away from here. I'm taking you back to Vienna with me tonight.
You think I would go with you now?
You've got to. You can't stay here any longer. I won't let you stay. I can see what it's doing to you. Lily.
Let me go. I thought I wanted to see you again. I don't. I thought it would give me strength to see you crawl before me. Well, it doesn't. You're not even that much good to me.
Lily, don't. Don't hate me so. I want to help you.
Help me? That's what he said. He wanted to help me, too. Well, I don't need your help. I have everything I want.
Except love, and you can't live without love.
I have that, too.
What?
Yes, I have that, too. There's a boy here. A boy who loves me. I'm going to him now.
You're lying.
Am I? Do you see that light between the trees? He lives there, in the lodge. I'm going to him now.
Lily, don't.
Have I hurt you, Richard? Is there an ache in your throat? Do your eyes sting like fire? Mine did.
I love you, Lily.
Richard, don't love too much. We weren't made to love that much. Goodbye.
Lily! Lily! Lily!
Baroness.
Let me in. Shut that door, please.
Baroness, why did you come here? I could have come to the house if you wanted.
No, I just want to stay here for a moment.
But this afternoon, you said.
This has nothing to do with this afternoon.
I don't understand.
There's nothing for you to understand. I want to stay here, that's all.
I'm sorry.
You may sit down.
But do you think it's quite safe? If anyone saw you come here, Baroness...
Someone did see me.
What?
I meant him to see me. He'll be gone soon, and then I'll leave.
But you'll never get back if the storm breaks. That struck close. Did you feel it? I thought I heard...
Stay where you are, please.
Look, that light. It's fire. It struck out there on the porch. The whole place will be blazing in a minute. Come on. We can't get out that way. It's a furnace. The whole front of the lodge. Come on, the back way, quickly. We can go through the... Baroness, don't stand there. Baroness! Baroness, are you mad? The whole place is burning.
Bring her over here.
Is she still unconscious?
Lay her down on the ground.
She's not burned. It's just smoke. I tried to get her out, but she wouldn't come. I had to carry her.
Have you sent for a doctor?
Well, she's all right now. She's opening her eyes.
Get out of the way. Out of my way.
Miss Smoke. The Baroness
Is she all right?
Yes, I think so.
Then get back to the house. Go on, all of you. I'll take care of her myself. Baroness, look at me. Are you all right now?
Yes?
Then try to stand up. Quickly. You've got to leave here. Do you understand?
Leave?
Get on your feet. The Baron, he knows you were in the lodge. He's coming down here now. He'll kill you. He'll kill you if he finds you. Can you walk?
Yes.
We'll go by the back gate. Hold on to my arm. Take the road to the town. There's a train at midnight. We'll have to hurry. Here's money. Don't miss that train. Do you hear? Do you hear?
I hear.
Go on now. The gate's open. I'll send your things after you. Oh, you little fool, you. Where will you be? Where will you be?
I don't know. I don't know.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a moment, Marlene Dietrich and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. with Lionel Atwill return to the stage for Act 3 of the Song of Songs. In this brief intermission, we bring you special Christmas news. A new way to make your Christmas tree more glittering, more exciting. Decorate it with real-looking snow. You can make it easily with Lux Flakes and apply it in no time. Here's how you do it. Pour a box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl or dishpan and add lukewarm water. You don't need much water, only about 2 scant cups to a big box of Lux. Then beat up with an egg beater. Soon you'll have a bowlful of pure white suds that look like whipped cream. Then, right away, take handfuls of this whipped-up mixture and spread with your fingers along the branches of your Christmas tree. While it's still moist, and if you want an even more glittering effect, sprinkle the tree with that shiny artificial Christmas snow you get in the stores. You'll have the loveliest effect imaginable. Your tree seems covered with glistening, soft, freshly fallen snow. This new way of decorating your Christmas tree is practical, too. It clings to the pine needles and keeps them from drying and falling off so soon. Try this easy, inexpensive tree decoration. White trees are smarter than ever this year. Remember, Lux Flakes, a little water, about 2 scant cups of water to a big box of Lux, and beat it with an egg beater. Remember to have a large box of Lux Flakes on hand so you'll have plenty of snow. Back now to Mr. DeMille, our stars and play.
Marlena Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwell resume the Song of Songs. More months have passed, and Lily has vanished, lost in the maze of the city. In Richard's studio, the statue of the Song of Songs stands completed, gleaming with a ghostly radiance. Richard, looking tired and worn, exhibits some of his work to a dealer.
Here's one. There's Dove here. You can have it for 10 shillings.
10 shillings? That is very cheap.
I need the money.
Unfortunately, I have no need for the statue.
Oh, there's a mate that goes with it. With the holidays coming on, you...
Your holidays are not important in my shop. Oh. My clients... What's this?
What?
This life-size marble. Is it yours?
Yes.
The Song of Songs. Very beautiful. How much do you want?
For that? It's not for sale.
Oh, come, Waldo. You don't have to deal that way with me. I'll give you a fair price. I'll give you 1,000 shillings.
No.
More, perhaps.
I said no.
Whom did you make it for?
The Baron von Merzbach.
The Baron von Didn't he die recently? I thought I read in the paper that he...
You might have, but the statue is not for sale.
Very well. I know better than to argue with an artist. But if you should ever change your mind, Waldo, I'd like the first bid.
What about the other things?
Frankly, they're not very good. Not for my purposes, anyway.
But I've got to sell something. You can name your own price. I've got to have money.
There's nothing I want, Waldo, except... No. Well, good night, Waldo.
Good night.
Good morning. Something for the holidays? A gift, perhaps? Oh, it's you again.
Good morning, Mrs. Rasmussen. Have you any word yet?
No, I haven't. I should think you'd be tired of asking.
You'll let me know, won't you?
Oh, I'll let you know. I don't want her on my hands again. Ungrateful little fool. She'd be on velvet now if she'd had any sense. What with him dying. But did she think of me? Did she think once of her old aunt? No. Off she went. Where?
I've looked every place. I've never even heard of her.
Have you tried the gutter? She may be there.
If she is, I put her there. And I'll bring her back.
You want a table, sir?
No, I'm just looking.
Yes, sir.
Looking? What do you mean, looking?
Don't you like it?
People come here to spend.
Then I'll get out.
Hello, Waldo. Merry Christmas, Waldo.
Hello, Anton. Excuse me, will you?
No. Sit down, Waldo. Sit down here.
I can't now. I've got to get...
Oh, what's the matter?
That girl over there, at that table.
Oh, that's Lily. She sings here.
Tell her I want to see her, will you? Right away, outside.
Oh, sure. Hey, Lily.
Lily. Lily.
What do you want?
Aren't you glad to see me?
I saw you come in. What do you want?
I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing in this place?
I've had to work.
You could have come to me. You know that. Why didn't you?
Why didn't I? You asked me that? Excuse me, I must get back.
You're not going back in there. You're coming with me now.
Am I?
Lily, what's happened to you? You're changed. You're hard. You're bitter.
I wouldn't be a good model now. The freshness is gone. Did you expect anything else? Why have you been looking for me? Why did you come here? Did you expect to find me as I used to be?
Lily, we can't talk here. Please come with me.
Very well. Why not?
Go in, Lily. It's the same place, you see. I've changed things around a little, but some of the pieces are gone. Not many, I'm afraid. Sit down.
You haven't done so well either. Have you, Richard?
No, Lily.
You said you never finished the statue.
I did, later.
No office?
No office. It's my best work, too. It's the only worthwhile thing I've ever done in my life.
Why did you bring me here? To talk about her?
And about ourselves. I brought you here because I thought when you saw this room again, you'd remember another Christmas. Centuries ago, Lily. You bought flowers for me. Do you remember?
I have no flowers now.
I brought you here because I thought you might love me again as you once did.
I never did.
That isn't true.
I never did. There was a young girl once, centuries ago, who came up those stairs as I did tonight. She loved you. With all her soul, she loved you. I'm not that girl.
You are in your heart.
In my heart, least of all. Shall I tell you something? Sometimes that young girl comes to me at night. As she used to go to you. She whispers those words to me. The words you loved to hear. I sought him, whom I so loved. I sought him, but I found him not. I called him, but he gave me no answer.
Lily.
The watchmen that went about the city found me. They smote me. They wounded me. They took away my veil from me.
Lily, don't. I love you. I do love you.
Then you love someone who's dead. You love a corpse. I'm dead. What right has she to live? That statue there. Let her die, too.
Lily, don't touch it.
Let her die. Let her die. Let her die.
Lily. Lily, look at me.
Let me go.
Never, Lily. Never. Don't you see, darling? We can start again. You've destroyed her, and we can start again. She should have died because we profaned her. And now we'll make another, you and I. Another song of songs, more beautiful than the last. Because our love is still there. It is there, Lily. We've kept it alive under everything.
Richard. Richard.
What was it in the song? What was it, Lily?
Set me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is strong as death.
The Song of Songs is ended. But Marlene Dietrich, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Lionel Atwill will be heard again before we say goodnight. Hollywood, land of perpetual sunshine, December roses, and rising temperatures, is going to have a snow-white Christmas. Yes, it's true. But before I completely confound our Chamber of Commerce, let me explain myself. Tomorrow night in the Carthy Circle Theater, scene of epic Hollywood premieres, another chapter in motion picture history will be written when Walt Disney presents the first full-length animated film ever made, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. For giving us Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and the Silly Symphonies, the world owes Walt a great debt. He was the first to make animated cartoons in sound and then in color. And with Snow White, he pioneers once again in a picture that took 3 years to make and involved more than 2 million individual drawings. Walt is standing beside me now. I should say he's quaking beside me now. He's nervous, trembling, and out of breath. Buck up, Mr. Disney. What's wrong?
Nothing much. Except I've been running around in circles so long, it's getting to be a habit.
Carthy circles?
Well, that's just one of them. I think I've got stage fright.
No, you've got premiere fright, which is much worse.
You ought to know you've produced and opened more than 200 pictures.
Yes, and I'm just as scared the 200th time as I was the first. But I hear Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is the screen's greatest innovation in years.
Well, your own first full-length picture, The Squaw Man, was considered quite a departure. After all, people had only seen two-reelers up to then.
So I can forgive your condition tonight, even though you look as though you've done all the work yourself.
Oh, far from it. If I had tried to make this picture by myself, working 8 hours a day and going to a sanitarium for 2 weeks each summer, it would have taken me 250 years.
And you figured that wasn't quite fast enough. Anyway, lots of luck.
Pardon me, did you say lots of lucks?
I said luck. But the name Snow White suggests Lux Flake. So that Lux Flakes maybe played some part in your production.
Well, I'm grateful to Lux Flakes. They made Snow White a household word to women who wash their own fine things, long before I ever thought of putting her on the screen. I also understand that Lux Flakes play a big part in cutting down Hollywood's wardrobe bill, which reminds me how costly a young lady Snow White was to clothe. We figure her costumes cost about $100,000.
Just a minute, Walt. How do you figure that when all our costumes were made with paint and brush?
But it's true, even though she wears only 2 dresses, and both of them are drawings. You take the salary of the artists and the animators, and there are hundreds of them. The cost of the paints, colors, photography, and Technicolor, and little Snow White's 2 dresses add up to $100,000. The cost of our entire picture is almost as much as your own new film, The Buccaneer.
And yet you didn't have to pay the salary of a single star. We who produce pictures with human beings figure their salaries alone consume 25% of our budgets. So with $1.5 million invested, I can understand in more ways than one why you may be nervous.
I guess it wouldn't be normal if I weren't nervous. But Snow White is a goal we've been aiming at for 10 years. There won't be any Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck to attract the people. They'll all be brand new characters.
And I suppose after Snow White is successfully launched, you'll sit back and take it easy for a while.
Are you going to stop work after The Buccaneer?
I haven't begun to work yet.
Well, we won't stop either. It's just the beginning for us. We're going to make more feature-length animated productions and try to make use of all that we've learned in the 3 years required to produce Snow White. We don't think we know so much even now, and we're using all the outside advice we can get.
What sort of outside advice?
Well, there's Sidney Franklin, for example, the man who directed Good Earth. He seems to think our cartoon medium is important, and he's offered to work with us in directing Bambi, the famous story of the little deer. We've also started work on Pinocchio.
Yeah, but what's going to happen to Mickey and Minnie and Donald Duck?
Oh, they'll continue to be just as important as they've ever been. We wouldn't dream of anything else. But we're growing, Mr. DeMille, and experimenting. Leopold Stokowski, the famous conductor, is going to work with us on an idea of combining fine music with animated cartoons. He wants to make great symphonies popular with people all over the world. After that, Gosh, look at the clock. I've got to start running again. Good night.
I wish you the greatest success of your career, Walt. Good night. And now, in this season of Christmas stars, we bring you one of Hollywood's brightest, Marlene Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There's one thing I really want to say to everyone. A happy Christmas to you all. Good night.
Good night, Marlena. And now will the gentleman report. Mr. Fairbanks, Mr. Atwell.
Thanks, C.B. You know, Lionel, Mr. DeMille here means a lot more to me than almost anyone else in Hollywood.
Really?
He's been my friend for years, helped me, advised me. I really think a great deal of Mr. DeMille.
I'm sure we all do.
That's very kind, gentlemen, but after all, Doug, I don't think this is the time to...
No, I want everyone to know what I think of you. For example, you like boats. You like to get away on the water. Peace, quiet, time to think things out. Any man who likes boats as much as you is bound to be a big man.
You're not leading up to borrowing my boat by any chance, are you?
Well, I thought if you weren't doing anything...
Yes, and how are you, Lionel?
Fine, CB, thanks, fine. But speaking of hobbies, my stamp collection is really the...
Of course, I have a boat of my own, but it's in England, on the Thames. And if you're ever over there, I want you to feel that my boat is yours. Now, just take it any time and keep it as long as you want.
But, Doug, I haven't the slightest idea of going to England.
Well, that's all right. I just want you to know that it's there when you do go.
Well, thanks. That's very generous.
And now, as man to man, I'm planning a little fishing trip. Do you think you could...
No.
No?
No.
Oh.
I haven't forgotten the last time I loaned my boat to you and Bob Montgomery and Lawrence Olivier. You filled it full of swordfish. The next time I took it out, it smelled like a hot Friday on the waterfront. I needed a surgical mask to walk up the gangplank.
Oh, that. Well, Lionel, about your stamp collection.
Oh, then you did loan Doug your boat, Mr. DeMille.
I certainly did.
Oh.
Once.
What else happened?
Lionel, what were you going to say about your stamp collection?
Oh, yes. I have a block of 1855 Mexican.
Lionel, while I think of it, do you have a yacht?
Yes. Yes. Yes, but about those stamps, I've never seen anything like...
Mr. DeMille, don't you think that Lionel's a great actor? I mean, his performance tonight, the work he does on the screen. Why, if I just had 1/10 of the...
Yes, Doug.
Yes, Lionel?
My boat's in dry dock for the winter.
In dry dock?
Yes, in Baltimore.
Oh. Oh, Miss Dietrich.
Yes. Miss Dietrich's a great artist, too, but she doesn't have a boat.
You know, I'm afraid, Doug, the only boat you're going to get is the next one you take to England. When will that be?
Well, there you've got me. It'll probably be next summer. I think I'll get back then. I'll be pretty busy here for a while, but someday I hope to have things worked out so I'll be able to make 2 or 3 films here a year and 1 abroad.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can sandwich in an appearance in the Lux Radio Theater every now and then, why, I may even forgive CB for not letting me take his boat this time. But, well, we'll see. Good night, CB, and what I said about my boat still goes.
Thank you, CB.
Good night, shipmates. Good night.
Miss Dietrich's current film is Angel. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he was in charge of music for Love and Hisses. Now, an important announcement from Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater closes its book of 1937 presentations. To mark the occasion, we bring you a radio adaptation of that remarkable and highly successful motion picture produced by Samuel Goldwyn, Beloved Enemy. The romantic, thrilling drama of a young Irish patriot and a beautiful English girl torn between their love of country and their love for each other. Our stars, Brian Aherne of the original cast and one of the screen's most beautiful actresses, Madeleine Carroll. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeleine Carroll and Brian Aherne in Beloved Enemy. And now, before we say good night, I'd like to reach across the miles and take the hand of each one of you, whether you're man, woman, or child, in a warm clasp of friendship, and say a happy Christmas to you. We learn to care most for those we serve most. And since my main endeavor each week is assembling and staging the Lux Radio Theater production for you, I look upon you all as close friends and attentive neighbors who make it a joy for me to come on this stage every week and say greetings from Hollywood. I hope you'll have all the joys and blessings of the Christmas season. The cast and staff of the Lux Radio Theater and our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in these greetings. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I must tell you about a brother of mine who's a doctor here in New York, in order to illustrate a certain point I wish to get over. When we were children, we used to visit every Sunday afternoon an old couple whom we were taught to call familiarly Uncle Bill and Aunt Hannah. And in the course of the visit, my young brother Tom always used to ask Uncle Bill for a dime. He started this whole affair. Except he grew out of it. And one day my mother said to him, "Now, Tom, the next time we visit Uncle Bill, please do not ask him for anything. They're very poor, and they can ill afford to give you a dime. Now, will you promise, Mother, that you will not ask?" And he said, "I promise." We made the visit the following Sunday. Tom was very good, but just as we were driving away, he said, "Uncle Bill, you know." Now, the only point of the story that I wish to get across is that those of you who are knowing and loving will know what I mean when I say, thanks, thanks, thanks. May the Lord bless you. Well, the burden of this telecast is to be the meaning of Christmas, but in order to do it, we must give you some philosophies of life. Chesterton once said that a philosophy of life was extremely important. He said that when you go to visit a dentist, before the dentist begins to drill your tooth, he has a right to ask you, what is your philosophy of life? Because if your philosophy of life is wrong, he can't be sure that you will pay your bills. An old wise Socrates once said, marry. If your wife is good, you'll be happy. If she's an old shrew, you'll become a philosopher. Socrates became a philosopher. There are only two philosophies of life, basically. And one philosophy of life is this. It is that of man who goes to perfection or happiness or God by and through his own effort. This is the philosophy, for example, of Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, philosophy of the ancient Greeks. One reached happiness, it was assumed, by contemplating the gods, or as the Eastern religions still believe, by some form of ascesis and self-discipline, by which, for example, in the Eightfold Path of Buddha, you crush all desires and eventually achieve some kind of perfection. This happens to be the philosophy of many today who have a queer kind of psychologism, which often goes by the name, wrongly enough, of Christianity. They hope that by rearranging their mental states, or by passing on torches to fellow man, or by doing something fairly good in the natural order, that they will attain some kind of perfection. Now, that philosophy of life is actually not very solid. And the reason it is not is because we have to recognize that we cannot lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. Cannot lift ourselves by the lobes of our ears. And we all know that barbarism is not something that is behind us. It is something that is beneath us. We know that there is a beast that dwells within us, and at any moment that beast might break loose. Furthermore, there's a limit to what we can know. And even when we do know, we have enough moral codes. We are powerless to do. There is nothing that gives man such a jolt as being thrown back on his own resources. So there's another philosophy of life. And it is just the opposite. Instead of man going up this way to God, operates this way. God comes down to man. And this is the true valid experience of the soul. For the soul responds to something rather than takes the initiative. There's a world of difference between the two. Here all the initiative is on the part of man. Here man responds to something. We too often think, for example, that, well, if we have a little spark of love, that God will show himself as the flame. Or if we dress up real nice and wear the costume of virtue, that God will be very pleased and he'll begin to love us. That isn't the way it operates at all. God loved us first. Man was born blind and by an operation seized might at one time think that, oh, the sun just begins, and the mountains and valleys and the rivers and streams are just appearing. They were always there. He just discovered them. Every child, when he reaches the age of 6 or 7, begins to realize that the mother loves him. No, the mother always loved him. The mother loved him before he was born. That is why, incidentally, many never realize how much their parents love them until they begin to be parents themselves. But the love is first. So religion is fundamentally a response rather than an initiative on the part of man. And that's the way nature works. Now let me show you the universe. Here's the hierarchy of creation. This is a peculiar way to draw the world and the universe. You know, sometimes when you think of the condition the world is in now, you sometimes wish that Noah had missed the boat. And for the benefit of those who think the world owes them a living, it's well to remember that the world was here before they were. Well, this is the hierarchy of creation. At the bottom are chemicals, then plants, then animals, then man. Running through the universe is this law. Nothing ever mounts to a higher level except the higher thing comes down to it. For example, if the chemicals, the phosphates, the moisture, the air, the sunshine are to be living things, the plant must come down to them. Plant must descend to them. If the plant could speak, the plant would say, unless you die to your lower existence, you cannot live in my kingdom. But if you die to this lower existence that you have, you will begin to be a living, palpitating thing. And continuing it, if, for example, the plant, mustn't forget how to spell, otherwise I get 1,000 letters. Chemicals. Chemical. If the plant is ever to live in the animal must come down to the plant. And if the animal could speak, it would say to the plant, unless you die to this lower existence that you have, unless you were torn up from the roots in the earth, unless you were drowned beneath the jaws of death, you cannot live in my kingdom. But if you will surrender your lower existence and be responsive to me, then you will be not just a living thing, then you will be sentient. You can see, you can hear, you can touch, you can move. And And if the animal is ever to live in man, man must come down to the animal, lift it up, say to it, you can live a higher life. You must be responsive. Submit yourself to the knife, to the fire. Then you will be a thinking, willing creature that knows science and art, and that with a mind can scan the universe and read the secret of the stars. But shall evolution stop here in progress? Chemicals have no right to say there's no life above them. Plants have no right to say there's no life above them. So there is a higher life above man. And that higher life is God. And if man is ever to be lifted up, God in some way must come down to man. But it is not that simple. These are natures, not persons. The oxygen is not free. The cabbage has no liberty. The animal has no personality, no rights. But man has. These things can be appropriated one by the other by sheer force. But not even the God who made man free would destroy his freedom. If man is ever to be taken up, he will have to go through some process of discipline, it is true. But if he's ever to be taken up, there must be a free act on the part of man. And one day there came out from the great white throne of light an angel of light. An angel. See, have you noticed how common angels are now? For Christmas, isn't it wonderful? An angel came out from the great white throne of light and descended down over the plains of Esdraelon and came to a woman kneeling in prayer. And through the angel, God said to the woman, will you give me a man? Will you give me a human nature? Speaking in the name of all humanity, will you, by an act of freedom, say, here is a man? And she says, fiat. Be it done. The woman's mission is submission. Surrender. And that man could not be without love, without fire, without passion. But there are other fires and those of the flesh and other passions than those of thereof. And the fire and the passion and the love that descended upon her was the spirit and the flame and the love of God. 9 months passed. And one night, there rang out over the stillness of an evening breeze, out over the white-chalked hills of Bethlehem, a cry. A gentle cry. The sea did not hear the voice, for the sea was filled with its own cry. The great ones of the earth did not hear the cry, for they could not understand how a child could be greater than a man. there were only two classes of people who heard the cry that night: shepherds and wise men. Shepherds. Those who know they know nothing. Wise men. Those who know they do not know everything. The very simple, the very learned. Never the man with one book. Never the man who thinks that he knows. And when they came, they saw a babe whose tiny hands were not quite long enough to touch the huge heads of the cattle. And yet a babe was steering the sun and moon and stars in their courses. Baby feet that did not walk. But they could not bear the weight of divine omnipotence. Eyes that might have read the secrets of every living heart that hour. Under that baby brow was beating a mind and an intelligence that formed the universe, along with a human intelligence that would grow in age and grace and wisdom before God and men. And this babe who was born was not a man who made himself a god, was not a man who was an ethical reformer, not just a teacher like Buddha or Socrates, not someone who would develop a consciousness of Godhead as he went on, but someone who from all eternity was God and began to be in time, the only one on earth that ever had a prehistory to be studied, not in the dust and the slime of primeval jungles, but in the bosom of an eternal Father. It shatters our proud minds to think of it. And think of that great and wise and very learned poet Francis Thompson, whose poetry staggers us with its learning. And one Christmas Eve he went into a crib near where he lived, church nearby where he lived in England. And he stood there as this great wise man and thought himself as a child and thought of God coming down to this earth as a babe. And then his mind became simple, divinely simple. And he said in his poem, "Little Jesus, wast thou shy once? And just as small as I? And how did it feel like to be out of heaven and just like me? I should think that I would cry for my house all made of sky, and the tweaking 'twould distress me, not an angel there to dress me. Hadst thou ever any toys? Like us, little girls and boys? And didst thou play with all the angels that were not too tall, with stars for marbles? Did the things play, "Can you see me through their wings"? Did thy mother let thee spoil thy robes by playing on our soil? How nice to have them always new, 'cause in heaven 'twas quite clean blue. Did thy mother at the night kiss thee and fold thy clothes in tight? And didst thou feel quite good in bed, kissed and sweet, and thy prayers said? Oh, thou canst not have forgotten all that it feels like to be small. Then take me by the hand and walk and listen to my baby talk. That was just his way of understanding omnipotence in bonds, the maker of the stars under the stars, and the creator of the earth, not having place whereon to lay his head. And what does it mean? Why did he come? He did not come to make us nice people. He came to make us new men, to change our natures, as everything else in nature is being changed by lifted up. Just suppose, for example, this block of marble suddenly began to bloom. Why, that would be something that does not belong to the powers or the natures or the needs of marble. Suppose these flowers suddenly began to move about from one place on the stage to another, as an animal might, seeking out first camera 1, then camera 2, and then camera 3. That would be something that certainly does not belong to the nature of flowers. And suppose a dog should suddenly walk across the stage and begin to recite Shakespeare. But that would be something certainly that does not belong to the nature of a dog. And suppose any of us, who are just creatures, just men, suddenly began to be children of God, so that the divine nature began to pulsate within us, so that we were lifted up by offering our human nature, as Mary offered the first human nature, so that we could in a lesser way be united with divine person, so that his truth with all that great wisdom would begin to flood our minds, and then his will and his love would begin to possess us, and would impregnate and suffuse itself over every single love that we had. Oh, if that ever came to pass, and it does come to pass, that would be the meaning of Christmas. That's why the Son of God came to this earth, to make us other sons of God, to make us more than just human beings. It's not easy. It's very hard. You say, oh, I'm a beast. I'm foul. I dare not be lifted up. Remember that he was laid in a manger, and his companions were beasts. That is our hope, our joy, our peace, our Merry Christmas.
Coleman, Nelson Eddy.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor. Good evening, everyone. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. And we hope your entire family and all your friends are listening. Because tonight, the Gulf Theater brings you Nelson Eddy and Ronald Coleman in a special Christmas broadcast. Christmas has always been rich in legend and story. And this evening, we bring you one of the most beautiful Christmas legends of all time. It was given to literature by Anatole France. Its name, The Juggler of Notre Dame. You know, folks, tonight is the 400th consecutive Sunday evening on which the Gulf Oil Companies have presented a program of entertainment for your enjoyment. Starting with America's beloved Will Rogers, the makers of Gulf No-Nox gasoline and Gulf Pride motor oil have brought you a most unusual series of famous stars. We are proud of this record. It's one of the longest in the history of radio broadcasting. And we're proud that in presenting our present program, the Gulf Screen Guild Theater, we're able not only to bring you more grand radio entertainment, but also to help in the fine work of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. The money Gulf pays for the famous talent on these programs is used to help those members of the picture industry who can no longer care for themselves, to build a home for the many who would otherwise be homeless. That's why we, here in Hollywood, consider the Gulf Theater the Star's own theater. and why all the stars are so glad to appear on these programs. For all of us in the clan of radio and moving pictures and entertainment in general, Christmas brings a special problem. How can we celebrate the greatest of all festivals in a reverent yet original manner? How can we discover a new Christmas idea for our program? This year we're in luck. For this year, right into our laps has fallen what many of us believe to be one of the richest Christmas plums of all, a great and dramatic legend out of the Middle Ages, a great and beloved singer to color it with music, and a screen star celebrated for his brilliant reading ability to spread it all out before you. Ronald Colman is here to bring you the story of the juggler of Notre Dame, Nelson Eddy to sing the role of the kindly monk who befriends the poor juggler. The musical background will be painted by Oscar Bradley's Augmented Gulf Orchestra with Frank Tours conducting. And now, Nelson Eddy is the singing monk, Ronald Colman is the storyteller, and our special adaptation of Anatole France's beautiful tale, The Juggler of Notre Dame.
In the days when the world was young, there lived in France a man of no importance. Everyone said he was a man of no importance, and he firmly believed this himself. For he was just a poor traveling juggler who could not read or write, who went about from town to town following the little country fairs and performing his tricks for a few pennies a day. His name was Barnaby. When the weather was beautiful and people were strolling about the streets, this juggler would find a clear space in the village square, spread a strip of old carpet out on the cobblestones, and on it he would perform his tricks for children and grown-ups alike. Now Barnaby, although he knew he was a man of no importance, was an amazing juggler. First, he would only balance a tin plate on the tip of his nose. Then, when the crowd had collected, he would stand on his hands and juggle 6 golden balls in the air at the same time, catching them with his feet. And sometimes, when he would juggle 12 sharp knives in the air, the villagers would be so delighted that a rain of pennies would fall on his strip of carpet. And when his day's work was over, and he was wearily resting his aching muscles, Barnaby would collect the pennies in his hat, kneel down reverently, and thank God for the gift. Always the people would laugh at his simplicity, and everyone would agree that Barnaby would never amount to anything. But all this is about the happy days in Barnaby's life, the springtime days, when people were willing to toss a penny to a poor juggler. For when winter came, Barnaby had to wrap his juggling equipment up in the carpet and trudge along the roads begging a night's lodging in farmers' barns or entertaining the servants of some rich nobleman to earn a meal. And Barnaby never thought of complaining. He knew that the winter and the rains were as necessary as the spring sunshine, and he accepted his lot. For how, Barnaby would say to himself as he trudged along, could such an ignorant fellow as myself hope for anything better? Now, one year in France, there was a terrible winter. It began to rain in October, and there was hardly a patch of blue in the sky by the end of November. Yes, a terrible winter. The poor people huddled in their thatched huts and slowly starved away, and it is said that the wolves came down out of the mountains and ranged through the icy streets of Paris itself. And you can imagine what all this did to the little vaudeville entertainer whom this story is about. On an evening in early December, at the end of a dreary, wet day, poor Barnaby trudged along a winding country road, sad and bent, carrying under his arm the golden balls and knives wrapped up in his old carpet. Then, as he slopped along in the mud, a faint sound came to Barnaby's ears, over the rain and the wind. Someone was coming up the road, and in spite of the storm, was singing as happily as if it were a day in June. Barnaby stopped and listened, with the rain running down to the tip of his short little nose. through the mists, Barnaby saw a strange sight. Coming slowly around a bend in the road was a fat white mule. And on the mule's back, with his legs sticking almost straight out on each side, was a young monk. Now and then the young monk would bang the mule's side with his heel, and then go on singing into the storm with all his might. Barnaby waited, and then, as the mule came alongside of him, he ran along in the mud while the young monk sang on as cheerfully as a lark.
Now to the Lord sing praises, all you within this place, and with true love and brotherhood each other now embrace. This holy tide of Christmas all other doth deface. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy.
All of a sudden, the monk stopped, looked down, and there was Barnaby, hopping along near the mule's tail, staring at him. The monk smiled at him and called, "It's going to be a cold night, brother juggler." And Barnaby said, his teeth chattering, Yes, indeed, sir, very cold indeed." "Well," shouted the monk, "how would you like to spend the night at the monastery?" "Oh," said Barnaby, "if I could only earn my lodging, but would they let an ignorant fellow like myself enter such a holy place?" The monk laughed. "Ignorant? Hop on behind me, on the mule, friend. And the three of us, you and the mule and I, will soon be warm as toast. For are we not all ignorant compared to God?" And that night, Barnaby found himself seated at the great candle-lit dining hall of the monastery. Although he sat at the bottom of the long table, together with the servants and beggars, Barnaby thought he had never seen such a wonderful place in his life. Everybody was laughing and telling old-fashioned jokes, and there were enormous steaming pasties standing about everywhere on the table, and huge tankards of creamy, foaming ale, and great pitchers of homemade wine, and, well, Barnaby just sat and ate and drank more than he ever had in his life. And then, to cap it all, his friend the monk, now in a fine dry robe, and just as merry as ever, was standing up to sing for the assembled company Balthazar's song, which tells the tale of one of the three wise men journeying out of the east to Bethlehem.
The longest journey must have an end, and yet for days I've traveled all the desert, with naught to guide me save one brilliant star. Tonight it has not risen. Here will I and mine remain by this old well until the star returns to guide us on our way. The night is dark and all is drear around me. The gathering gloom doth my advance delay. Fantastic shadows shimmering confound me. Fantastic shadows shimmering confound me. Without a guide I sure must lose my way. Without a guide, I sure must lose my way. The night is dark and all is drear around me. Without a guide, I sure must lose my way. Without a guide, I sure must lose my soul is dark, a moral gloom lies over, of strange beliefs which fail to bring it ease. Oh, day star, rise, disperse the clouds that hover. Oh, day star, rise, disperse the clouds that hover, and point the highway to eternal peace, and point the highway to eternal peace. Oh, day star, rise, oh, day star, rise, and point the highway to eternal
Then, as the singer sat down again, suddenly everybody looked at Barnaby, for he had risen, trembling, and was running clear around the table to where the lordly abbot sat at the head, and there Barnaby sank to his knees. Father, grant my prayer. Let me stay in this wonderful place and work for you. I cannot hope to become one of you. I am too ignorant. But let me work in the kitchen and the fields and worship in the chapel. The monk who had met Barnaby on the road turned to the abbot. This is a good man, simple and pure of heart. So the abbot nodded. And Barnaby that night put his juggling equipment under the cot in his cell and decided that never again would he go back to his old profession. And in the days that followed, everyone smiled at the eager way he scrubbed the floors and labored through the buildings, and everyone smiled at his simplicity. As for Barnaby, his face beamed with happiness from morning until night. Until 2 weeks before Christmas. Then Barnaby's joy suddenly turned to misery, for around him he saw every man preparing a wonderful gift to place in the chapel on Christmas. The leader of the monks had written a scholarly book in Latin, which he was going to dedicate to God on Christmas Day. Then there was Brother Maurice, who had the art of illuminating copies of the Bible. With gold and silver and rare enamels, he would place exquisite miniature paintings on the corner of each page. And Brother Marbode was completing a marvelous statue of Christ. This fine artist spent all his days in carving images in stone, so that his beard, his eyebrows, and hair were always white with stone dust. And this Christmas, he was completing one of his most inspiring works. Then there was Brother Ambrose, who wrote music, and who had completed scoring a great mass to be played on the organ during Christmas services. And Brother Joseph, who had trained the choir for weeks in an arrangement of chorales. All around, those educated, trained artists followed their work, each one of them readying a beautiful gift to dedicate to God on Christmas Day. But what about Barnaby? He could do nothing. I am but a rough man, unskilled in the arts, and I can write no book, offer no painting or statue or poem. Alas, I have no talent. I have no gift worthy of the day. So Barnaby sank deep into sadness and despair. At nights he could no longer sleep, but tossed on his mattress and stared at the ceiling overhead. At last, Christmas Day came, and the chapel was resplendent with the gifts of the brothers. The giant organ rang with the new music, the choir sang the chorales, and the candles glittered around the great new statue. But Barnaby wasn't there. He was in his tiny cubicle, praying forgiveness for having no gift to offer. Then a strange thing happened. On the evening of Christmas Day, when the chapel should have been deserted, one of the monks came running, white-faced and panting with exertion, into the private office of the abbot. He threw open the door without knocking, seized the abbot by the arms. "Father, a frightful thing is happening. The most terrible sacrilege ever to take place is going on right in our own chapel. Come." Together, the two portly men ran down the corridors, burst through a door, and came out on the balcony at the rear of the chapel. The monk pointed down toward the altar. The abbot looked, turned ashen in color. "He is mad." For down below, in front of the altar, was Barnaby. He had spread out his strip of carpet, and kneeling reverently upon it, was actually juggling in the air 12 golden balls. He was giving his old performance, and giving it beautifully. His bright knives, the shining balls, the tin plate balanced on the tip of his nose, and on his face was a look of adoration and joy. "We must seize him at once," cried the abbot, and turned for the door. But at that moment, a light filled the church, a brilliant beam of light coming directly from the altar, and both the monks sank to their knees. For as Barnaby knelt exhausted on his carpet, they saw the statue of the Virgin Mary move. She came down from her pedestal, and coming to where Barnaby knelt, she took the blue hem of her robe and touched it to his forehead, gently drying the perspiration that glistened there. Then the light dimmed, and up in the choir balcony the monks were joined by the brother who had befriended Barnaby. His eyes were moist with joy as he perceived the miracle below. He turned and spoke to the abbot. God has accepted the only gift he had to make. And the abbot slowly nodded. Blessed are the simple in heart, for they shall see God.
Thank you, Ronald Coleman and Nelson Eddy. And thanks to John Nesbitt, the noted MGM commentator, for his truly splendid radio adaptation of The Juggler of Notre Dame. You know, folks, not far from your home, no matter where you live, there's a neighbor who wants to wish you a Merry Christmas. He's your good Gulf dealer. And since he can't go round and see every one of you personally during the next 2 days, I'll just have to speak for him. And for the thousands of good Gulf dealers from Maine to Texas. Almost everywhere you drive, you'll find helpful, friendly, good Gulf dealers. Independent merchants who are proud to offer you quality gasoline and motor oil under the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. So for them, and especially for the good Gulf dealer round the corner from you, let me say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And to convey that same wish to you in music, here is Nelson Eddy, singing one of the most thrilling of all religious compositions, the Lord's Prayer. When Nelson sang it on our Gulf Christmas program last year, so many of your letters came in from all over the country that we decided to repeat the number. So again this Christmas we present, as we have in the past and as we hope to do for many years in the future, Nelson Eddy, the choir and the orchestra, and the Lord's Prayer. Thank you, Nelson Eddy. That was magnificent.
Astor presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Holiday Inn. The starring players.
This is Bing Crosby.
And this is Dinah Shore.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in musical highlights from Paramount Pictures' tuneful film, Holiday Inn, starring Bing Crosby as Jim Hardy and Dinah Shore as Linda Mason.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
This is the story of Jim Hardy, a man with an idea.
Oh, pardon me, Brother Bradley. A man with 3 ideas.
3?
Yep. The first one came to me when Lila Dixon and Ted Hanover and myself, we were doing a song and dance act in a New York nightclub. I had an idea that I would marry Lila, quit show business, and settle down on a farm in Connecticut.
Well, sounds great. How'd the idea work out?
Didn't work. Just when I felt sorry for Ted because Lila was marrying me and we'd leave him looking for 2 new partners, Ted gave Lila a quick fireside chat.
Mm-hmm.
He sold her on staying in the act with him, and when I walked out to go to the farm, I walked out alone. I've had better ideas, I think, than that idea.
Well, tell me, Jim, what was the next idea?
Holiday Inn. See, it didn't take me too long to learn that a farm was no place for a lazy boy. So I decided to change the farmhouse into a roadside nightclub, open on holidays only, and featuring shows built around each particular holiday. I even had a show planned for Hitler's funeral.
Huh?
Yeah.
What made you think Hitler would be buried on a holiday?
Oh, brother, any day he's buried will be a holiday. I wrote special songs for all the holidays, and then I began looking for some talent.
I see.
I was planning to open on Christmas Eve, but the game was called off on account of no one showing up. Not even performers. Boy, I was really feeling sorry for myself on Christmas Day, and then Santa Claus brought me Linda Mason. And when I saw Linda, well, I began to get another idea. See, I can still remember the first day when she came up to the farm and she asked me for a job.
Could you use me in your show, Mr. Hardy?
Well, I don't know. Might find a spot for you somewhere. What can you do?
Oh, I'd dance a little and sing.
Gee, I couldn't guarantee any salary at first. Right now, I've got the ledger in an iron lung.
Oh, I don't care if you pay me off in eggs.
Pay off in eggs? Lady, you've either got me mixed up with Bob Hope or some millionaire.
Please give me a chance.
Well, we'll see what you can do here. This sort of gives me a chance to keep a little promise I made to myself. I swore I was going to sing this song here at the inn tonight. I'm dreaming
and may all the Christmases be white.
Well, Mr. Hardy?
You're hired.
Gee, thanks. Thanks a lot, Mr. Hardy.
I want to tell you, though, there's a string tied to it.
Oh, I was afraid it was too good to be true.
Yep. From now on, you got to start calling me Jim. Well, between this here and that there, Brother B, I want to tell you, Linda and I managed to talk enough musicians and entertainers into taking a chance with us to let us open Holiday Inn on New Year's Eve. The joint was packed. I was standing in the corner pounding myself on the back for having hit the jackpot when the lights went off again all over the world. Just to give everything a nice, ironic touch, Linda was singing Happy Holiday when trouble staggered in.
Happy Holiday, Happy Holiday. When
while the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing happy holidays to you.
If you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin, pack your load down the road and come to Holiday Inn.
If the traffic noise affects you like a squeaky violin, kick your cares down the stairs, come on to Holiday Inn.
If you can't find someone who will set your heart a-whirl, take your car and motor to the home of boy meets girl.
If you're laid up with a breakdown, throw away your vitamin.
Don't get worse.
Just catch a hold of your nurse and come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing happy holidays to you. Oh, I want to tell you, Brother B, that gal could really sing the socks off.
Yes, indeed. Well, no one's going to argue with you about that, Jim, but, well, if I'm not being too obtrusive, let's get back to the trouble you said staggered into Holiday Inn.
Oh, yes, the trouble.
Yes, the trouble.
Well, it was my former partner and throat cutter, Dick Ted Hanover. Ted staggered in with a compound alcoholic fracture. This boy was loaded. There was nothing wrong with his propensity for grabbing my girls. He walked right over to Linda and began dancing with her, and just watching them dance together, I had a hunch that my days with Linda were numbered. The next morning, though, when I went into the room where I had put Ted to sort of sleep it off, I began to think I had a chance to, Good morning, Ted. Got a little head, huh?
Oh. Say, where am I?
You're in Holiday Inn.
Well, how did I get here? Who brought me?
Haven't you heard about the stork?
This is no time for your alleged comedy. Lila left me.
What?
Yeah, I got a wire from her at the theater telling me she was quitting me. Going to marry some Texas millionaire or something.
Uh-oh.
Then I had a drink.
A drink? Brother, you couldn't hit the floor with a handful of hominy.
Say, I seem to remember dancing with some girl after I got here last night.
Girl?
Yeah. I'm beginning to remember a few things. Gee, she was a perfect partner for me. Now that Lila's left me, I have to get a new partner, and that girl, she's just the girl for me.
Oh, no, Ted. I think you're much better off doing a single. You're a born soloist, you know, old boy.
Oh, no, Jim. No, sir. I've got to get that girl for a partner. Gee, if I could only remember what she looked like.
You don't remember?
No. Say, wait a minute. You saw her.
Me?
Yeah. Come on, describe her.
Oh, well, I wasn't watching very closely, you know. She was, I would say she was a medium-built sort of a girl with a medium face. She had a nice evening gown on with a sort of a Bal McCann back.
You're a great help, you are. Thanks a lot.
Oh, it's really nothing at all. Happy to do it for you.
Just the same, I got a hunch. I'm going to find that girl, and believe me, she's worth waiting for.
Well, where are you going to find her?
Right here. I have a hunch she'll be back here for the next holiday.
Well, how do you like that for a guy moving in on me, Brother B?
Well, Jim, couldn't you have told him she was your girl and asked him to keep away from her?
Oh, you can't be that naive. True, old boy. Don't you remember Lila? Ted made a habit of stealing my girls away from me. My only chance to hang on to Linda was to keep her out of Ted's sight until I had enough cabbage in the bank to ask her to marry me. And for the next holiday, Lincoln's birthday, I decided that Linda and we're going to work in blackface to keep Ted from discovering her. Oh, she wasn't too happy either when I broke the idea to her about it.
Oh, Jim, I look terrible in that stuff.
No, you won't.
I don't even know how to put it on.
I'll put it on for you. I'm an old boot black, you know. Well, let's see. Here we go now.
Oh, for a month and a half I've been dreaming about how pretty I was going to look tonight.
Well, you'll have plenty of times to be pretty. Say, you know, I was just going to ask you if you'd like to be in the rest of the shows out here.
You were?
Will you?
Will I? I just wish I didn't have to work in that florist shop all the other days in the year to make these few possible.
Well, maybe a little later on when we start doing better, well, you can stay out here all the time.
Did you hear what you just said?
I just caught the last part of it there.
Was it a proposal?
Well, it sure will be when I get a few bucks in the bank.
Gosh, you're a strange duck. You don't even give me a chance to say darling and throw my arms around you.
Oh, you'd better wait until you see my bank book.
Well, I guess I'm sort of engaged.
Yes, and I guess we better sort of start the show, too. Come on, we can't just sing here in the dressing room. On a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham.
When he grew up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham.
He was a great man, Abraham.
Abraham.
In 1860, he became the 16th president. And now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gem.
And that is why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham, Abraham.
USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks. Abraham, Abraham.
She gave this land its finest son, whoever went to Washington. Abraham, Abraham.
When somebody told him General Grant was drinking every night,
he answered, go see if you can get all my generals tied.
That's why we celebrate blessed February day. Abraham, Abraham.
Continue in just a moment with the second half of our musical highlight from Holiday Inn. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I've received so many letters lately from women living in Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Chicago, and other cities where there are numerous defense plants and where the air is filled with smoke and flying dust. They tell me what a problem it is to keep their skin really clean these days. And many of them tell me they began to notice their skin getting dull and muddy looking. They began to notice blemishes here and there. But what a difference, they tell me, since they began using Lady Esther four-purpose face cream. Many of them tell me their skin never looked cleaner and fresher, never looked smoother. Now, I wish I could read you these hundreds of enthusiastic letters, because they prove that Lady Esther four-purpose face cream does far more for your skin than just an ordinary cleansing cream. But I want to do more than that. I want to send you a generous tube of Lady Esther four-purpose face cream free, so that you can try it on your own skin and see the thrilling results for yourself. After all, what better proof can there be than to see a thing with your own eyes? If your skin is taking a lot of extra punishment these days, especially if it's being exposed more than usual and getting a little dry and rough, a little muddy looking, you'll want to take advantage of my offer. I'll send you enough cream for a whole week's trial. And you can see for yourself how Lady Esther four-purpose face cream not only thoroughly cleans your skin, but softens it, helps nature refine the pores, and even leaves a smooth, flattering base for powder. Just send me your name and address on the back of a penny postcard. By return mail, you'll receive your gift tube of Lady Esther four-purpose face cream and the 9 different shades of Lady Esther face powder. All the address you need is Lady Esther, Chicago.
And now we raise the curtain again on Holiday Inn, starring Dinah Shore as Linda Mason and Bing Crosby as Jim Hardy. Go on with the story of Holiday Inn, Jim. Tell me, did the black-faced disguise keep Ted from discovering Linda?
Yeah, but he came back like gangbusters. He promised to come 2 days later for Valentine's Day, and even I couldn't figure out a legitimate excuse for putting Linda in blackface on Valentine's Day, so I decided to take Cupid right by the bowstrings and set myself solid with Linda. Now, I had a special song all whipped up for her when she came back for rehearsal. I called it, Be Careful, It's My Heart. I wasn't kidding either.
Pretty solid with Linda.
Well, I thought it was pretty beamy, nice low key and everything, but nothing happened. While I was singing, Ted finally found Linda, and he moved right in.
Back in?
Oh, he moved in with a crash. He set himself up in business at Holiday Inn, dancing with Linda, in the holiday shows, and dividing the rest of his time between making love to her and trying to sell her on leaving me in Holiday Inn to head for the big time as his dancing partner. Now, I managed to come out of my corner punch, I was swinging right from China. And on Easter Sunday, I was sure I had Ted on the run when Linda joined me in the big Easter parade. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade.
I'll be all in clover, and when they look us over, we'll be the proudest couple in the Easter parade.
On the avenue,
Fifth Avenue,
the photographers will snap us,
and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure.
Write a song about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter
Jim, that really should have eliminated Hanover, huh?
Well, I thought he'd take a fast count, but Ted promoted a couple of Hollywood talent scouts to come out to the inn. A couple of boys from Hollywood, and signed Linda and himself up.
They got a picture contract, huh?
That's what they did, in a little epic titled Holiday Inn.
Now, wait. You mean they stole your idea and made it into a picture?
Well, no. When Ted stole my girl, I gave him the idea for the picture.
And that was the end of everything, huh?
Practically. I closed up Holiday Inn after Ted and Linda left, and I just sat around feeling sorry for myself. And on Thanksgiving Day, I read in the gossip columns that they were going to be married as soon as they finished the picture. Well, then I was really ready for the river. And then Mamie, my housekeeper, she took me in hand and gave me sort of a chalk talk on chickadees and their chicaneries.
Closing up the inn and sitting around like a jellyfish. Just 'cause a slicker stole your gal and you ain't got fight enough to get her back.
I tried to keep her here, Mamie.
What kind of keeping was that? Nothing but tricks. If you hadn't made Miss Linda mad, hiring that driver to keep her away from the inn the night them Hollywood scouts was here, and then acting like she couldn't be trusted to stay with you in the face of temptation, she'd still be here. Why, right now, if you went to Hollywood and told Miss Linda how much you love her and misses her, that is, if you told her the way a lady likes to hear it, I'll bet you she'd be the quickest ex-movie star that ever exed.
Well, just what do you have in mind?
Grab yourself a handful of train and get on out to Hollywood.
Well, and then what? Gee, after all, I can't just walk up to a girl I'm in love with, and I haven't seen her in several months, and say, Dr. Livingston, I presume, or something.
Well, now, see here, Mr. Jim. I can tell you to get out to Hollywood, and I can also advise you to take Miss Linda in your arms and crush her. But after that, Mr. Jim, you got to put the pressure on yourself.
Well, look at here.
Well, did you take Mamie's advice, Jim?
Well, I had nothing to lose, Brad. I walked onto the lot where they were making the movie version of Holiday Inn, just as they were about to shoot the last scene of the picture. And I want to tell you, it gave me something of a start, because that movie set looked exactly like my Connecticut farmhouse. The artificial snow coming down from above, it really took me back to that Christmas day when Linda showed up at Holiday Inn looking for a job. And then Linda began singing White Christmas, and I mustered up enough nerve to walk right into the scene. And when it was all over, Ted Hanover was looking for a new partner, and Linda and I were off to see a man about a license.
Saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Mickey Rooney, Beulah Bondi, and Virginia Weidler in Young Tom Edison. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps we should have wrapped it up in fancy paper and tied a red ribbon around it and called it our Christmas present to you. It's something a good many of you asked for, and I'm sure all of you want. Mickey Rooney and young Tom Edison. And tonight we're giving it to you with our best wishes for a very Merry Christmas. Have you ever thought how much we depend on Mr. Edison here in the Lux Radio Theater? For one thing, he developed the first microphone and motion picture projector and was one of the first to make pictures talk. Then, too, he's responsible for the bulb which is lighting your living room right now. So if it hadn't been for Edison, well, we'd just have to call the whole thing off. Our play, however, which was adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer screen success, is not a scientific report. It's an exciting tale of the adventures of a small-town boy with a pack of original ideas that keep him in hot water. As a boy, Thomas Edison was a kind of Andy Hardy. That makes the casting obvious. The arrow points directly to Mickey Rooney, who comes to us this week from the set of his latest Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Men of Boys Town. And with Mickey tonight, we have Beulah Bondi and Virginia Weidler. In his later years, Edison gained the gratitude and admiration of the whole world for the things he'd done to make everybody's life easier and more enjoyable. And today, behind the scenes everywhere, scientists are working to make life easier still. In fact, they've done a lot for every member of our audience who's a Lux Flakes user, and I hope that includes every woman listening tonight. They worked for years and always will work to make our product outstanding in its field. That's our guarantee that Lux Flakes will continue to make your household tasks easier and pleasanter. We think science is doing an important job for us, and I'll make a little wager that the ladies will agree with us. Now here's the story of young Tom Edison, starring Mickey Rooney as Tom, Beulah Bondi as his mother, and Virginia Weidler as Tanny. The curtain rises on the first act. This is a story of triumph, the triumph of a typical American boy who was blessed with three gifts: courage, imagination, and faith. His name might have been John Jones or Bill Smith, but it happened to be Tom Edison. When Tom was 15, the cellar of his father's house in Port Huron, Michigan, bore evidence of great things to come. For this was Tom's laboratory. An old workbench supported a homemade telegraph, and the battered desk was filled with chemical bottles, all of them impressively labeled poison. On the wall hung a length of rope, which ran up through the cellar door and connected with his sister Tanny's bedroom window on the second floor. This was Tom's latest invention, an automatic window closer.
Tom? Oh, Tom? What do you want, Tanny? Tom, there's a rope on my window. I know it. I put it there last night. What's it for, Tom? It's an invention, a window closer. I pull the rope down here in the cellar, and your window closes automatically. Saves you from getting cold in the morning.
Oh, Tom, that's wonderful. Will it work?
Sure, it'll work. Hey, you want to see it?
Yes, try it.
All right, now watch. It's early in the morning, and you call down and tell me you're awake and ask me to close the window. I go over here to the rope and pull it hard, and the window closes.
Tom, you broke the window.
Yeah, something must have gone wrong. I'll be right up.
Tanny, why can't you be more careful? You might have killed somebody slamming a window like that.
Tanny didn't do it, Pop. I did.
You were down in the cellar.
Well, I did it just the same. I pull a string down there, and it closes the window up there. I must have pulled it too hard.
I suppose it never occurred to you that the broken glass might have hit someone, cut them badly.
No, sir, it didn't.
No, it didn't. Come on to breakfast, and take your hands out of your pockets.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, Pop.
I haven't got enough on my shoulders without paying for broken windows.
Any other father'd warm your pants, am I right?
Well,
Don't interrupt.
Sam, don't. I'm sure he's sorry. After all, it was an accident.
Accident. It's always an accident.
Now, Sam. All right, children, you'd better hurry or you'll be late for school. Goodbye, Tanny. Bye, Mom. Bye, Father. Come on, Tom.
Yeah. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Pop. I'll be
Watch
over.
out for that milk.
Oh, Tom.
Oh, I guess I knocked it over.
I guess you did.
I'm sorry. I'll clean it up, Mom. You just sit
No,
down there.
Tom, I'll do it.
No, Mom, please.
Tom,
I
the
can...
coffee.
Now what have you done?
I didn't see it, Pop. It was right on the edge of the table.
Go to school. Go to school before you pull the whole house down.
I'm sorry, Pop.
Go ahead, Tom. Go ahead.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Pop.
That boy's a real problem, Nancy.
Every time you wake up with a cramp, Sam Edison, you take it out on Tom.
I haven't got a cramp, and you pamper him too much.
Well, he's a little different from the others.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about. He has that Yankee trait of tinkering with useless things. Like the window upstairs. Like that telegraph wire of his that old man Dingle hurt his leg on. If you remember, that cost us $11. Just wasted. You're inclined to be too easy with him, Nancy. If you're not careful, he'll be no good to himself or anybody else.
Well, maybe you're right, Sam. You're wiser than I am.
Now, Nancy, when you agree with me so easily, it makes me think I'm wrong.
No, truly, Sam. I'll handle the boy just as you say. After all, you're his father.
Nancy, you're a faker.
Yes, maybe I am. What are you thinking about, Tom? We better hurry or Miss Howard will be mad.
You know, Tanny, I think I've got it.
Got what?
The way to fix that window. I'll put a spring under it so it don't fall so hard, and then the glass won't break.
Oh, gosh, you're smart.
Oh, no, I'm not. I only wish I was.
You're smart enough for me. You know lots and lots of things.
Not half as many as I'd like to. There's so many things I don't know, it scares me. For instance, look at that grass. What makes it green? Why isn't it purple or black or yellow? What becomes of a noise after we can't hear it anymore? Say, wouldn't it be great if we could keep a sound?
Keep a sound? You mean like thunder?
No. Good things, great things that people say. Men like George Washington and Ben Franklin. Of course, you couldn't do it, but it's a great idea just the same.
Yes, but don't think about it now, Tom. You've got other things to worry about.
What things?
Oh, just things.
What do you mean?
Well,
Go ahead, what?
Tom, I didn't want to tell you, but Miss Howard's mad at you again.
Yeah, what for?
Well, you know, yesterday when she asked me to name the 33 states of the Union, you were tapping them out on the desk for me in Morse code?
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. That was cheating.
Yeah, that's what Miss Howard said.
You mean she caught on?
Joe Dingle told her. He knows I can read Morse code, and after you left yesterday, he snitched on you.
Oh, I guess I'm in for it, huh?
She said she was going to make you stay in the cloakroom all day.
Is that all? Oh, I don't mind that.
You don't?
No. I got something I want to do anyway.
What?
Well, look, Tanny. You see this little bottle? It's hydrochloric acid, and this other one is concentrated ammonia. I'm going to mix them both together.
Yeah? Then what'll happen?
I don't know. That's what I'm going to find out.
Tom, will it make a noise?
I don't know. I never tried it before.
But how do you know it won't blow up?
I don't. That's why I want to mix them to find out. Hydrochloric acid. There, that ought to be enough. Now, concentrated ammonia, just a few drops. Ow! It's all right, everybody. It's not a fire. Just smoke. It's just smoke.
Tom, are you all right?
Sure, Tanny, I'm all right. And I don't have to worry about hydrochloric acid and concentrated ammonia anymore. They don't mix.
Come in, Miss Howard. Mom, it's Miss Howard, the teacher.
Good evening, Mrs. Edison.
Good evening.
Evening, Miss Howard.
Evening. I don't like to disturb you at supper, but I wanted to see you before it got dark.
Of course.
It isn't safe for a single girl to go walking around at night.
Sit down, Miss Howard.
Thank you. Is Tom at home?
Yes, he's in his room.
Then I can speak freely. I'm sorry to be the bearer of unpleasant news, but I suppose you've already heard what happened at school today.
Yes, I did. We had a long talk about it, Tom and I, out in the barn. I can assure you it won't happen again.
Mr. Edison, I don't believe whipping will help much. I might as well tell you, the school board has refused to accept any responsibility for the further education of your son.
You mean he's not to go to school?
Just that, Mr. Edison. Of course, if you want to appeal to the school board...
I certainly shall appeal to the school board.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Why not?
Because I shall oppose any such appeal.
Why?
Not only because of what happened today, but because he distracts the other children, gazes out the window, hums and drums on the desk with his fingers. The other day, he wanted to know what a cloud was.
Well, he's just inquisitive. He wants to learn things. That's all right, isn't it?
In its proper place, yes. But not in the middle of an arithmetic lesson.
You don't understand him, that's all.
Oh, nobody understands him. Mr. Edison, I don't wish to be unkind, but I suggest that you take the boy to Detroit to see a doctor. There's no question in my mind but that he's addled, sadly addled.
How dare you? You're the one that's addled.
Now, hold on, Nancy.
Compose yourself, please, Mrs. Edison.
There's nothing the matter with my Tom that a good teacher can't fix. I taught school in Canada, and I know. You haven't the patience nor the understanding to be a teacher.
Well, I never.
Tom's a good boy and just as smart as any boy in school. Never did a stupid thing in his life. You're the one that's stupid.
Me?
Yes, you.
Now, Nancy, you'd better go, Miss Howard, before something happens.
With pleasure, I assure you.
You're just a silly old maid, and you don't have to worry about walking around in the dark. Nobody's going to bother you.
Oh!
Sam, I'm surprised you didn't defend your son.
Didn't seem necessary, Nancy. You were doing a pretty good job.
Saying that Tom is addled, that's perfectly ridiculous.
She's not the only one, Nancy. The whole town's saying it. Everybody thinks there's something wrong with the boy, especially after today.
Oh, Sam, I wish they understood Tom as I do. He's different from other boys. He's looking for causes, not effects.
I think he found both today. Where are you going?
I'm going to take him something.
Now, Nancy, don't pamper him.
He has to eat, Sam. Tom?
Yes?
Well, Tom,
Hello, Mom.
your friend, Miss Howard, was just here.
Yeah, I know. I heard her.
Have you been crying, Tom? Have you?
Oh, it's not about the licking Pop gave me. It's just that what he said is true. By tomorrow morning, everybody will know I was kicked out of school because I'm addled, crazy.
You're not going to be afraid of what anybody says, not tomorrow nor any other time. Port Huron isn't the whole world, Tom. There's a much bigger world beyond here. And someday you're going to be a part of it. An important part of it.
Mom, you know I'm not addled, don't you?
Why, of course you're not, dear. Silliest thing I ever heard.
But Pop thinks I am.
No, he doesn't.
I heard him tell you.
Shh, your father's just a little upset. Now try not to worry him. He loves you. He loves all of us.
All right, Mom. I won't do a thing to bother him.
That's a good boy. Now, won't you eat something?
I don't feel like it.
There's something there you like very much. Look.
Apple pie and milk. My favorite. Oh, thanks, Mom.
Yes, ma'am. What are you doing down in the cellar on such a nice day?
Oh, just fixing up my chemical bottles.
Oh, well, be careful of your Sunday clothes.
I will.
Tom, how in the world do you know what's in all those bottles? They're all marked poison.
That's simple, Mom. I've got a secret number on every one of the bottles. I look up the number in my little book, and then I know what's in the bottle.
Well, that's rather complicated, isn't it?
Yes, but if any of the other kids come down here, they'll be afraid to touch them.
That's not very sociable, Tom.
No, but it works. Oh, Mom, I fixed that broken window in Tanny's room.
I saw it, and you did such a nice job, I'm going to give you 10 cents.
10 cents? Hmm? Gee willikins. But I broke the window.
Never mind. It was an accident. Here's your 10 cents.
Oh, Mom, gosh, that's great. Now I can send for that chemistry catalog.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You're going to spend this 10 cents for candy and eat it like other boys do.
But when I eat the candy, Mom, it's gone. The chemistry book,
No candy, no 10 cents.
That's a lot of candy for one fella to eat.
Well, you can share it with Tanny.
All right.
Now go on out for a nice walk or something. Get a little air.
Yeah, I told Mr. McCartney I'd be down to the station today. He lets me fool around with the telegraph stuff.
Tom, you won't get into any trouble today now, will you?
Oh, of course not, Mom. How could I get in any trouble down at the station?
Oh, I don't know, but sometimes I think you could get into trouble almost anywhere.
Hello, Mr. McCartney.
Well, hello, Tom. Hello, Tanny.
Hello.
Busy, Mr. McCartney?
No, not much doing on Sunday. Sit down.
Thanks. It's nice of you to let us come in here, Mr. McCarney.
All the other kids are jealous.
Well, seems to me, Tom, I owe you a lot more than I'll ever be able to repay.
Oh, no.
You mean about the time Tom saved your little boy from being run over by the train, Mr. McCarney?
I mean just that, Tanny.
Danny, stop it. That's all over. Gosh,
But you were so brave. Wasn't he, Mr. McCarney?
Danny, keep quiet. Now, that's enough.
All right, Tom. But you were brave.
Mr. McCarney, will you have a piece of maple sugar?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's all right. I got a lot more in my pocket. Mr. Inchpin gave me a dozen for a dime.
Well, don't mind if I do, then.
Here you are.
Thank you, Tom. Good.
Can we look at your telegraph?
Wait till number 7 goes by, Tom. That's her coming in now.
Tom, look at all the wires. Why do they need wires to telegraph, Tom? Why don't they send messages through the rails?
Can't. Rails are grounded.
What does that mean?
They're short-circuited.
Oh, gosh, you're smart. Could you be a telegraph operator, Tom? Like Mr. McCarney?
I don't know. I guess so if I kept on practicing.
Would you like to be a telegraph operator?
Well, sure I would. Only, gosh, there's so many things I'd like to do. Sometimes I'm afraid I'll never get around to all of them. Let's go and watch number 7 come in, huh?
All right.
You know what I'm going to do someday? I'm going to build a telegraph from my cellar up to your room.
You are?
Then we can talk back and forth, and nobody will know what we're saying.
Secret messages, huh? Like spies.
No, like telegraph station. You'll have your secret call letters, and so will I, and nobody will know what they are.
What are my secret call letters?
Oh, here. Wait till I get this rock here, and I'll tap it out for you. Now, listen.
Dash. Dash. That's TA.
Mm-hmm. That's your secret call, TA.
Gosh, I've got a telegraph call. I feel like a railroad station.
Let's go up and look at the engine, huh?
Hey, son, you there.
Tom, that man on the train's calling you.
Hey!
Yes, sir, you calling me?
What you got in that bag, son?
Maple sugar?
Fine. You want to sell me a piece?
Oh, yes, sir. For a nickel.
All right, hand it up here.
Here you are, sir.
There's your nickel. How much did this piece cost you, son?
A penny.
Well, that's a nice little profit.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Sonny, you got any more?
Sure I have.
Well, bring it in the train. There's a lot of hungry people here.
I'll be right there. Penny, I'm going to get on the train. You wait here, huh?
Tom, remember what Mom said. Don't get in any trouble now.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be right back.
Here you are, son. 10 cents. I'll take 2 of them.
Yes, sir, right here.
Let's have another one, boy.
Just a minute, sir.
Where's mine?
I'm getting it, ma'am. Let's see now. I've only got 4 left.
Well, I'll take 2. Here's $1. Can you change
No,
it?
ma'am, I can't. Have you got change, mister?
Well, let's see.
Please, mister, hurry. The train's going to start.
Here
I've
it
got to
is.
get... Here you are, ma'am. Here's your change.
Wait, are you sure that's right?
Yes, ma'am. 90 cents. Excuse me.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Hey, son, I wanted another one.
I'm sorry, mister. I can't wait. I've got to... Hey, let me off. Let me off the train. Stop the train.
Come back here. Where do you think you're going?
Conductor, I've got to get off. Stop the train.
Oh, you're too late, son. We're on our way.
Oh, please let me go. I've got to get home. Mister, please, my sister.
No. Don't try to jump now. You're on this train. You're going to stay. You can telegraph your sister from Detroit.
Detroit? Danny! Tell Mom I won't be home for supper!
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will present Mickey Rooney, Beulah Bondi, and Virginia Weidler in Act 2 of Young Tom Edison. And now let's look in on our favorite family, the Brownings. It's late afternoon, and Midge and Dot are helping Mother Browning with a batch of Christmas cookies. There's the back doorbell.
See what it is, will you, Midge? My hands are covered with flour.
Okay, just a sec. It's the Christmas tree. Dot, did you ask Mother about the party?
Party? What party? What are you two plotting now?
Well, remember last year how we made snow for our Christmas tree out of Lux Flakes? Well, all the girls were crazy about our Lux tree, and so this year...
We want to ask the girls over tomorrow afternoon and have a Lux snow party.
A party? So that's why you wanted to make an extra batch of cookies. Well, I think a party would be fun.
Oh, Mother, you're a darling.
Let's see now. You'll need a big bowl.
And an egg beater.
And some Lux.
And a little lukewarm water. That's all you need to make this lovely, real-looking snow for your tree. Yes, you can make Christmas snow out of those same gentle white Lux Flakes that you use for washing all your pretty things. It's such an inexpensive decoration, so easy to make, and it lasts right through the holiday season. Now, here's how you make this Lux snow. Take a large-sized box of Lux Flakes and empty the flakes into a big bowl or dishpan. Pour in 2 cups of lukewarm water, just 2 cups. Then take an egg beater and beat this mixture until it gets soft and fluffy, just like whipped cream. Spread handfuls of this Lux Snow on the branches of your Christmas tree. If you want more glitter, sprinkle on some of that shiny artificial snow that you buy in the store while the Lux Snow is still moist. Snow-covered branches make novel and inexpensive table decorations, too. And a little of the Lux Snow on your Christmas wreaths makes them extra Christmassy and festive. The children love to help with this Christmas snow. Now remember, use 2 cups of lukewarm water to each big box of Lux Flakes. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Young Tom Edison, starring Mickey Rooney as Tom, Beulah Bondi as his mother, and Virginia Weidler as Tanny. When the train that spirited Tom Edison away returned to Port Huron, a reception committee was waiting for him at the station. His sister Tanny, his mother, and Mr. Edison looking very grim. But the boy who climbed down from the train that night was so changed that his family hardly knew him. On his cap was a sign, reading candy for sale. On his arm, a basket piled high with sweetmeats and newspapers. And on his face, a broad, self-conscious grin.
Well, oh gosh, can't somebody say something? Here, Tanny, I brought this doll for you.
Thank you.
And Mom, here's a little bouquet of flowers.
Tom.
And Pop, Pop, here, have a cigar.
Just what is the meaning of this?
Well, I'm in business.
In business?
Sam, it's very late. Suppose we talk about this when we get home. Come along, Tanny.
Mr. Nelson, he's the conductor, you know. He fixed it up with the railroad, and I bought the basket of merchandise on credit. Mr. Nelson lent me the cap, and I painted the sign myself.
Tom, it's beautiful.
Huh.
Sam, don't you think it's all right? I mean, well, it might help out, you know, Tom making a little money, and... Tom, you really think you can make money out of this, don't you?
Well, no, not an awful lot. Not at first, anyway.
But after a while, you can, sure.
Huh? Yeah, yes, sure. You see, I was thinking that maybe I could get permission to put men on other trains. Who knows, maybe someday I'll have a lot of people working for me. People like to buy things on trains. Don't you think so, Father?
Perhaps. But I hope you don't think you've talked yourself out of a licking.
Oh, gee willikers.
You've got to be punished for climbing on that train and going away.
But that's not fair. I didn't mean to do it.
Shh, don't, Tom. Not tonight, anyway, Samuel. Run along, children. I want to talk to your father.
Good night, Mom. Night, Pop.
Good night.
Sam, he only wants to help out.
The son of Sam Edison, a peddler.
Well, if it keeps him busy till he goes back to school...
He can't go back to school. They won't take him.
I think they will, Sam. Something tells me there'll come a time when they'll understand him the way we do.
We?
Yes, Sam. When people find out he's not just a silly boy, that he's almost a man, and that deep down inside of him there's something very real, something very wonderful struggling for expression.
Nancy, you don't really think that, do you?
I know it, Sam. I'm as sure as can be.
I'm not as tolerant as I ought to be, I suppose. Father and son should be closer to each other. Know one another better.
Why don't you have a talk with Tom?
I think I will, one of these days.
Fresh apples, candy fruit, nice fresh fruit. Sweet candy, fresh apples, candy, sweet candy.
Tom Edison.
Yes, sir?
Come into the baggage car. I want to speak to you.
Yes, Mr. Nelson?
Now, look here, Tom. I'm the conductor on this train, and I've got a certain amount of responsibilities. One of them is to look after the baggage car. Now, what's all this stuff in here?
Just chemicals.
Chemicals?
Yes, sir. I thought I could set up a little laboratory in here, and then I wouldn't lose any time on my experiments.
Well, I'm sorry, Tom. You'll have to get rid of some of this stuff. The car's so cluttered up, there's no room for baggage.
But, Mr. Nelson...
That's my last word, Tom.
Fraser! Fraser! Oh, Tom Edison.
Here I am, Mr. Hodges' baggage car.
Well, I brought it for you, Tom.
Oh, the printing press?
Yep, here she is. Where's it go?
Right in here, Mr. Hodges.
You better give me a hand with it.
All right. Here, looks heavy. 1, 2... Oh, it is.
Here goes.
Oh, gosh, it's a beauty, isn't it? All my life I've wanted to own a printing press. How much do I owe you, Mr. Hodges?
Well, I carted it all the way over from the yard. $2.
How much?
All right, make it $1.
Oh, that's better here.
You taking the press back home, Tom?
Well, I'm not sure yet. I sort of figured on keeping it in the car here.
Well, bye, Tom.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Hodges. Thanks again.
Baggage? Come on and Fraser, Tom.
Oh, just one piece, Mr. Nelson. Here. Have a corncob pipe, Mr. Nelson?
Huh?
Go ahead, take it.
Well, thank you, Tom. Thank you. I was thinking about getting a new one. Hey, what's that thing over there?
That? Oh, that's a printing press.
Printing press? Who's it going to?
Nobody. It belongs to me.
Oh, you're taking it home.
Light up your pipe, Mr. Nelson. See how it draws. It's a good one, you know. Costs 10 cents.
You won't have much time to use the printing press, Tom. You're not home enough.
That's just it, Mr. Nelson. I'm going to keep it in here in the baggage car.
You're going to what?
Now, don't get mad. Let me explain.
Here, take your corncob pipe.
No, listen, Mr. Nelson, please.
I knew there was a catch to it.
There's no catch. I want to print a newspaper on the train right here in this baggage car.
A newspaper? Next, you'll be raising chickens in here.
Listen, Mr. Nelson, there's going to be a war between the states, and people all along the line are going to be anxious for news.
Well,
we can give it to them fresh, hot off the griddle. Every time the train stops, I can run into the station and get the latest news.
This railroad isn't in the publishing business.
No, but it's patriotic, isn't it?
Well,
if we can tell the people what's going on and tell them the minute it happens, we're not only doing them a service and the railroad a service, but we'll be doing the United States government a service as well. Don't you see that?
Well, yes, I do. But suppose the division superintendent finds out.
Oh, he'll thank us. He'll think we're loyal, patriotic Americans. And that's what we are, aren't we?
You bet we are. But remember, this is the last thing you're going to bring in this baggage car. Understand?
Oh, yes, sir. Here, Mr. Nelson, have another pipe. Paper here, McClellan appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Union Army. Good morning, Captain Brackett.
Good morning, Tom.
Paper Captain, you got a new Commander-in-Chief, you know.
Yes, so I understand. And a good choice, too.
Yes, sir. Captain, I've been thinking...
Boy, a stick of licorice, please.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Right here.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, Captain, I was wondering...
Yeah?
Do you suppose the Army would be interested in a new explosive?
An explosive?
Yeah.
Oh, they've got lots of explosives, Tom.
Oh, but this one's better than anything they've got.
Is that so? What's the name of it?
Well, I call it the Tom Edison High Powerful All Explosive #1.
Oh, something you made yourself.
Yes, sir.
You shouldn't play with explosives, Tom. They're very dangerous.
Oh, what's a little thing like danger when you're doing it for your country? This is a wonderful explosive, Captain. You want to see it? I've got it right here in my pocket.
Well, let's have a look at it. Huh?
Here. In this little bottle, see?
Well. What's it made of?
Well, there's some sulfuric acid in it, and there's some nitric acid. And let me see, some glycerin.
What was that again?
Sulfuric acid, nitric acid,
and glycerin?
Yes, sir.
Tom, that's nitroglycerin.
Nitroglycerin?
Oh, gosh. Stand still now. No, don't move, Tom. Don't move a step.
Here, what's going on?
That boy has a bottle of nitroglycerin.
Nitroglycerin?
Here, Mr. Nelson, you take it.
No, not me. You stay where you are.
Don't get excited, friends. There'll be no danger if we're careful.
Tom Edison, are you crazy?
I didn't know, Mr. Nelson. I didn't know.
Just you wait, young man.
You'll have to stop the train, Mr. Nelson. If he drops that bottle, it'll blow us all high in a kite.
Mr. Nelson, stop the train.
Now, you stand back. Don't you come near me. I'll pull the emergency cord.
No, don't do that. We'll stop too suddenly. You get to the engineer and tell him to slow down gradually.
All right. Don't you move one step, Tom Edison.
No, just keep perfectly still, Tom.
Captain Brackett, I'm nervous. I'm shaking.
Well, stop it. Stop it.
Don't you think you better hold this?
Well, it doesn't make much difference who holds it. It's who drops it, and I'd rather it wasn't me.
But if I could only...
Stand still. Stand still.
All right, I will, sir.
We're slowing down. Somebody open that window.
Open the window.
I'll do it.
Oh, Captain, we're on a bridge. We're over a river. We'll all drown.
No, we won't. Now, listen, Tom.
Yes.
You walk over to that window, slowly now, and throw that bottle into the river.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait. Throw it gently, and away from the bridge, downstream. You understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, stand back, everybody.
Oh.
Now, go ahead, Tom. Throw it.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's all right, sir. It went into the river.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it's all right, lady. Everything's all right now. Oh, gosh, I guess it floated into a rock.
You little fool! I'll teach you to bring chemicals on this train.
No, Mr. Nelson, please.
You blithering idiot! You or my boy will do more than box your ears. Now get off. Get off this train, and don't you come back!
What do you suppose is the matter, Doctor? He says he can't hear out of that ear.
We'll just pour a little sweet oil in there. That'll help. Keep your head over on the side, Tom.
Yes, Doctor.
Mr. Nelson kept hitting him on that ear, Doctor.
Oh, you can't blame Mr. Nelson, Mom. It was my fault, the whole thing.
Just the same, he shouldn't have struck you. Tom, just think. Your candy and peanuts and oranges, all gone.
Oh, that's all right.
A fine state of affairs. All you've got to show for your work is an earache.
Everything happens for the best, Sam. The way Tom was going, it wouldn't be no time at all before he put the railroad out of business. Oh, hold still. Don't move, Tom.
Does it hurt, Tom?
What?
Does it hurt? Your ear.
Oh, a little.
Do you think it'll affect his hearing, Doctor?
I can't say. Not until the swelling goes down. Sometimes there's nothing like a good box on the ear to sharpen a boy's senses. Eh, Sam? Well, I'll be running along.
I'll see you to the door.
Oh, by the way, how's that pain in your side, Mrs. Edison? Been bothering you lately?
Not a great deal, Doctor. I think it's getting better.
Tom. Tom.
Oh, yes, sir.
There's one thing I shall insist upon from now on.
What's that, sir?
You're to get rid of those chemicals. Throw them away or dispose of them any way you like. But you're never to bring them in the house again.
But why, Father, why?
Because I say so, that's why.
Oh, that's a fine reason.
All right, I'll give you another reason then, since you don't like that one. Because you're not competent to handle such things. You're too irresponsible and...
And addled? Is that what you mean?
Yes, Tom. I'm afraid that's what I mean. And from now on, there'll be no more experiments. You understand? You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. DeMille will bring our stars, Mickey Rooney, Beulah Bondi, and Virginia Weidler, back for the third act of Young Tom Edison after a short intermission. Have you ever stopped to think how often old proverbs contradict each other? For instance, too many cooks spoil the broth, yet many hands make light labor. Well, when it comes to preparing that swell Christmas dinner you'll be eating on Wednesday, I imagine most mothers would vote for proverb number 2. Mothers appreciate helping hands at Christmas time, hands that help in a lot of ways, like washing the dishes after dinner. Speaking of dishwashing, here's a cheerful thought. Helping hands needn't ever fear they'll become dishpan hands. There's wonderful new Quick Lux to save you from that. I've told you about the dramatic one-hand tests made by hundreds of women in a laboratory under conditions similar to home dishwashing. The tests were absolutely impartial. Each woman put one hand in Lux suds, her other hand in suds from a different soap, for exactly the same time, 20 minutes, 3 times a day, for weeks. All told, 5 popular soaps were tested. At the end of the tests, the Lux hands still looked soft and smooth, while the other hands were red, rough, unattractive. Lux proved kinder to hands than any of the other soaps tested. Now, there's a very simple way you can prove this for yourself. Just change from harsh soaps to new Quick Lux for your dishes. You wouldn't wash your face with a harsh laundry soap for even one day. So why expose your hands to such a soap in your dishpan? It's foolish, because new Quick Lux is not only gentle, it's thrifty and it's fast. Get the economical big box and use it for dishes every day. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the third act of Young Tom Edison. Laughed at by the townspeople, scorned by boys of his own age, young Tom Edison couldn't stand his troubled life in Port Huron any longer. So late one night, he left a note where his mother would find it in the morning.
It's no use, Mom. I'm a failure in this town. So I'm going away to Detroit and start all over. Love, Tom. P.S. I love you better than anybody else in the world. Please say goodbye to Father and kiss Tanny for me.
An hour later, found Tom in the telegraph office at the railroad station.
And you know I can read and send Morse code as good as, well, almost anybody, Mr. McCarney.
Yeah, that's so, Tom.
Well, then, would you recommend me for a job?
Well, yes, but who's going to hire a 16-year-old boy as a telegraph operator?
Maybe somebody will, in Detroit.
Detroit? Are you figuring on leaving home?
That's just what I'm doing.
Does your mother know it? You know you'll break her heart if you go.
And I'll break her heart if I stay. Will you lend me some money, Mr. McCartney?
Now, hold on, Tom. I'm willing to do almost anything for you, but I'm not going to finance you into breaking your mother's heart.
I'm doing it to help her. I've got to get away from this town.
Now, look, Tom, why don't you just go as far as Fraser? Have a talk with your brother, Bill. Maybe he can straighten this out.
Bill doesn't know anything about it. He'd just make me come back. Mr. McCartney, won't you just lend me enough to get to Detroit? I'll pay you.
No, Tom, I won't.
All right. That's number 9 coming. I'll ride on the engine with Mr. Miller.
Don't be a fool, Tom.
A fool. That's what you think of me, just like all the rest of them. Well, I'm going, and you're not going to stop me.
No, I won't stop you, Tom. But I won't help you either.
What was that? It sounded like Tanny.
Don't, Tom.
Tanny, what are you doing out at this time of night?
I found your note, Tom. Tom, you gotta come back. Mama's sick, Tom.
Well, what's the matter with her?
I don't know, but she's awful sick. Pop left early tonight to go to Fraser. He isn't back yet. Dr. Pender says we gotta get him and Bill. Right away, Tom.
Well, Father's probably on his way home now. I'll go to Fraser and get Bill.
No, you go to the house and stay with Mom. You can help. I'll get Bill.
You can't ride on the train alone. You're too little.
But Mom needs you. Please, Tom.
All right, but be careful. Come back on number 7 and bring Bill.
I will. Hurry, Tom, hurry.
Glad you're here, son. Your mother's been worried. Mrs. Edison, Tom's here now.
Tom, where were you in all this rain?
I was down at the station talking to Mr. McCartney.
Take off your shoes, dear. I know they must be soaking wet.
Mom. Doctor, what did she say that last? I didn't hear her.
Come outside a moment, Tom.
Dr. Pender, is she awfully sick?
Yes. I should operate immediately. It's her only chance.
Well, why don't you?
There's no light. I can't perform a delicate operation by lamplight. I can't risk it.
But if you don't, what then? Will she...
Now, son, we'll do the best we can, but we'll have to wait.
Tom?
Go in, son.
Tom.
Mom, can I do anything?
You can help the doctor. Anything he wants. And tell Tanny to go to bed. You're the head of the house now till your father comes home.
All right. Mom.
Yes, dear.
Mom, I was going to run away tonight.
Yes, dear.
I wrote you a little note.
I know, dear. Tom, whenever you're hurt, write a long letter saying exactly what's on your mind. Then read it and tear it up.
I was mad at Father.
I understand, dear. After all, when a man is hurt, he has to get angry with someone. That's what mothers and fathers are for.
I'm never going to leave you as long as I live.
Of course you're not.
Now, you try to sleep, Mom. I'll be right outside. Dr. Pender, it's dangerous to wait till morning, isn't it?
Yes, Tom. Every moment we lose permits the infection to spread further.
Oh, we got a lot of lamps, 10, maybe 15 of them.
Lamp light won't do, my boy.
But you said yourself that if we wait around, she may... Dr. Pender, you got to do it now. You just got to. You can't wait.
Tom, stop it. Believe me, son, it's the only thing to do. A doctor can't work in the dark. He needs light. Perhaps someday it may be different, Tom. Perhaps someday the world's work won't have to stop when the sun goes down. But that won't be in my time, nor in yours.
Dr. Pender.
Yes?
Doctor, I was just thinking, suppose I got a mirror. A big mirror. That'd help, wouldn't it?
Mirror? What good would that be?
Well, don't you see? A mirror reflects light and magnifies it. We could set it up in the dining room and put all the lamps in front of it and then...
Don't be ridiculous.
But, Dr. Pender...
What's the matter with you?
There's nothing the matter with me. I'm trying to save my mother's life. You need light to operate, and I can make it for you.
Have you got a mirror in the house? A large one?
No, sir, but I can get it. I'll go down to Mr. Dingle's store.
He's not open.
Then I'll just break in and take it. They can't blame me if I'm trying to help my mother.
I don't believe this will work, but we can take a chance.
Yes, sir.
Go and get the mirror. And on your way back, bring Mrs. McConney.
Right.
We'll operate as soon as you provide enough light.
Doctor, is it over? Did you operate?
Yes, Tom, we did.
Well, is she... Oh, tell me.
You'll know very soon now, Tom. But I'm pretty sure that she'll be all right.
Oh, gosh. Thanks, Doctor.
Don't thank me. You saved your mother's life, Tom. That mirror was an inspiration.
Oh, the mirror. The mirror? Oh, say, I'd better bring it back before the store opens. Mr. Dingle might be mad.
If I know Mr. Dingle, he'll tear every hair out of his head.
Burglars, thieves, I've been robbed. They broke in that door right there, see?
What did they steal, Mr. Dingle?
Well, they steal just a special looking glass imported from New York. I'd like to get my hands on him, that's all.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, Mr. Dingle. Here's your looking glass, Mr. Dingle.
What?
There it is, Dingle. Tom Edison's got it.
Come here,
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry, Mr. Dingle.
Somebody get the sheriff.
Wait, listen. I had to have it, Mr. Dingle. You see, my mother...
Never mind your excuses. You stole it. That's burglary. I've got a good mind to...
Mr. Dingle, let me
break
go.
into my store, will
But
you?
look out for the looking glass.
I'll tan you good for this.
Please, look out.
Oh, now look what you did. You broke it.
I couldn't help it. You shoved
I'll teach you to destroy people's property, break into my store, steal my looking glass, and then break it right in front of own eyes. I'll teach you all right. I'll take in a car. You let go of that boy, do you hear? Now listen, Mr. Edison. Let him go or I'll break Now wait, Mr. Edison. Hold on. He broke into my store, stole a looking glass, and smashed it.
What? Is that true, Tom?
Yes, Pop. I had to because...
That's
Mom
enough. Go on home. I'll attend to you when I get there.
But, Pop, if you'll only listen to
You
me...
heard me. Go home.
Yes, sir.
Say, what's that about?
Something must have happened.
I don't see any smoke. Can't be a fire.
There's Ed Hodges running up from the station. Hey, Ed!
What's the matter, Ed? The bridge is out.
What did he say?
What's that, Ed?
The bridge is out. The storm last night, it gave way 10 minutes ago.
You mean the railroad bridge?
That's right. The whole trestle's gone to the gully 10 miles up the line. Number 7's due to pass there any minute.
Number 7? Why, that's the train Fanny is on. Number 7.
Tom, come back here.
Pop, I've got to go down to the station.
Tom. The bridge got the trestle. No, we've got to do it. Come on, let's rush right down there. We've got number 7.
Are you getting through them yet?
Can't you get any answer, Mr. McCartney?
Give me a chance. Give me a chance.
You've got to reach them. You've got to.
Oh, it's no use. I can't get through to Ridgeway. The wires are down. Number 7 passes there in 3 minutes. That's our last chance to flag her. Then she's a goner. I'm afraid she is. She'll hit the river at 40 miles an hour. Quiet! Quiet! Please! Bob, if you could get across the river, you might
No
be...
chance, Mac. That'll take hours.
Mr. McCartney, listen.
Not now, Tom, not now.
But maybe I can help. I've got an
Leave me
idea.
alone, Tom. Can't you see I'm busy?
Get out of here and let us alone.
I won't. My sister and brother are on that train. I've got as much right as anybody else to be here.
Is that so? Go on home.
No, please, listen. I can send a message to the train.
The wires are down, and he can send a message to the train.
But I don't need any wires.
Tom, get out of this office. Go on.
Mr. Miller! Mr. Miller!
Any news, Tom?
No, Mr. Miller. Can I come up in the engine with you?
Not now, Tom. They may move me out of here any minute.
Please!
Now, Tom, listen, get off this engine.
Mr. Miller, I can stop number 7 if you'll only let me.
Well, go ahead and stop it. Only get off of here.
But please, listen. I can send a message with that whistle.
With what?
With your engine whistle. Watch.
Take your hand off that cord.
But I can send Morse code. Listen.
Morse code? Say, what's that you're saying now?
I'm spelling out danger. They might hear it on number 7 and stop the train.
Who's blowing that whistle?
I am, Mr. McCartney.
Tom, that might work.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
How can it work? It's code. Who's going to read it?
Tanny's on the train, my sister.
She's only a little girl.
But she understands code. You know she does, Mr. McCartney.
Yeah, she does.
I suppose she's sitting in the train just waiting.
She'll hear
for
it.
you to-
She's got her own call letters, TA. Please, Mr. McCartney, let me try it.
All right, we got to do something. Miller, get your engine moving. Run down as close as you can to that bridge in a hurry. Tom, you keep on that whistle. I can't leave my station. Go ahead, and good luck.
Thanks, Mr. McCartney.
All right, Tom, we're pretty close to the bridge. They ought to be able to hear us from here.
I'm ready. All right. T, A, T, A, D, A, N, G, E, R. Oh, Kenny, listen. Please listen. T, A, T, A.
And then I told Tom to go back to the house and that I'd come and get you, Bill.
Is his mother very sick, Tanny?
I don't know, but Dr. Pender said, go and get your father and Bill. I suppose...
Well, then it must be pretty bad. I only hope we get there in time.
Bill, what's all that whistling for?
I don't know.
Funny. You know, it sounds like... Bill?
Yes?
It's dots and dashes.
What?
Morse code. Dash. Dot dash. Dash. Dot dash. That's me! That's my secret signal! It's Tom! Tom's sending it!
What? How could it be?
Listen. T. R. A. I. N. Train. S. E. B. E. N. 7. S. T. O. P. Bill! Somebody wants to stop this train. That's why they're whistling. Mr. Nelson! Mr. Nelson, come here! Mr. Nelson, you hear that whistle?
Of course I hear it. You think I'm deaf?
Somebody's trying to stop this train. Listen. 7. S. T. O. P. D. A. N. G. E. R.
What is she talking about, Mr. Nelson?
She's an Edison. They're all little tetched, you know. Her
Get
brother
that
Tom...
train number 7. Stop. Danger.
Be quiet, Tanny.
No, listen. B. R. I. D. G. E. Bridge. I. S. Is. O. U. T. They're trying to tell us the bridge is out.
Bridge is out. Did you hear Mr. Nelson? Do something, Mr. Nelson.
Stop it.
Do something.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I'm going to pull the emergency cord.
Hurry! Yeah, we stopped.
Let me at that window. We stopped, all right. About 20 feet from the washout. Good work, Miller. Good work.
It wasn't me. It was Tom Edison.
What?
Look, Tom, the whole town's here to meet us. Tom, you're a hero.
I didn't do it. Tanny stopped the train. I only blew the whistle.
Never mind, my boy. There's glory enough for both of you.
Now, what do you think of my brother, Mr. Nelson?
Finest lad I know. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Finest lad I know.
Tom.
Oh, hello, Pop.
Tom, I'm proud of you.
Oh, Tanny's the one, Father.
I don't mean only this. I mean the looking glass and the lamps and your mother.
Oh, how is she? Is she going to be all right?
She's going to be fine.
Oh.
Why didn't you tell me about the looking glass?
You wouldn't let me.
That's right. I wouldn't. Sorry about that. Hereafter, Tom, maybe I'll learn to listen to you a little more carefully.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, we're all down here at the station to say goodbye to young Tom Edison, wish him well in his new job as telegraph operator. Speaking for the railroad and myself, we're giving you this job, Tom, because you're a competent man, not just because you're a hero.
Mr. McCarney, I don't care why you're giving it to me. I'm glad to get it.
You're a real telegraph operator, my boy, and you're going to be a credit to the Grand Trunk Railroad and to me.
Are you ready, son?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Edison, meet Mr. Jackson, superintendent of the line.
Excuse me, Tim.
Mr. Jackson, this is Tom Edison's father.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Goodbye, Pop. We're leaving.
Goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Tanny.
Goodbye, Tom.
And Mom. Goodbye, Mom. You know, I'm going to miss you terribly.
Goodbye, Tom. God bless you. And, Tom, you mustn't forget this. A little package for you.
What is it, Mom?
Apple pie and milk.
Apple pie and milk. My favorite. Oh, Mom, thanks.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Mom.
Goodbye, Bob.
Well, Sam, there goes our boy.
Yes. A little while back, he was Sam Edison's son. Now I'm Tom Edison's father. And you know, I like it.
In a moment, Mr. DeMille brings Mickey Rooney back for a curtain call. And now, since we've reached the night before Christmas, I've asked Blue Silvers to play for you an old Welsh Christmas tune which I've always liked. Thank you, Lou, for that gay song. The words are just as gay. Deck the hall with boughs of holly. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Don we now our gay apparel. Troll the ancient Yuletide carol. We of the Lux Radio Theater and our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join in wishing all of you the gayest, happiest kind of a Christmas and a very prosperous new year. You have made 1940 a good year for Lux Flakes. And we know that means Lux Flakes have proved helpful to you. Certainly it is a tribute to high quality when we find new Quick Lux, America's favorite way of washing nice things, by a vote of 2-1. And that's what our coast-to-coast survey shows. Yes, from San Francisco to New York, from Boston to New Orleans, twice as many women use new Quick Lux for stockings, underthings, nice dresses, and so on, as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. It's new Quick Lux Flakes, 2-1. You like it for its speed, thrift, safety. It will always bring you these qualities. Always give you the quick, thrifty, gentle care
that keeps everything safe in water lovely longer. You'll find it ideal for so many things. Stockings, underthings, dresses, sweaters, blouses, gloves, in fact, everything safe in water. Remember, new Quick Lux comes in the same familiar package, and it costs you no more. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our star.
Two kinds of magic brought us this play tonight. Engineering magic of the kind that Edison invented, and the acting magic of Mickey Rooney. And here's Mickey now for a curtain call.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I was pretty scared, when they gave me this assignment in the picture. A genius like Thomas Edison is nobody for a kid like me to fool around with.
For our money, Mickey, you were just about right.
It got so that every time I turned on the light or put a swing record on the phonograph, I'd get the shivers. I couldn't push a button without it turning out to be something he had invented.
You certainly seem to have regained your courage.
Yes, sir. I finally remembered about the alarm clock, and that did it.
I've heard of it, Mickey. How'd it work?
Well, it was a dilly, and I figured that anyone who could think that one up was a regular fellow. He'd get up early and run down to his workshop in the cellar. And there he had a lever fixed up with complicated bunch of ropes and pulleys that ran all over the house. And that connected with another lever in his sister's room. And the whole thing finished up with a string being tied on her toe so she'd be sure and wake up.
Sounds like a sound deduction, Mickey. He must have been a regular fellow.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, what's going to go on here next week?
We'll ring out the old year next Monday night, Mickey, with a new universal hit, recently released, A Little Bit of Heaven. And you'll hear the same star who appears on the screen, Gloria Jean. And with her, we'll have C. Aubrey Smith, Helen Parrish, and Frank Albertson. It's the story of a little girl who becomes a famous radio singer, but keeps her head while the rest of her family goes wild. We have an all-star cast and the 12-year-old singing star, Gloria Jean, in the leading role.
Gloria Jean, C. Aubrey Smith, Helen Parrish, and Frank Albertson. How can you miss with a show like that, Mr. DeMille? Well, may I say now, so long and a Merry Christmas to everyone.
Good night, Mickey. Good night, and same to you. Before we meet again in this theater next week, the most joyful day of the year will have come and gone. In 1940, there can't be anyone in this audience who isn't thankful for this blessing that is still ours to enjoy. Thankful that everywhere in America, there's still time for Christmas. So when your family gathers from far and near to join the celebration at your fireside, and the lights are blazing bright on your Christmas tree, when the children begin to laugh and play on Christmas morning, please add this hope of ours to the joy and blessing of the day. The sincere wish of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, and of all this radio family, that all your family enjoy the happiest of happy Christmas times. Our sponsors join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gloria Jean, C. Aubrey Smith, Helen Parrish, and Frank Albertson in A Little Bit of Heaven. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Virginia Weidler's forthcoming picture is the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Keeping Company. Beulah Bondi is now working in the Columbia picture, Penny Serenade, with Cary Grant and Irene Dunn. Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett as Mr. Edison, Lou Merrill as Mr. Nelson, Earl Ross as Mr. McCarney, Warren Ash as Captain Brackett, Arthur Q. Bryan as Hodges, Stanley Farrar as Dr. Pender, Noreen Gamil as Miss Howard, Jack Lewis as Miller, Clarence Strait as Bill, Charles Seal as Dingle, and Celeste Rush and Philip Steed. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tommy.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In many homes, the holiday season is the time for reading aloud on some favorite classics. And so for tonight's play, we have chosen Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, an unforgettable story of man's inhumanity to man. To star in the role of Jean Valjean, we are honored to have that splendid actor, Ronald Colman. And from the original cast of this impressive 20th Century Fox picture, two wonderful stars, Deborah Paget and Robert Newton. Now, Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
I did not know Valjean during the earlier years of his life. But from what he since has told me and what I've been able to piece together, it is clear that this narrative had its start on that tragic day when he was brought into court, charged with theft.
Before we proceed, will the accused explain the presence of his family in the court? They're the children of a friend, monsieur. Their mother gave me shelter while I looked for work. Go on, go on. It's just when I saw them standing there looking at the loaves of bread that they were starving, monsieur. Oh, then you admit to the debt? I had no money. I took the loaf. The sentence is 10 years at the oars. 10 years? 10 years? You don't understand, monsieur. My prisoner. Bring in the next case.
10 years for stealing a loaf of bread. 10 years on a prison ship. So did French justice turn a man into something half animal. The endless cruelties dulled his mind, filled it with hate and fear. But the day came when the iron collar was removed from his neck, and the chains were cut from his ankles.
Well, Valjean, it appears we are rid of you. Here's your paper. Sign it.
Paper?
You've been released. Sign the paper.
It's regulations, Valjean.
Surely you've learned much of regulations. Lieutenant Javert is celebrated for his knowledge of regulations, eh, Javert?
Valjean, you have been assigned to the Orient district. You are to proceed there immediately and report to police headquarters. And thereafter, report once a month.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Failure to do so means you will be taken and sent back for life. Give him his money, Rimbaud.
Here, 33 francs.
No, 11 francs more.
33 francs.
Pay him the rest of his money.
What you do on the ship is your business, Javert. But here on land, I am in charge.
Pay him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stand to attention when you address a police officer. Now get out. As for you...
Me, Lieutenant?
One more offense and I'll report you to your captain.
Oh, forgive me, Lieutenant. Oh, and allow me to express my grief. I read in your ship's report that an old man died at the oars. The lieutenant's father, was he not?
Listen to me. My father was a fool, like every other criminal. He thought the laws were made for someone else. And if, as you say, you knew of him, then you know that I was born across the street, over there in the women's prison. I was raised by the law, and I know something of it.
No offense, Javert, no offense.
The law is hard, but it's wise and it's just. And there can be no compromise with it. Not for my father, not for Valjean, not for you, and not for me.
Jean Valjean set out for Orleans, bearded, ragged, haunted by the nightmare of the prison ship. His meager funds were useless. He was a criminal. He could buy neither food nor lodgings. Driven from town to town, the time came when Valjean could go no farther.
Please, I beg you.
Once you shut the door, the rain's beating in.
Let me stay a few moments, then I'll go.
Warmer there by the fire, my son.
12 leagues I've walked today. They set dogs on me. I asked for food. They'll not give me any. I say I can pay. They turn me out. Madame Magloire.
The door, yes, I know.
No, just have another place for supper, please.
Well, you don't understand. I'm a released convict. The galleys.
We should be happy if you will join us for supper, monsieur.
I can pay. I have money.
No money. I am a priest.
A priest? So you'll give me food and not take my money. I'll eat in the yard.
Would you prefer that?
This is your home.
It is church property, monsieur. It belongs to the people. Our meal is but a slight one, but you will make us happy by eating it with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's still storming, Valjean. Surely you'll change your mind and stay the night.
But you are a fool.
Am I? I told you before I spent 10 years in the galleys for stealing.
What did you steal?
Bread. A loaf of bread. A loaf of bread. You give me food, a bed, and tonight when you sleep I could strangle you and be off with your treasures.
Treasures, monsieur?
In the room where we ate. Candlesticks, silver, heavy silver plates.
Yes, they're silver. Valuable, too, no doubt. They were given to me by the sisters of the convent of the Child Mary.
I saw that the woman hid them, and I am a thief. Here, read this. The yellow paper. Released convict, dangerous man.
It was only fear that made them do it, Valjean. But do not forget that even in the most evil of men, there is some good. Look for it, my son, and you'll find it. Sleep well, Valjean. God bless you.
In the morning, Jean Valjean was gone, and gone, too, were the bishop's silver plates. It was the housekeeper who discovered the loss.
I told you, I warned you. Oh, that unspeakable creature, it's a wonder who's alive. And you stand here and tell me
I stand here, madame, to tell you that someone's at the door. Now, please try to calm yourself. Come in.
The police and him.
Good morning, Your Eminence, madame. Is something wrong, Copper? This man, he had these hidden in his rags, Your Eminence. Your silver plates, I recognize them anywhere.
Oh, praise him. Count them at once.
Madame, please. Monsieur Valjean, you are a stupid man. You took the plates when I told you those candlesticks would bring far more money. You won't go far if you're that forgetful. You can be sure he won't go anywhere. But I gave them to him, didn't he tell you? But, Your Eminence, obviously... I am a bishop of the church. Do you doubt me? You gave him these plates? I most certainly did. And now you have our permission to withdraw. Forgive me. I didn't know. You're letting me go? And this time, take the plates and the candlesticks. Use them wisely, Valjean, so that you may never have to go to the galleys again. No. I should thank you. It is the giver, my son, who receives the benefit of the gift. It is he whose soul is gratified because he's done something generous that sets him above his fellow men. Do you understand that? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Valjean, I would like you to pray with me.
I'm not a religious man.
Few of us are. Come, my son. We will try.
When he left the bishop's house, Jean Valjean, for the first time in 10 years, looked and felt like a human being. His rags and his beard were gone. And he set out again on the road to Orleans. 2 days later, he reached the town of Morvan. And there he went to the shop of a silversmith.
You are right, monsieur. These are very fine plates. I can offer you 420 francs. Satisfactory?
Yes, satisfactory.
And now the candlesticks, if I may weigh them, monsieur?
No, I've changed my mind. I've decided not to sell the candlesticks.
But I'm sure I can give you even more than... horses, a runaway, and a child in the carriage. Stay out of the street, monsieur. They'll run you down. Monsieur!
Valjean stopped the runaway, and the child was unharmed. Valjean returned to the shop of the silversmith, and there he was followed by an elderly gentleman whose gratitude was boundless.
Monsieur, you saved his life, throwing yourself at those horses. That was my grandson, monsieur. You can thank me by leaving me alone and by telling those people out there to go about their business. You must allow me to do something in return. No, I have business with this shopkeeper. Then I must leave. I have to be in Orleans tomorrow, and already... Orleans? But I'm returning there myself within the hour. You are from Orleans, monsieur? Oh, I was on my way there to look for work. Then I could ask for nothing better. I am not without influence there. You have a trade, monsieur? A trade? Monsieur, what if you're looking for work?
Monsieur Montu owns a factory here, the pottery factory.
Well, as a matter of fact, I came here to arrange its sale. It's nothing to the one I own in Orleans. Perhaps pottery would interest you. Come, I'll show you through this little place.
The money for the plates, monsieur. I will get it for you.
The money, yes. If I were not a loyal citizen of Orleans, I would stay away. It is a vile and dirty place, monsieur. A town like this would suit you far better. Still, I must go to Orleans. Well, I'll show you my shop here. You can look around while I settle some matters in the office.
Your money, monsieur. You have not changed your mind about the candlestick.
No. No, they are not for sale. Come, monsieur. Come.
I was foreman of the factory. I was both puzzled and annoyed with the stranger who came in and asked so many questions and disturbed the workers. You wish something, monsieur?
No, only to look.
Then perhaps you're interested in buying.
No.
But you formed an opinion of our little factory.
This product is poor.
Well, now that you've expressed an opinion, perhaps you'll go on your way.
Let go of my arm, monsieur.
When you're outside, gladly.
Now.
Either you come peacefully or No, I see you do have a good right hand, monsieur.
Stronger than yours.
And I believe you.
Tell me something. These pieces, the men are making. Why is it that one piece is thick and another thin? And one is well glazed and another not?
It is always so.
The product has always been this bad?
Well, it always could be better, monsieur.
Why not let each man do what he's best at? The best potter turns, the best glazier glaze.
No. Our artisans have always been... Oh, perhaps you're right. Now, if you were a man of means, I'd suggest that you buy this place and try your ideas.
Monsieur, if we're to reach Orleans tonight, we must start. Monsieur, not long ago you advised me to remain in this little town.
But you said you were
You
going
also said you wanted to help me. Perhaps you can. Well, believe me, I should like nothing better. Then there's a business matter I should like to discuss with you.
Montu sold the little pottery factory for next to nothing. Sold it to the stranger who said his name was Madeline. Some weeks later, far away in Marseille, Lieutenant Javert received a letter from the police of Orleans. The criminal, Jean Valjean, had disappeared.
We'll continue with Act Two of Les Miserables in a few moments. Right now, Libby Collins with the Lux Movie News.
All the excitement of Paris nightlife in the time of the famous portrait painter Toulouse-Lautrec comes to us in this picture, Ken. It's United Artists' Technicolor film, Moulin Rouge.
It was filmed right in Paris, wasn't it, Libby?
Yes, with José Ferrer portraying the artist and the new French star Colette Marchand as the model he loves. And adding plenty of spice, there's Zsa Gabor leading a chorus of dancers in a can-can routine.
Oh, that should be a sensational number.
Well, wait till you see it. The girls in the traditional fluffy petticoats and black stockings, and Zsa Gabor in that red and white costume of the Trek poster. Producer John Huston captures the spirit of the left bank in Moulin Rouge.
Lovely Zsa Gabor and lovely Colette Marchand. Ooh, that's the way to say glamour in French.
And how?
Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert. 6 years went by since Lieutenant Javert had ordered Valjean to Orleans, there to report to the police. But Valjean remained in the little town of Morvan. Here, under the name of Monsieur Madeleine, he has prospered greatly as the owner of the pottery works. And I, too, as his assistant.
Stop worrying, Robert. Financially, we're in excellent condition, so forget about the accounts overdue. Now, what else?
Your signature. The regular monthly draft to the convent of the Child Mary.
Oh, yes, of course.
Every month for 6 years.
Why? Someday I may tell you. Now, what's this? Very official-looking paper?
Well, the town council wants you to sign it. A petition to incorporate it as a city.
A city, eh? Coming up in the world.
So it would seem. Well?
It's ridiculous. Have you read this?
I helped to write it.
But it says they want to make me mayor. It's impossible.
Oh? Why?
Well, because I can't accept. Because I'm me, of all people.
Because of what you've done for us. There aren't 50 people in this town who don't depend on this factory one way or another for their existence. Why, 6 years ago, this town was a mud hole.
6 years. What do they know about me before that?
What difference does it make? They know who you are now.
Makes a difference to me.
Well, it doesn't to me.
How do you know what I was before?
Why should I care?
I'll show you why. This is something I've never shown anyone before. A yellow paper, Robert.
You don't have to show it to me.
You knew about this?
Do you remember when you first came to the factory? I didn't want you around, did I? I saw the mark of the iron collar still on your neck.
You've known all these years.
Yes, I've known and I've forgotten.
Yes, but don't you see what this says? Orleans. I never reported. Any day, any night, they can take me and send me back to life.
Which they haven't done. And who'd recognize you as the man who came here 6 years ago? I wouldn't even recognize you myself. Now, what about the petition?
I don't know. Tell the council that I'll consider it.
Some weeks later, Monsieur Madeleine became our mayor. We were now a city, and new officials were sent to it by the central government. Among them, an inspector of police. His name, Javert.
My papers, Monsieur Madeleine. Thank you. You do not wish to examine them, monsieur? Oh, I'm sure they're in perfect order, Inspector Javert. I come from Marseille, monsieur. I've been in police work there for many years. It is my life. I have pride in little else except in being a good officer. I'm afraid you'll find your assignment here most tedious, Inspector. We're a quiet little place. I've heard this, monsieur. Yet there is crime everywhere. And poverty, if one looks hard enough. I am sworn only to uphold the laws of France. I merely suggest that you do not look for evil where none exists. If I did that, monsieur, I should be guilty of personal immorality and I would resign. Then we understand each other. I trust we shall work well together. I will bother you as little as possible. Thank you, monsieur.
No, Javert had not recognized him. Valjean had passed his most trying test. The months went by, and Javert, the model of efficiency, pursued his dull existence without complaint. And then one night, he arrested a woman. He took her to his office.
Monsieur, I swear to you, I was not to blame. You must believe me.
You were arguing with a man. You struck him.
I lost my temper. I'll ask his pardon. He knows I meant no harm. Oh, monsieur, please. I'm ill. I have lung fever. You can see that I'm ill.
They will care for you in prison.
No, please. Please, I have a child.
Well?
She's kept for me at board, but I must pay for her. If I don't pay, they'll throw her on the streets. If I don't pay, she'll starve.
You, Sergeant, take her away.
No, you can't. You can't.
Inspector, please. Monsieur le Maire, my office is honored. I don't wish to interfere, Inspector, but this woman should not have been arrested. You've been misinformed, monsieur. She disturbed the peace. She violated the curfew law. And what do you plan to do with her? She will serve 6 months, monsieur.
6 months?
Inspector, the woman's obviously ill. Then I'll see that she is sent to the prison hospital. No, she will not go to prison. The man was drunk. I saw what happened. Had she been home where she belonged, the incident would not have occurred. This is a matter of law, monsieur. It is a matter of justice. They are one and the same, are they not? No, not always. I'm asking you to release the woman. As you wish, monsieur. Come, madame.
I will not go to prison.
No. I'll see that you're cared for. And if you tell me where your child is, I'll try to bring her to you.
Bring her? To me?
As quickly as I can. Good night, Inspector. Good night, Monsieur le Maire.
He drove the woman to a hospital and left at once for Bourges. The child, Cosette, was in her early teens. And then there was a heartbreaking reunion. The mother hadn't seen her for years. Now she was dying. There was a caller at the hospital. Inspector Javert.
Speak there in the corridor, monsieur. I felt it my duty to advise you that I have been ordered to Arras. Not permanently? No, just for a few days. A case of theft. A man was caught stealing apples. A very serious crime. There was a question of identity, monsieur. The police believe the prisoner was once in my charge in the galleys. If he is the same man, then he is also a parole violator. And you are to establish his identity? The trustee has recognized him as the man who once pulled an oar beside him. A thief named Jean Valjean. Captain, you think the prisoner is this man? I don't know, monsieur. But we've been looking for Valjean for almost 7 years. You think you could recognize him after all this time?
Names and faces are my profession. If it's the man, I'll know him.
Yes, I won't detain you any longer, Inspector.
Thank you. I'll report as soon as I return.
That same night, Jean Valjean also journeyed to Arras. When the trial opened, he sat unnoticed in back of the courtroom. The prisoner was demented, a wretched vagabond who seemed almost to enjoy his sudden importance.
I will ask you once again. Tell the court who you are.
But I have told you I am Jean Mathieu. I eat apples.
You still deny that you are Jean Valjean? That you served 10 years in the galleys?
Prisoner will answer the questions. Are you Jean Valjean?
No. Jean Mathieu. Why do they call me Jean Valjean when I am Jean Mathieu?
Monsieur, I should like to call Inspector Javert to the stand.
Granted.
Monsieur le Président, I am Javert. But I request that my testimony be delayed until the other witnesses have re-examined the accused. This man may spend the rest of his life in the galleys, and as a police officer, I feel I might influence the viewpoint of these other witnesses.
I commend you, Inspector. Excuse?
Then may I recall the prison trustee, Jacques Brevet?
Stand up, Brevet. We'll examine the accused again. I will, while I waste your time. He is Jean Valjean, who sat beside me in the galley. And the other convicts?
Charflou and Chaspire. Stand up.
I knew him well. His name is Jean Valjean.
This one I would know in the dark. Valjean.
No one believes me. No one. It is a game.
Let the court, please. By what right do you interrupt? Who are you? Inspector Javert will tell you who I am.
Well, forgive me if I'm startled, monsieur. That man is the mayor of Mauvais, Monsieur Madeleine.
The mayor of Mauvais? Monsieur, I must again ask why you interrupt.
Because the court must release the accused. He has told the truth.
I am Jean Valjean. And these men. Brevet, Chantou, Cochepaille. Look at me. He is crazy. He is not Valjean. Ask Chantou to bare his right shoulder. There's a burn on the shoulder where he tried to efface his number. And you, Brevet, you used to wear a gold earring. It's no longer there, but the ear is still pierced. And you, Cochepaille, this poor wretch here could join you in the galleys for life.
He's already an idiot. What difference would it make?
He's a human being, and he's innocent. Tell the court who I am.
If this is what you want, then you are Jean Valjean. All right?
Monsieur, I think no further proof is needed. As there is no warrant for me, I shall return to Mauvais. I'll await the disposition of the court at my home.
Monsieur le Président, this is fantastic. I demand that Monsieur Madeleine be examined as to his sanity.
There is no need. I am not insane. The galleys make the convicts, monsieur, and the name and the position of Monsieur Madeleine had their beginnings in thievery, the theft of some silver from an old man. I cannot rail against fate. When I think what I might have done to this poor wretch, I know that I'm to be envied rather than pitied. Does the court excuse me, monsieur?
You will hear next from Inspector Javert at your home.
Please see that you are there.
This was the terrible news that Valjean brought me the night he returned. And I, too, had news for him. Cosette's mother was dead.
I've no time, Robert. I can't even say goodbye to Cosette. If I know Javert, he'll be here any moment.
Well, where will you go?
To England, if I'm lucky. Now, listen carefully. I've placed everything in your name. Dispose of the factory and make your way to England. If I can, I'll contact you in London through our agents there.
And Cosette?
Tell her the truth about me and why I couldn't see her.
But England. Shall I take her with me?
No, take her to Paris, the convent of the child Mary. The sisters will care for her for the sake of Monsieur Madeleine. Tell her I'll always be close to her. Goodbye, Robert.
He'd been gone less than an hour when Javert came into the house. Behind him, half a dozen soldiers.
Here we are. Search every room.
You've come too late, Inspector.
Perhaps, monsieur.
He's gone.
For the police, it is never too late. If he's escaped it tonight, then what of tomorrow? Or next week? Or next year? You will find, monsieur, that the law is armed with an infallible weapon.
suspicion. And there is no escape.
We'll continue with Act 3 of Les Miserables, but first our guest tonight, Melinda Markey, daughter of a famous producer. I hear, Melinda, you're rehearsing a play opening in Hollywood.
I am, Mr. Cummings, but the big news is an opening here this week on Christmas Day. 20th Century Fox's My Cousin Rachel.
That's the picture based on Daphne du Maurier's bestseller.
Yes, and it stars Olivia de Havilland back after 2 years on the stage. Featured with her is Richard Burton in his first American picture.
What a dramatic role Rachel offers for Miss de Havilland's talent. Burton accuses her of poisoning his foster father, her first husband.
Yes, and he vows revenge, but instead becomes fatally infatuated. As My Cousin Rachel, Mr. Haviland makes the plot very believable. She's absolutely fascinating.
Compliment to Mr. Haviland's talent and her beauty. She's one of Hollywood's loveliest stars. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS.
On Act 3 of Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
There wasn't a move now that Valjean could make, but that the shadow of Inspector Javert lay across his path. And someday, the shadow would become the man. For more than a year, however, Valjean remained safely in England. And then, on one of my trips to London, he told me his plans.
So, I'm going back, Robert. I'm going back to France.
Well, it's useless for me to warn you again.
Actually, there's not too much to worry about. Cosette has helped make the arrangements.
Cosette?
Yes, I'm going to the convent. She's found work there for me. The old gardener has died. Well, I'll be the new gardener. The work will do me good, and I'll be near the child. She's all I have, Robert.
Once you're back in France, Javert.
First he must find me. And the convent walls are high and thick.
God be with you, Jean. For 3 years he labored at the convent, caring for Cosette, giving her the love she had so seldom known. Cosette filled a great void in his life, and for the first time, I think, Valjean was truly happy. When Cosette's education was completed, I made arrangements to lease a house for them in Paris. Cosette was delighted. And for a few months, everything went well.
Oh, how can I ever thank you, Father? I've never been so happy or so spoiled in all my life.
Well, I knew you'd like Paris, Cosette.
Oh, but the expense, this house and the servants.
Oh, we can thank Robert for much of this. He's made wise investments. No, dear, we have nothing to worry about.
If that were only so. Nothing to worry about.
Well, the police have more important things to concern them these days. There's going to be trouble, Cosette. Soon, I'm afraid.
The revolutionaries, yes, I know.
They're plotting to overthrow the king. And that's why you do well, my dear, not to see that young man again.
But Father, Marius is studying law at the university. Besides, he's a royalist, a baron.
Oh, his title means nothing to him. He told me so himself.
Oh? And what else did he tell you, Father?
He's a revolutionary. He's one of the organizers, Cosette.
But if he's so open and honest with you, how can you dislike him so?
Oh, I didn't say I dislike him. He means nothing to me one way or another. As for his honesty, it's true he's admitted he's a revolutionary. I met him in a cafe last week. I'd had to learn to sense things, Cosette. Just I'm too suspecting, but in his case I was right. When I faced him with it, he told me.
And you don't want me to see him again?
You like him so much?
Yes.
Then I leave the decision up to you. There's only one thing I ask. Marius must never come here. He must never know where you live.
Don't worry, Father. He'll never know until you give me permission to tell him.
Yes, Cosette was in love. She'd been meeting Marius in the Bois, the park, and in spite of his determination to declare himself to her guardian, Cosette still refused to tell Marius where she lived. One afternoon, when I came to the house, Valjean was greatly agitated.
Our business problems will have to wait, Robert. You remember last week? The stranger I noticed across the street?
Well?
He was there again today. pretending to admire the garden.
You're certain he's from the police?
Well, of course I'm certain. I can smell them. Somehow they found out that Cosette knows Marius. And the boy's a known revolutionary.
Well, but after all, if they do arrest him...
Arrest him? I wish they would. But they won't. They'll watch him. And sooner or later, he'll lead them here.
Quietly, Charles. It's Cosette.
Well, was it pleasant in the park?
Oh, yes, Father, very.
Well, it's brought color to your cheeks.
Father, Robert, there's something I must speak to you about.
Oh, that's strange. I was about to say the same thing to you. Cosette, I find I must go back to England again.
But why?
It's no longer safe for me to stay here.
Oh, that was so long ago. They can't still persecute you.
I'm a parole violator. As long as I remain in France, they can return me to the galleys.
It's true, Cosette.
And then we must leave immediately.
No, my dear. Much as I desire it, I can't ask you to go with me.
I'm going with you, Father.
But you have friends here, Cosette, and time.
I have no friends and no time.
Are you sure?
Quite sure, Father.
Wait a minute. Look outside there. The window.
Marius.
Cosette, you didn't tell him?
No.
Well, if he's here, you'd better ask him in. Wait in the hall. I'll be there in a moment.
You shouldn't have come here, Marius. I asked you not to. You promised me.
I followed you, Cosette. I had to. Oh. Good day, monsieur.
Did Cosette invite you here?
On the contrary, Cosette has always refused
and you've
to allow...
chosen to ignore her wishes. Why?
Because for the past month I've been meeting Cosette in the park without your knowledge. This seems to me both dishonorable and unfair to you.
And now you want my permission to make a formal call?
Why, yes.
And I see no reason to object, but Cosette is leaving Paris.
I'm going to England, Marius.
England? No, you won't. I won't allow it.
Marius.
I think we can consider this little affair closed, monsieur.
I assure you this is no little affair. I've come to ask for Cosette's hand in marriage.
Marriage? But she's a child. Do you think I'd even consider...
She's not a child.
Marius, Father, please. I'd like to speak with Marius, Father. Do you mind?
I'll be in the study.
Oh, I beg you not to come.
Why? So you can go to England without any unpleasant explanation?
You know that's not true. I would have told you, but... Well, there are things you just don't understand.
What difference does it make? I love you. You love me. You can't deny it.
I never said...
No, not in words, perhaps, but... Cosette, he's dragging you to England just to keep you away from me.
No, that's not the reason, Marius. He's cared for me since I was a child. I'm all he has.
That's ridiculous. Does he think he can hold on to you forever?
All I ask is that you wait just for a little while. I can talk to him, Marius. You can come to England.
No, Cosette, this is childless talk. My place is here, and I want you with me. But you must make the decision. Here. Now.
Decision is not mine, Marius. It is yours.
Very well. A pleasant voyage, Cosette. And I've just one other thing to say to him. Monsieur!
Well?
She's going with you. But I warn you, there'll be other men who'll love her, and if you persist in running away with her, you'll do her a terrible harm.
I'm grateful for your advice. However, as I said, Cosette is still a child. There is yet...
Cosette is a woman. She's beautiful. She's desirable, and you're in love with her. You want her for yourself. You won't face that, will you? It's true. You know it.
Get out.
Be careful of your next rival, monsieur. You may not dispose of him so easily.
Yeah. You heard what he said?
It doesn't matter. The man across the street. He's returned.
Make arrangements at once, Robert. We'll leave as soon as we can.
When Marius left, he was followed by the man across the street. I watched until they disappeared, not knowing, of course, that an hour later, the man would be reported to his superior, Inspector Javert.
Never mind the details, Dupuis. Just the pertinent facts. I followed the subject to number 34 Rue Brussac. He only there for a short time and returned to the Place Marengo. The Place Marengo is barricaded by the rebels? Yes, monsieur. And he was passed through the barricade. Rue Brussac. Who lives at the house? The girl, her father, and another man. I suggest they be taken in at once for questioning. There is no need. Monsieur? The king at last has seen fit to act. The militia has been ordered out against the barricade. After tonight, there will be no more revolutions and no more revolutionaries.
Shall I keep watch on the house?
No. The militia will attack dusk tonight. Our task now is to see that any who escape from the barricades are tracked down and brought to justice. I'll need you and all your available men.
Our plans were set. We'd leave Paris in the morning, thence to the Havre, and across the Channel. But late that night, there was a knock at the back door. No one was there. But on the floor was a note.
Give it to her, Robert. She's upstairs in her room.
Yeah. Look what it said on the envelope. Provisional Government. Saint-Denis Barricades. It's from Maurice.
Give it to Cosette.
I've already opened it, Jean. I want you to read it. Here.
The revolution has started. While I still have time, I must beg of you not to sacrifice your life to this man's selfishness. He holds you only by your exaggerated sense of gratitude. I cannot deny my heart. If I live, I will follow wherever he takes you. Keep the note, Robert. Give it to Cosette in the morning.
Why don't you give it to her?
Because I may not be back by morning. I'm going out.
Oh, you, Marius, a stranger. He says he must see you. Stand over here. Keep your hands up, citizens. Start walking.
So, it's you.
Yes.
Well, monsieur.
I intercepted your letter to Cosette.
You risked your life coming here just to tell me that?
I came here to tell you that you're right and you're wrong. I love Cosette, it's true, but not as you seem to think. And I love her too much to stand in the way of her happiness.
I'm sorry, I said things in anger.
That doesn't matter. You're free to go to her whenever you wish.
You're a little late, monsieur. The militia is broken through. By morning, we'll be surrounded.
Exactly. If you stay here, you'll be destroyed.
Perhaps. But what Paris does tonight, France does tomorrow, so I stay. Now leave while you can.
We got a prisoner, Marius. Come quickly. The wine shop.
Prisoner? You came in through the wine shop, did you?
I did. Then across the courtyard.
You can leave the same way while I attempt to fix that.
Here he is, Marius. He refuses to talk. I will talk now. You are Baron Pomercy.
I am Citizen Pomercy.
And I'm Inspector Javert of the police. I was in pursuit of a criminal when your men captured me. The man is a parole violator.
You're wasting my time. Tie his hands, Gustave. Get back to your post.
Wait. This has nothing to do with your revolt. I demand you allow me to do my duty and arrest him. He can't be far off.
Well, sir, then you think, Inspector.
Monsieur, is this why you're going to England?
This is an old score between him and me, Marius. Will you let me settle it?
Here, take my pistol. You can get up to the cellar.
They're charging the barricades. The militia. Get me a post. They're charging.
We can stop here, Javert. We're quite alone now.
My duty is complete. I found you and I arrested you. So, have your revenge.
Stand still. Got a knife in my pocket.
Yes. The knife suits you better than the pistol, Valjean.
But the knife is to cut your ropes. Now you're free, Javert.
Kill me. Kill me now. You think you can bargain my life for your freedom.
There is no bargain. I give you your life.
Don't you know that as long as you live, I'll hunt you? You're a convict. A criminal.
You're sick, Javert. Your mind is sick. Now go while there's still a chance.
You want me to grovel and thank you. You want me to see the nobility of your soul. I spit on your nobility. You're a criminal, and I'm taking you in. Now shoot. Shoot!
Inspector Javert.
Monsieur, you're bleeding. I'm all right, Sissy. What's the man you went after, the convict? Escaped? Look at me. I'm a strong man. I had him in these two hands. But the oars, they give them the strength of animals. Yes, he got away.
Fighting is almost over, monsieur. Most of the revolutionaries have been taken prisoner.
There is one prisoner I want to see, Baron Pomercy.
He was badly wounded.
He's a friend of the convict Valjean. I want to see him.
Well, unfortunately, monsieur, Pomercy has disappeared.
How can a wounded man disappear? The barricades were surrounded.
He was unconscious. We left him where he fell. When we returned, he was gone.
There's only one way he could have disappeared. Through the sewers.
But I tell you, he could not possibly have walked.
Then he was carried. And I think I know who carried him.
The convict? Wait, Inspector. I'll bring some men.
No one. I'll find him myself. Alone. beg you. Alone you could escape, but with me you...
The militia won't look for you. Yeah, most likely place. They'll suspect it at least. Get her. Don't worry. He's far behind us.
I don't know where. I won't let you do this. You can't carry me and get away.
Be silent. There's a way up to the street, just ahead of us.
You can't escape, Belmont. There you are.
Just a few more steps, Marius. I'll get Robert, and then we'll...
Put him down on the ground.
Javert. There is no escape from you. It's
Stand where you are.
But this boy is wounded, unconscious. I must get a doctor for him.
If he lives, you'll be shot.
Javert, I spared you at the barricades.
I told you I'd make no bargain. You're both under arrest.
I pledge my word I'll go without protest. All right, let me get the boy into the house. Surely the law...
allows you nothing.
This is common humanity. What are you?
I am an officer of the law doing his duty. It makes no difference what I think or feel or want. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing.
An old man once told me there was good in even the most despicable of men. Through the years, I found this to be true. But you're not a man, are you, Javert?
Take him in the house. Take him in the house.
I had heard them coming, and I waited for Javert behind the door. Put up your hand, Javert.
No, Robert, no. Let him go. I gave him my word. Now, find the housekeeper and send her a doctor, quickly.
She's just inside. She's been helping us pack. We could leave now. Everything is ready.
Tell her to bring a doctor. I'll take Marius into the study.
Mary,
Quickly. Run and fetch a doctor.
Father, what is it?
It's Marius, Cosette. He's been hurt.
Marius.
We'll need your help. Stay with him, Cosette.
Javert, he could escape, you know. There are windows in the study, but he's given his word, hasn't he? The word of a convict given to you, the law. He'll go back with you. Back to the galleys for life. How does success taste after all these years, Inspector?
Wait for the doctor, Cosette. We mustn't touch him.
But that man in there.
His name is Javert. Inspector Javert.
You're going with him. Oh, Father, no, you can't.
Oh, I must. I'm leaving you with Marius. He loves you even more than I do.
Jean?
Take care of her, Robert. I can do no more.
Jean? He's gone.
Gone?
Javert is gone.
Gone? Javert! Javert!
He looked at me, stunned, bewildered, and then turned and rushed from the house. Far down the street, the dim shadow of Javert was moving toward the river.
Javert!
Jean called to him, but Javert didn't pause.
Javert!
Javert had reached the bridge. He walked to the middle, mechanically, like a man in a dream. And he climbed the rail and plunged to his death. They're in England now. Jean, Cosette, and Marius. Someday I think they'll return to France. And when they do, with them will come some silver candlesticks, and Jean will again light the candles and repeat the words of the old man who once helped him.
It is the giver who receives the benefit of the gift. It is he whose soul is gratified because he has done something that sets him above his fellow men.
In a moment, our stars will return. And what a Christmas present they've given us. Ronald Coleman, Deborah Paget, and Robert Newton. Isn't this the first time you've played the part of Jean Valjean, Ronnie?
Yes, Irving, and I believe it's the first time you've seen it.
Well, now, how could that happen, Mr. Cummings? Well, it's been made 5 times.
Well, Deborah, Mrs. Cummings and I went to see the first version. It starred my old friend, William Farnham. And right in the middle of the picture, Irving Cummings, Jr. announced his arrival.
No wonder you Americans are so successful. You double up on everything.
Oh, yes. For instance, we combine soap and water and presto, a Lux facial. Of course, it has to be Lux toilet soap. It's such a wonderful complexion tint.
You must learn more of our customs, Bobby. You English are much too slow, and look who's talking.
Well, I'm looking forward to Christmas. But don't tell me you combine it with the New Year.
Oh, no. No, the holidays here are much the same as in England. We sing carols.
Too bad we can't sing a few now.
Oh, that. Stars and Stripes Forever.
Stars and Stripes Forever for Christmas.
Oh, no, I was only fooling. But some holidays do have parades, and parades mean marches, and marches mean Stars and Stripes Forever. And besides, it's my latest picture opening here December 31st, and it stars Chesterton Webb in the part of John Philip Sousa.
What will Mr. Belvedere think of next? Now he's invented music.
And do you have a holiday treat for next Monday night,
That we do. It's an inspiring picture, Bobby. That really does show the American way of life. It tells the story of our heroic pioneers and the trails they blazed for us. And that could be none other than the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's outstanding production of Westward the Woman. And as our stars from the original superb cast, we will present Robert Taylor and Denise Darcel.
And a fine picture it was, too. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Merry Christmas to you.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history, we proudly present Hollywood.
The Radio Theater, starring Maureen O'Hara, Dick Haynes, and Barry Sullivan in Do You Love Me? Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's music in the air. And our gift to you is a special musical package filled with laughter and romance and decorated by 3 sparkling stars. Dick Haymes of The Matchless Voice, lovely Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan. They appear in 20th Century Fox's screen hit, Do You Love Me? The story of a lovely woman who not only finds herself, so far as poise and beauty go, but finds 2 ardent and persistent suitors in the bargain. Here's Act 1 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara as Catherine Hilliard, Dick Haymes as Jimmy Hale, and Barry Sullivan as Barry Clayton, with John McIntyre as Herbert Benham. Suburbs of Philadelphia stands a dignified, vine-covered cluster of buildings known as the Hilliard School of Music. For 100 years, each generation of Hilliard has devoted itself to the art of classical music and the advancement of the school. Today, the dean of the school is the last of the Hilliards, a serious young woman named Catherine, who, at this moment, has just concluded a report to the Board of Trustees.
That's the finest report we've heard in years. Thank you, Mrs. Crackle.
You've worked wonders with the school, Catherine. Wonders.
Now, what can you tell us about the Christmas Music Festival?
Well, as a matter of fact, Ralph and... Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Mr. Wainwright and I have a surprise for you.
Now, we all know that you two are engaged to be married. There's no need to be so formal.
Thank you, Mrs. Crackleton. It has been rather awkward, particularly since we're planning on being married right after the Christmas festival. Thank you. Now, getting back to the Christmas festival. As treasurer of the school, I'm delighted to say we have ample funds for the most ambitious concert we have ever undertaken.
And since you've all approved my request for a trip to New York, I'm leaving this afternoon to confer with the distinguished composer and conductor, Mr. Herbert Benham. And I think I can safely say that Mr. Benham and his orchestra will accept our invitation.
I move a rising vote of thanks to Miss Hilliard.
Yes, and a pleasant journey.
And a quick return. I shall miss you, Catherine.
I shall miss you too, Ralph. I'll be back just as soon as I've arranged the program details with Mr. Benham.
But there just don't seem to be any seats.
I'll try the car ahead, conductor.
Oh, sorry, but that's a special car. Barry Clayton's band.
Oh, well, then I just stand in the vestibule. Thank you.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were leaning against the door. No seats inside?
No.
Well, you can't just stand. Come on in here. We've plenty of room.
Why, thank you.
Here, I'll take your bags. It's my Boy Scout training. Wolf Patrol. Well, how's this?
This will do splendidly, thank you. I think I'll just read for a while.
A good book?
Very. The influence of Bach on Wagner.
Oh, you like music?
Yes, intensely.
Well, good. Oh, Dilly.
Yeah?
Tell the gang to pick up their instruments. We've got an audience.
Huh? Oh, put down your cards, boys.
And get ready to pay off that bet, Mr. Dillon. Oh, and miss, you wouldn't mind if we tried out a number, would you?
Oh, no, not at all. I pride myself on being able to concentrate no matter what goes on around me.
Oh, now, honey. Okay, boys, here we go. Let's see you concentrate now, miss, I tell you.
Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean the world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Tonight bring dreams of me pursue you. Do I tell you? Do I tell you? Do I tell you when I come closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? Tell me, do I send that certain feeling surging through you? If you love me, tell me that you do.
Well, how did you like it?
Yeah, sister, how'd we do?
I'm sorry, but I didn't like it.
$50, Barry, come on.
Relax, the bet's off.
Oh, no, you don't. You said the first time we played that tune for a female customer, she'd melt like butter in the oven.
I said the average woman would. This one here isn't a fair test.
Well, look at her. She's one of the most average-looking dames I ever saw.
Oh, no, she isn't, and I'll prove it to you. Madam, when you walk down the street, do men ever go... At you?
They most certainly don't.
There you are, Dilly.
Ah, don't prove a thing.
It certainly does. The hottest number in the world wouldn't warm up a dame like that. She's ice water. If a mosquito ever bit that gal, Dilly, he'd get double pneumonia.
Hey, she's leaving.
Well, let her leave. And the bet's off.
I don't think that tomato likes you.
I'm worried to death. Come on, let's run through that number once again.
How pleased they were when I told them you'd conduct the Christmas festival for us. After all, Herbert Benham, well, you're quite a prize for us.
Well, thank you, Catherine. Now, tell me, what's the matter with you?
Matter with me?
Yes, what's wrong?
I don't quite know. Herbert, I met a man on the train.
What?
Oh, it's not what you're thinking. Oh, Herbert, what's wrong with me?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, last night, after I checked in at the hotel, I walked around the block for over an hour. Many men went by, all shapes, all ages, but not one of them went at me.
Well, should they?
Could that vulgar, raucous leader of a jazz band be right? Am I ice water? Would I give a mosquito double pneumonia?
Now, just a minute. Evidently, you met a low character on the train who reflected upon your ability to bring out the call of the wild. Is that your tragic tale?
You think I'm being ridiculous?
Oh, no. Your vanity was bruised, and naturally you rebelled.
It's an awful admission, but you're right.
Here, let me look at you. Well, it's sinful.
What's sinful?
Why, the way you hide those pretty eyes of yours behind those ugly spectacles, and your hair pulled up in a tight knot on top of your head, your figure all bundled up in this tailor-made atrocity. Catherine, have you ever thought of what you might look like?
Why,
Take off those glasses.
Take off my glasses?
Yes, and let down your hair. Come on. There's nothing like letting your hair down. That's better. Now, fluff it all out. Fluff it. Fluff. Makes all the difference in the world. Yeah, well, look in the mirror.
Oh.
Now you behold merely the faintest possibilities. Not to exploit them is positively criminal.
But how? When? I mean...
Well, how should I know? But my secretary would.
Yes, Mr. Benham?
Miss Peters, I'm turning Miss Hilliard over to you. Take her to your beauty salon, to your hairdresser, and take her shopping. I want Miss Hilliard to rise and shine, if you know what I mean.
But the Christmas festival, Herbert, we've hardly begun to...
Forget about it for a day, can't you? And just promise me one thing. When Miss Peters gets through with you, take another walk around the block.
That I should slug that wolf?
Oh, no. It's wonderful.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I want to go to a nightclub.
What one, lady?
The El Sudan.
Where Barry Clayton makes with the hot swing?
Yes, where Barry Clayton makes with the hot swing.
Do we pick up somebody else?
No.
To meet them there, huh?
Maybe.
That's no go at the El Sudan, lady. If you ain't got no guy inside waiting, no one going in with you, you're out.
Oh. You mean I have to have an escort?
Yeah, a boyfriend or your husband or somebody else's husband. They ain't particular, but a guy is a must.
Oh, well, in that case, you'd better stop. Oh, I have an idea. That man there standing in front of that restaurant.
What, lady?
Oh, don't go away. I'll be right back. Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right. You like to look in restaurant windows, too, huh?
I've always been a bakery window fan myself.
Oh, look at that roast duck in there. Me without a solid meal for almost 2 weeks.
You've been hungry for 2 weeks?
Hungry? I'm starved. All I do is stand in front of windows like this and drool.
Well, how would you like to eat anything your heart desires?
Oh, lady, would I?
Good, then come with me.
With you?
Well, you can do me a favor, too. I want to go to a nightclub, and they frown on unescorted ladies.
And, I'm to be your escort, is that it?
That's right. Nothing more, nothing less.
You're on. This I have got to see. The El Sudan, huh? One of Barry Clayton's fans.
Why do you assume that?
Well, anybody who goes to the El Sudan go to listen to that so-called sweet swing of his.
As far as I'm concerned, swing musicians are crude exhibitionists.
Oh, is that so? Well, what about the groaners? You know, the fellows who croon the words to the music. Maybe you like them, huh?
Oh, I imagine they're about in the same class.
Oh, fine. Fine. You're really going to enjoy yourself tonight. Well, you are now in the El Sudan. Is this table okay, lady?
Quite. Oh, you obviously can't go on calling me lady. My name is Catherine Hilliard.
No, nice name, Catherine. But I think I'll make it kitten. You know, you're quite a dish.
Thank you.
Now tell me, just why did you come here?
Well, I'm from out of town, and I understand the El Sudan is quite the place to go. Now, what would you like to eat?
I can't get my mind over that roast duck.
Well, then, if you call the waiter,
Well, what's happened to the music? Did Mr. Clayton get tired waving that baton of his?
Sorry to interrupt the dancing, good people. Don't be alarmed and don't scream, but there's a burglar in the house. Yes, sir, the Jimmy Valentine of Song, the crown prince of crooners, my pal, Jimmy Hale. Okay, Jimmy, take a bow.
What are you standing up there?
Because I'm Jimmy Hale.
You are a groaner?
Oh, a buck here, a buck there. Fellas got to make a living, you know.
But you told me you hadn't eaten for 2 weeks.
I haven't. I'm on a diet. Means they like us lean and hungry.
Well, just don't stand there, Jimmy. Come on up here and bat one out for the folks.
I'm sorry, kitten, but I'd better oblige.
Here's a song I know Jimmy knows on account of we made the recording together. Folks, Jimmy Hale.
The more I see you, the more I want you. Somehow this feeling just grows and grows. With every sigh, I become more mad about you. More lost without you, and so it goes. Can you imagine how much I love you? The more I see you, as years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you. My heart won't try.
evening, Mr. Clayton.
The least I can do is to keep Jimmy's gal company while he takes care of those autograph letters.
Oh?
A wonderful fella, Jimmy, wonderful. But let's talk about us.
Very well, let's.
Well, to begin with, I think you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
That's a very nice beginning, Mr. Clayton.
Mary's the name from now on. Oh, I've got plans for us, honey. Big plans.
How exciting.
Now, what are you looking for? A cigarette?
Oh, no. Just these, my eyeglasses. There we are.
Your eyes bother you?
No, not especially. I just wear glasses when I'm in nightclubs and when I travel on crowded trains. They prevent me from stumbling over loud-mouthed band leaders.
Oh, no, you couldn't be. Not her, the girl on the train.
Yes, Mr. Clayton, the Icewater girl in person.
Oh, please, look, I'll get on my knees. I'll fast 10 days. I'll cut my throat.
And deprive womanhood of your flattering speeches.
Now, look, I don't blame you for hating me.
But you've done a great deal for me.
I'll make it all up. Every day, every hour, on the hour. I'll tell you how lovely you are, how charming, how... Magrona's back. Well, how are you, chum? Fine. Would you mind, beautiful, if we drop this brash character in the side pocket and talk about us?
Excuse me, boss, but the customers are clamoring for your talent.
Right away, Dilly. You're going to stay and dance?
Perhaps.
Well, just save a couple for me. Oh, James, I know you hate to see me tear away, but don't break up. I'll be back.
No, I'll try to pull myself together.
Always kidding.
Well, I've got to hand it to him, kitten. A little while ago, he was a crude exhibitionist. Just a little bit of howling, and you've joined the pack.
How unkind, Mr. Hale.
No, I'll leave the corny lyrics to Barry. He's got the market cornered in that department.
Well, it was a brief evening, but a highly successful one. Thank you.
What are you talking about? You're not leaving.
Certainly. I wanted to prove something, and I have. Now, if you can get the check...
No, it's on the house. Professional courtesy.
Then I guess everything's been taken care of. Good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Clients have to be escorted to their homes. That's rule number 1 of the union. Come on, we'll get a cab.
Tell me something, Jimmy. What sort of a man are you? Could just any woman have come along and met you the way I did tonight?
No, not just any woman, kitten. What I mean is she'd have to be somebody pretty special. Like you.
Oh, am I special?
You're wonderful. If you don't believe me, just look in your mirror. And somebody else agreed with me, too. That look in Barry Clayton's eye, oh, brother.
You know, I do think he rather likes me.
Certainly he likes you. But then he likes all girls, especially the ones that go with me.
Are you trying to tell me that Barry Clayton paid attention to me just because I was with you?
No, but it's a feud of long standing. If Barry knew where to find you, he'd be howling on your doorstep right now. But that isn't going to happen because I have no intention of moving over.
This is all very interesting. Now tell me, whatever made you choose the profession of groaning?
Like some music? I'll turn the radio on.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, that's right. Why do I groan? Well, I told you before, it's a living just like anything else. The pay's pretty good, and the work's not too hard. You see, all you do is, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean the whole world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I cuddle closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? And that certain feeling surging through you. If you love me, tell me that you do. Anything wrong with that?
No, nothing.
Here's your hotel, lady.
This is where I say goodbye.
Oh, now the very least I can do is take you inside. Here you are, Skipper.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Hale. Good luck.
Now, I know a nice, quiet little corner in the lobby, kitten.
Sorry, but I'm going straight to bed. I've got a very busy day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right, we have, don't we? Including breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I think I'd better tell you something right now, Jimmy. I'm engaged.
Yes?
engaged to be married.
I'd be surprised if you weren't. But that's no reason to starve. Only groaners have to starve. Don't engaged women eat?
Very well, then, lunch. But just this once. You've heard of Herbert Benham.
Oh, definitely. Hey, wait a minute. You're not engaged.
No, Jimmy, not to Mr. Benham. But I'll be in his office all morning. Suppose you try me there at noon.
If I can hold out that long. Good night, kitten.
Good night, groaner.
Do You Love Me, starring Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan, will continue in a moment. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with Act 2 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara in her original screen role as Catherine, Dick Haymes as Jimmy, and Barry Sullivan as his namesake, Barry. Well, sir, it just goes to show what a little determination will do, and the right clothes, and the right hairdresser. In a matter of a few hours, the highly conservative Catherine Hilliard has become a creature of dazzling glamour, to whose charms Barry Clayton, the band leader, and Jimmy Hale, the crooner, have completely succumbed. It's the following morning now, and Catherine has just entered the office of Herbert Benham, the conductor.
By Rimsky-Korsakoff's beard, Catherine, it is you.
Good morning.
Let me look at you. Well, it's miraculous. Tell me all about it. You walked around the block?
Oh, yes, and then I went to the El Sudan, and I made him squirm, and then I made him crawl, and then... Oh, Herbert, it was delicious.
No doubt. But who squirmed and who crawled?
That band leader. Oh, Herbert, I'm indebted to you for life. Well, what ideas do you have for our Christmas festival?
Well, how about talking it all over at lunch?
Splendid. Oh, I forgot I have a luncheon date. He said he'd phone me here.
After he got through crawling, he invited you to lunch?
Oh, no, not the band leader. Another man. I met him in front of a restaurant.
My. You did have a triumphant evening.
Yes. He's a singer. Jimmy Hay. In front of Mindy's restaurant? All right, I'll leave right now. Goodbye. He insists upon calling me kitten.
I wonder what Mrs. Crackleton of the Board of Trustees would think.
Oh, they must never know, especially Ralph. It would be disastrous.
Then I have you in my clutches, haven't I?
Oh, Herbert.
And the first tribute I'll exact is that you go out and start having some fun for yourself.
Oh, thank you. I'll be back here promptly at 2. After all, we simply must start planning the program. I've enjoyed lunch tremendously, Jimmy, but I really...
Oh, now you've got plenty of time, kitten. Now, as I started to tell you... Oh.
Well, how do you do?
Oh, hello. Jimmy, why didn't you tell me that Mr. Clayton was going to join us?
Because I'm an optimist. I like to look at the brighter side.
Look at me, beautiful. I couldn't sleep last night. I couldn't eat a bite of breakfast. I couldn't
Well,
even...
then why don't you find a nice little table in the corner and get some sleep?
And I thought you two were good friends.
Oh, but we are. Why, I can hardly bear to have Jimmy out of my sight. Especially when he's with you, Miss... Now, isn't that ridiculous? I can't seem to...
Hilliard. Catherine Hilliard.
Sorry to barge in, Barry, but... Hiya, Jimmy. But Earl Williams is here. Wants some news for his column.
Well, give him some news, Dilly. I'm busy.
Yeah, okay, I'll tell Earl how you and the band took over Pittsburgh last night.
Catherine Hilliard. What a beautiful name.
Oh, now, just a minute, Barry.
Jimmy, why don't you blow? Can't you see Miss Hilliard and I? Why, we're inevitable. You tell him, honey. I just want to sit here and stare at you.
Every record in Pittsburgh, Earl. Every record.
Yeah. Well, what I want to know is, who's the babe with Barry?
Oh, some out-of-town tomato's got a crush on him.
Yeah? And what's Jimmy Hale in with her for?
Well, you know, Earl. She's using Jimmy for kind of a bait. She came into the El Sudan last night with Hale and went hook, line, and sinker for the maestro.
Oh, thanks, Billy. That's a nice little item. Oh, you might tell your boss that Jackson's here.
Al Jackson, the music publisher?
Yeah, he's in Mindy's office. Wants to talk to Barry and Jimmy about the new song.
Oh, yeah, well, thanks, Earl. I'll tell him right away.
But she was sitting right here, waiter. Miss Hilliard, what happened to her?
She left.
But didn't she leave a message for me?
No message.
Oh, this is awful. Jimmy, look. Here's your chance to square yourself with me for life. You give me her address and phone number, see, and I'll appear on your radio program.
Yeah.
But, Jimmy, you don't understand. I'm on the level. Now, what does a guy have to do to prove it to you?
All right. Just let me handle it. I'll talk to her.
You will?
Yeah, on our honeymoon. Be seeing you, chum.
Oh, great. Billy, come here.
Yes,
Come over
Barry,
here.
what did Jackson have to say about the
Forget
song?
Jackson. Follow Jimmy Hale, see?
Yeah?
Don't let him out of your sight. I've got to find out where Miss Hilliard lives.
Jimmy. doing here in front of the hotel?
Waiting to see you. I've been trying ever since you ducked out of Mindy's.
Oh, but
Oh, it's all right, really. True, I phoned you 20 times, only to be told each time that Miss Hilliard was not in. But now that you've made an appearance...
You've been standing out here waiting for me?
Well, eventually you'd have to come out.
But it's cold. It's snowing.
I hadn't noticed. Thinking about you gives me that nice, warm feeling.
Jimmy,
Look. I know you're engaged to another man, but that's no reason to run out on a luncheon date.
I had an appointment with Herbert Benham, but whether I did or not, I should never have consented to go with you.
Let's talk about it over a nice dinner, huh?
I've already had a nice dinner.
Let's take a walk. Oh, you should see Central Park with the snow coming down like this. Oh, kitten, it's near Christmas. You're supposed to love your fellow man.
I do, collectively.
Well, it couldn't be that you're afraid.
Afraid? Jimmy, I'm engaged. The man I'm going to marry is also associated with me at the music school. Our lives are inseparably bound together.
How does Barry Clayton fit into the picture?
He doesn't. Oh, you're exasperating.
You're very pretty. Now, look, I promise to behave, and not for a moment will I forget that you're madly in love and engaged to somebody else.
Oh, all right. But just a short walk.
Now you're purring, kitten.
It's almost like another world, Jimmy, here in the park. Beautiful.
I never used to think those pictures on the Christmas cards were real. Snow falling slowly, kids singing Christmas carols. You're cold?
Oh, no. I'm fine. Oh, look, there's even a moon.
Pretty wonderful, isn't it? Watch out for that moon, kid, and it's dangerous. And don't pay any attention to those stars either. They're dynamite.
Jimmy?
Huh?
I feel so strange. What is it? You never should have brought me here, you know. It's much too...
Romantic?
Bewitching.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh, and every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Kitten,
You shouldn't have kissed me.
I know. I promised I'd behave, didn't I?
It wasn't fair.
That guy you're going to marry, I wonder if he knows what a swell girl he's getting.
Oh, good morning, Miss Hilliard. Some flowers for you.
Well, I was just going out.
Hey, this way, fellas.
How many of you bellboys are there?
Well, just 4 of us, Miss Hilliard. You see, we were told to give you a message. It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess we got to tell you.
What is it, please?
You're lovely, you're charming, you're gorgeous. That's true. I love you. I love you. I love you. Guess who?
Sorry, Miss Hilliard, but we had to do it.
Oh, that's all right. But now you can take the flowers and give them to your girlfriend.
We tried to tell Mr. Clayton it was awful corny.
Oh, when you go down to the desk, would you mind leaving word for me with the clerk? Just tell him if any messages come. I'll be at Mr. Benham's office.
Good thing you weren't here 5 minutes ago, Catherine. Ralph telephoned.
Ralph?
He tried to get you at the hotel. You weren't in.
Well, naturally, I was on my way here.
Where were you last night? It seems he phoned last night, too.
Oh, I was out walking with Jimmy.
Well, as far as Ralph's concerned, you were with me. Do you understand? We were listening to composers at Malinsky's farm in Connecticut. Well, Catherine, I had to tell him something. He trusts me.
But not me.
Of course he does. Oh, I'm afraid we really started something when I told you to rise and shine.
Oh, Herbert, I'm in love. Terribly in love.
Not Jimmy Hale.
Yes.
I knew it. I knew something would happen the minute you fluffed your hair. What about Ralph? Ralph thinks I'm his friend.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Hilliard. There are 4 messenger boys here. They insist on seeing you.
Oh, well, have them come in.
What in the world?
We can't help it, Miss Hilliard. We'd lose our jobs.
Yes, I know, gentlemen. Just go ahead and get it over with.
You're lovely. You're charming. You're gorgeous. That's true. I love you. I love you. I love you. Yes, true.
Thank you.
I sure am sorry, ma'am. You know, during the war, this sort of thing wasn't allowed, and I never thought I'd see the day that I'd be wishing for another war. Well, come on, fellas.
Jimmy Hale, huh? Well, I suppose a whirlwind courtship has its point.
Oh, Jimmy didn't send those messengers. It was that other man.
Other man? The band leader?
Yes, Barry Clayton. Earlier today, it was 4 singing bellboys.
Catherine, my dear, you are in a mess. A newfound love, an ex-sweetheart who doesn't know he's an ex, and a persistent suitor.
Oh, Herbert, what shall I do?
Well, obviously, the green light must be given to Jimmy, the red light to Ralph, and for our dear ambitious Barry Clayton.
Oh, he's not so easily put off, believe me.
Well, why don't you just phone him and tell him the truth?
Of course.
Yes, Mr. Benham?
Get Barry Clayton on the phone, will you? From Miss Hilliard.
All right, Barry. I'll see you at my hotel at 5 o'clock. Yes, goodbye. Well, I'm meeting him at 5, Herbert.
Well, you can dispose of him by 5:30, but that still leaves us with Ralph.
I just have to go home tomorrow and tell him.
Good. Well, they're all straightened out now, right?
Right.
Then if it's not asking too much, suppose we sit down and think about me. After all, kitten, I have a concert coming up at the Hilliard School of Music. Hello? This is Mr. Benham. Who? Western Union. Yes. Would you mind repeating that, please? Yes, thank you very much. Miss Peters, where are you?
Yes, Mr. Benham.
Get a hold of Miss Hilliard right away. Tell her Ralph Wainwright's arriving from Pennsylvania any minute. He wants to surprise her.
The hors d'oeuvres look delicious, Catherine. Oh, here, have some orchids.
Thank you.
And what is this champagne? Oh, you shouldn't have.
I didn't. Room service sent it up in your name.
Oh, well, just a slight sample of what's to come. Wait till the man from Cartier's gets here.
From Cartier's, the jewelry store, but you must stop him.
Too late, baby. I've already bought it.
Bought what?
Well, I'll give you a hint. It's in a gold setting with rubies. It's as big as a hunk of ice and has a deep blue color. Guess what?
Oh, this is awful. Oh, no.
That must be the man from Cartier's.
Barry, please, don't go to the door. He mustn't find you here.
Who mustn't find you here?
A man, a friend of mine from Pennsylvania.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
No, he doesn't know what's happened to me. I mean about us. I've got to tell him myself. You must go, please.
Anything you want, baby, is okay with me.
Oh, no, not out that door.
Oh, that's right.
The other room. Use the fire escape and hurry.
What about us?
Later.
I'll tell you what. Meet me at Carter Holden's penthouse. It's right here in this hotel. He's throwing a cocktail party.
All right. In an hour, maybe.
And don't be scared, honey. You tell that lug, whoever he is, that no one's going to push my future wife around. Fire escape.
Oh, it's just you, Herbert.
A trifle wilted from waiting, but still recognizable.
I nearly had a fit. I thought you were Ralph, and here I was, trapped with Barry Clayton.
I don't see Clayton.
He just left. The fire escape.
Oh. Well, I thought I'd better be here when Ralph arrives and might soften the shock.
Thank you, Herbert.
You're still certain you want to go through with this?
I've never been more certain of anything.
Well, you'd better be in the bedroom then when he arrives. I'll welcome Ralph myself and break it to him as gently as possible. Oh, dear. What's this?
Caviar and champagne from Barry Clayton.
Oh, I'm afraid Ralph won't like this at all. I'll just have to sit...
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Jimmy. Oh, I've been hoping you'd call. Oh, I'd love to. But someone named Carter Holden is having a party, and I've promised Barry Clayton I'd be there. No, Jimmy, I don't want to go, but I must, and I want you to take me. Oh, please. You will? I'll meet you in the lobby in an hour. Thank you, Jimmy. Goodbye, darling. Oh, Herbert, I'm so happy I could...
Ralph!
What'll I do?
Oh, go on, disappear. Just leave everything to me. Courage, Benham, old fellow. Courage. Why, Ralph. Hello. Herbert. Well, come in, old man. I just thought I'd drop over to welcome you.
Well, thank you. Where's Catherine?
Catherine? Oh, she's in the bedroom, cleaning up a bit. Have a herring.
No, thank you.
How about a glass of champagne?
I guess you've forgotten, Herbert. I don't drink.
Oh, yes, that's right. Ralph, you and I are old friends. We have mutual interests, mutual ambitions. Yes? Well, what I'm trying to say is that since Catherine came to New York, we've worked closely together, and...
I'm sorry, Herbert, but I don't follow you.
Well, to come straight to the point, Catherine's in love with another man. What? Yes. From a chance acquaintance, they drifted unwittingly in love. I lied to you last night about being up at Malinsky's farm. She was with this other man.
Herbert, if this is your idea of a practical joke,
No, believe me. I'm dead serious. You see, in a sense, I've taken your fiancée away. That is, I've had something to do with it. But,
what's this?
What's what, old man?
This card with the orchids. You're beautiful, you're gorgeous, you're lovely. Signed B. B for Benham.
Oh, no, Ralph. You've got this all wrong.
Or is it for Benedict, like in Benedict? And you can tell Catherine if she has any explaining to do, she can reach me at the YMCA.
After a brief intermission, we'll bring you Act 3 of Do You Love Me, starring Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan.
Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara as Catherine, Dick Haymes in his original screen role as Jimmy Hale, and Barry Sullivan as Barry Clayton. It's a few seconds later. Herbert Benham, the eminent conductor, has just conducted himself off the floor, while Catherine stands by, helpless but sympathetic.
Oh, my goodness, Herbert, are you all right?
Oh, I'm just fine. It seems I omitted one small point in my little talk with Ralph, the name of your newfound love. He thought I was the lucky dog.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're sure your jaw's all right? Oh, Herbert, but for you I might have married that...
That blue-nosed, pompous sack of cornstarch. Well, my dear, that's one down and two to go. Barry Clayton and Jimmy. You're meeting Jimmy downstairs, is that it? And he's taking you to the party so you can meet Barry?
You see, it's all working out very well.
I'd say there were two schools of thought on that subject, Catherine. But have a lovely evening. You must see me sometime and tell me all about it.
Jimmy, glad to see you.
No, hello, Earl. This is Miss Hilliard, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is New York's most famous columnist, kitten.
How do you do?
Seen Barry around, Earl?
Barry? Oh, he's in there playing the piano. Our host put him to work.
Want to talk to him now, kitten?
I think I'd better, Jimmy, if you don't mind.
Run along, I'll wait right here.
You know, I didn't expect to see you here tonight.
No, it was Miss Hilliard's idea. She wants to talk to Barry.
Well, I always knew you were a good sport, and as long as I spelled your name right...
I don't get it.
Well, I want you to know there was nothing personal in it. Well, see you later. How goes it, Broner?
Oh, hello, Dilly.
Hey, I didn't think you'd be talking to Earl Williams.
Why not? What goes on, Dilly?
You, didn't see his column?
His column? What about it?
Nothing, Jimmy. No, nothing at all.
Jimmy, what's the matter?
I just wanted to see you, kitten. Alone.
Oh, about Barry? I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, but I'm...
I was just reading the evening paper, kitten. Earl Williams' column.
Oh?
Here. Thought you might like to read it, too. Well?
If you notice Jimmy Hale's face turning red, it's because a beautiful lady from out of town was crazy to meet Barry Clayton. So she used Jimmy as a stooge at the El Sudan to get an introduction. But what Jimmy hasn't caught on to yet is that the lady has fallen but hard for the maestro. And all that's left for the groaner are groans. Those in on the know are very, very amused. Jimmy.
Yeah?
You can't believe that I'd do anything as contemptible as that. It isn't true. I did have reasons for wanting to meet Barry at the El Sudan, but...
And you used me as a stooge, huh?
I didn't even know who you were then. You were just a man I picked up.
Yeah, that seems quite obvious.
Oh, you know I didn't mean it that way. I met Barry once before, and he ridiculed me, and... Well, I suppose I have been vain and silly, but what you don't know...
Oh, what I know is enough. It all adds up, every little trick.
Yeah, how are you, John? Glad to see you. Did you tell him, Catherine?
Did she tell me what?
And I took an option on the lady, and she said yes.
Barry.
Well, that's great, pal. Exactly what we were just talking about. I'm tickled to death. She knew what she wanted. She knew how to get it.
Your understanding is overwhelming, Mr. Hale.
Yeah. Why don't you go to the piano with Barry and jam out a couple of choruses of the wedding march? You might as well double-cross Mendelssohn, too.
A wonderful suggestion. Perhaps you'd like to join the joyful chorus. Come on, Barry.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Hey, Jimmy, that girl, what'd you say her name was?
Catherine Hilliard, for the time being. You can put that in your column, pal, and this on your chin.
Oh. Hey, Jimmy, what columnist was stocked last night at Hilliard? Catherine Hilliard, School of Music.
Girl, what's the matter with you?
Oh, darling, did it hit you so hard you're talking to yourself?
Out of my way, baby. I've got to get to a home. Have I got a story? Pennsylvania papers, please copy.
Sit down, Jimmy. You too, Mr. Clayton. I invited you to drop in because I thought you might both be interested to learn of Catherine's whereabouts.
Now, where is she?
Trying to find her
Catherine's
everywhere.
gone back home. Just why she's gone home, I don't know. You see, the Board of Trustees of the Hilliard School of Music has decided to get a new dean. I'm afraid the board's a little narrow-minded when it comes to crooners, band leaders, and publicity in Earl Williams' column.
If it wasn't for this hot-headed character...
Oh, I suppose I invited her to the party.
Gentlemen, please, we're all to blame. If you're guilty, so am I. It was I who persuaded Catherine to burst her Hilliard School cocoon and emerge as a butterfly. You two gave her wings. Now it matters little to me in whose garden she'll finally light. But we must, if possible, prevent her from being permanently dismissed from the school.
Yeah, but what can we do? A bunch of long hairs like that, they wouldn't even let Jimmy and me in the front door.
Why don't we go through the back door, then?
Very funny.
Oh, that's too simple for you to understand. Look here, Mr. Benham, just how far are you prepared to go to help Kitten?
Just this side of murder.
Uh-huh.
I have a concert to conduct at the Hilliard School tomorrow. I'm leaving in an hour, so if there's any little thing...
All right. Now, look, listen. You too, Barry. Now, here's my idea. If we can...
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all radical changes in art are born of inspiration and very often of strife. So in music there sometimes arises a difference of opinion. You've just heard the orchestra in a composition in the tradition of the classics, conducted by your humble servant. I would now like to depart from the printed program and offer for your approval and judgment a composition in the tradition of modern popular music, conducted by Barry Clayton and sung by the eminent vocalist, Mr. Jimmy Hale.
Popular music at our Christmas Day.
Oh, Mrs. Clayton.
of Mrs. This is unprecedented. The fellow must be out of his mind.
He took himself to the Board of Trustees.
Ever since that certain night when we first danced and dined out, I've been wondering how I stand, and now I've simply got to find out. I'm prepared to hear the worst, so speak your mind out. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I cuddle closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? And that certain feeling surging through you. If you love me, tell me that you do.
Why, the audience seems to like it, Mrs. Chesterton. It wasn't so raucous as that, was it?
The young people are cheering.
Why, I wonder if that young fellow can sing an encore.
Ladies and gentlemen, since both Mr. Clayton and Mr. Hale seem to suddenly left our stage, may I thank you in their behalf. I'm sure that your response to their offering will help convince anyone present that the Dean of the Hilliard School of Music, Miss Catherine Hilliard, committed no unforgivable sin in her recent association with these two artists.
Hey, Tilly, where is she, Miss Hilliard? Did you find her?
Don't stand there, Tilly. Where's Miss Hilliard? She's here, boss.
What are you talking about?
Miss Hilliard, she wasn't allowed to come to the concert. She's in her office packing, getting ready to leave town.
Oh, that's all I want to know. Hey, Usher, where's Miss Hilliard's office?
Administration building, it says. This is it, Jimmy.
Yeah. What am I worked up for? Go on in, pal. You're the one she wants to see.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll be seeing you around sometime, Catherine and I.
Oh, well, I'm not leaving just yet. I'll just wait out here. I'd like to wish Kitten good luck.
Oh, that's very swell of you, chum. I'll bring her right out.
Well, where's Kitten? I said, where's Kitten?
You want a Christmas present?
Huh?
Here.
Barry! You mean she...
Yes, go on in there. She's waiting for you, you groaner.
Merry Christmas, Kitten.
Jimmy, oh, Jimmy, darling. Oh, your eye, Jimmy. Who hit you?
Oh, Barry just hung up his sock on me.
Oh, I've got something for you, too. From me, darling. With love.
Oh, who says there ain't a Santa Claus?
This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Lux presents Hollywood.
Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Tyrone Power, David Niven, and Jane Greer in The Bishop's Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Home again after an absence of a year and a half is one of America's favorite stars. And he's here tonight to lend an extra thrill to our holiday season. I mean, of course, Tyrone Power, who joins David Niven and Jane Greer in our Christmas present to you, the delightful play, The Bishop's Wife. Samuel Goldwyn's fine and sensitive screen production won your hearts as well as your applause. And those who saw the picture will have a special welcome tonight for David Niven, who plays his original screen role as the bishop. I'm sure most of you are quite busy these days with last-minute shopping and getting the house in order for the holidays, a time of year when you'll need plenty of Lux Flakes. In fact, there's a most unusual holiday use for Lux Flakes on your Christmas tree, which we'll tell you about later. Now the curtain for Act One of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. It's a late afternoon in December. In a rather shabby section of a large city, two old friends have an unexpected meeting.
Julia, what a wonderful surprise, my dear, beautiful Julia.
Professor Wutheridge, but what are you doing here?
I'm about to negotiate the purchase of a Christmas tree.
I didn't know you celebrated Christmas. I thought you had no religion.
I don't, but I like a Christmas tree. Reminds me of my childhood. Can you imagine me ever having been a child? Tell me, how's Henry?
Oh, he's well, I suppose, but so tired and worried.
You're raising money for the new cathedral, huh?
Slow work, Professor. And you, how's your book coming?
Oh, splendidly. Greatest history of Rome since Gibbons.
Oh, I wish it weren't so late. The cathedral committee's meeting with Henry. I really should be there.
Well, one of these days we'll have time for a nice talk again. Oh, here, for Henry's cathedral fund.
This coin?
It has very little value, I'm afraid. Just an old Roman coin. I picked it up years ago in Italy.
Oh, it's a wonderful contribution.
Nonsense. Might be called the widow's mite, only I'm not a widow. Julia, what's the matter?
Nothing. Oh, if Henry and I could only spend Christmas back here, where we were so happy. With you, with all our old friends.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was really very childish of me. Goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, Julia.
Why, Professor, how good to see you again.
Who are you?
And how well you look after all these years. Well, don't you remember me?
Let's see, it wasn't Vienna, was it?
Vienna. Beautiful old Vienna.
When I was lecturing on Roman history.
And what splendid lectures they were. And what a one you were with the ladies.
I fancy you remembering that.
I've been standing on the corner watching you, Professor. You and Julia.
You know Julia?
In a way, yes.
Poor girl.
She's unhappy?
Yes. When were you in Vienna?
Oh, many times. I'm interested in Julia, Professor, and Henry. What seems to be their trouble?
Oh, no special trouble, I imagine.
Henry's a bishop now,
Oh, yes, that used to be his church over there.
St. Timothy's.
Perishing from neglect.
It's such a nice little church. Well, delighted to have seen you again, Professor.
Strange. Unless I've completely lost my memory, I've never seen that fellow before in my life.
Julia?
I'm terribly sorry I'm so late, Henry. Has everyone gone?
Yes, dear, some time ago.
Not another argument, Henry. Mrs. Hamilton...
Mrs. Hamilton is a selfish, vain old... She made it very clear, Julia. Either we build the cathedral the way she wants it, or it won't be built at all. Oh, what a ghastly meeting.
You didn't give in to her.
Indeed not. I made it very clear I have no intention of being strangled by her purse strings.
Oh, Henry, I'm proud of you.
I had the most unchristian impulse to take those blueprints and give her a good whack over a mink coat.
I beg your pardon, Bishop.
Yes, Miss Castaway?
Mr. Trevor's on the phone.
Tell him the bishop will call him back, please, after dinner.
Yes, Mrs. Brown.
Henry, what's happened to you? To us? To our marriage?
That's a strange question to ask.
No, we used to be so happy. We used to make other people happy. Henry, that was your gift. You're no financier, and you're no promoter. Kowtowing to people, flattering them, begging them.
It's got to be done, Julia. I want this cathedral to stand like a great beacon. I want its light to shine. I want...
Yes, Henry. Oh, here's a contribution I collected.
Oh, what is it?
It's an old Roman coin from Professor Wutheridge.
Oh, what does he think I can do with it?
Well, it's a beginning. Now all you need is just another $4 million.
Julia, don't be flippant about this. Well, if dinner's ready, let's have it over with. I've got a lot of work to do tonight.
The soup's very good, Matilda.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Oh, Julia, I'm sorry I was so thoughtless just now. I was just thinking, tomorrow, perhaps we could spend the day together.
Henry.
Call on the professor, maybe. Have lunch at Michelle's.
Michelle's? Oh, it's been years since we've been there.
Please forgive me.
Yes, Miss Castaway?
Well, I've been trying to explain to Mr. Trevor, but he simply insists upon talking to you.
Oh, Julia.
He's on the cathedral committee, isn't he? Well, go ahead, dear. You'd better talk to him.
Yes, Mr. Trevor. Very well, Mr. Trevor. I'll be there. 10:30 tomorrow morning. Good night. You may as well go home now, Miss Castaway.
Oh, but there's still a great deal of work to do, sir.
You're a secretary, not a machine. Now run along.
Thank you. Oh, and don't forget, you have a speech to make tomorrow at the Junior Assembly.
Oh, no. What time?
It's a luncheon meeting, 1 o'clock. Good night, Bishop.
Good night, Miss Castaway. Oh, God, what am I to do? Can't you help me? Can't you tell me? Oh, God, please. Please help me. Yes?
Good evening.
Oh, what can I do for you?
That isn't the question, Henry.
Oh, well, what is it?
What can I do for you?
Look, I'm afraid you must telephone for an appointment. I'm in the middle of dinner.
I know, Henry. But you asked for help, you know.
I asked... Who told you I asked for help?
Well, you are known to be a good man, and you were heard. I was instructed to come here in answer to your prayer.
Who are you?
I'm an angel.
I beg your pardon?
An angel.
An angel. I knew it. I've been working too hard.
Now, don't be alarmed. I know it's hard to believe even for you, but this is my district, and I...
Do you mind if I sit down?
No, please, do. And now let's see. You have some problems concerning the building of a new cathedral.
Yes.
Oh, here's a picture of it. Beautiful. Magnificent. Well, Henry, do you believe I am what I say I am?
Well, how can I? I've nothing but your word for it.
But you are a bishop. You, of all people, can trust the word of an angel.
Well, what do you propose to do? Perform a miracle?
If necessary.
Oh, why don't you? Why don't you create a cathedral with a wave of your hand?
Oh, no. You wouldn't want me to do that, would you? How would you explain it?
Well,
Henry, is anything wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a caller.
Oh, how have you been, Julia? I'm Dudley. Henry is engaging me to help him with his work.
You mean you're going to be his assistant?
That's it exactly. I'm going to try to help Henry to get some relaxation.
Oh, that's just what I've been praying for.
Oh, you too?
Henry, I'm so relieved, dear. Where do you come from, Dudley?
Oh, all around.
Julia, this man claims that he's an...
I've been doing social service work downtown.
Julia, if you don't mind, I must talk to this gentleman alone.
We were just having dinner, Dudley. Won't you join us?
Well, that's very kind of you, but I really must go. I'll see you both in the morning.
In the morning?
Oh, yes. Bright and early.
I'll wait in the dining room, Henry. Good night.
Oh, good night, Julia.
Are you sure you're an angel?
Oh, I know it isn't easy, Henry, but you've just got to take me on faith.
Yes, but for how long? How long will it take?
Until you can utter another prayer and say that you have no further need of me. Then I'll be gone and forgotten. Julia's waiting, Henry.
Yes, I know, but I still don't understand. Dudley! Dudley, where are you? Dudley!
What's wrong, Henry? You look so pale.
Do I?
Sit down, dear. Henry, what's the rest of Dudley's name?
I don't know.
Why, Henry, you're trembling.
I'm not surprised. A lesser man would quiver.
Well, you'll feel better after you've eaten. Matilda's baked your favorite dessert, dear. Angel food cake. Henry, what is
it? Bishop Rome.
Oh, good morning, Miss Castaway.
I was just in your study, sir. There's a man in there. He says he's your new assistant.
Oh, then he did come back.
He says we're going to be working together.
Yes, there doesn't seem much I can do about it. Well, Well, run along to the office, Miss Cassaway. I'll go in and see you.
Yes, sir.
Well, here I am, Henry. Completely at your service.
Now, it may interest you to know I didn't sleep 20 minutes last night. I don't mind adding I'm in a highly nervous condition.
Oh, well, then, the first thing we'll have to... Oh, good morning, Julia.
Good morning, Dudley. It's a lovely day.
Lovely.
Henry and I are going out together.
Oh, Julia, I'm terribly sorry, but we can't. I've got to see Mr. Trevor at 10:30, and after that there's the junior assembly.
But you promised, Henry.
Yes, I know I did.
Well, Dudley could represent you at those meetings, couldn't he?
Could I?
Oh, that's out of the question. They expect me. It would never do if I sent an assistant. Excuse us, Dudley. I want to speak to my wife.
Oh, of course.
In the hall, dear. Julia, you see, the trouble is... Well, that man in there... Oh, I can't explain.
You needn't try, Henry.
Oh, but you mustn't think...
This is the way it is. This is the way it always will be. Well, I'll tell Matilda she can have the day off for Christmas shopping. I'll take care of Debbie. I'll see you at dinner, Henry.
What are you doing, Dudley?
I'm just looking through your files, Henry. Well, I see that Mrs. Hamilton has pledged $1 million to the Cathedral Fund, but she hasn't sent her check.
Well, never mind that file. That's work for a bookkeeper, not work for a bookkeeper.
Well, so you're beginning to believe in me.
I don't know who you are. I don't know where you came from or who sent you. I only wish you'd make haste.
Because the cathedral must be built?
And obviously that's the most important thing.
Or because Julia must be happy. It's going to be difficult to help you, Henry, unless I'm sure of what it is that you really want.
Yes, well, I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. Mr. Trevor likes punctuality.
Well, run along, Henry. This file's in an awful mess. I think I'll reorganize it.
I still think you're wasting your time on unimportant details.
Well, nothing's unimportant, Henry. Remember, we're interested in even the lowliest sparrow. Bringing in the sheaves, bringing in the sheaves. Oh, hello, Debbie. Well, come in.
How did you do that just now? All those cards in Daddy's file? You just waved your hand and they all jumped out of the box and jumped in again.
Oh, that. Well, it's just my system of rearranging card files.
Do it again.
Some other time,
You're Dudley, aren't you? Mommy told me. Mommy says you're very nice.
Well, that's extremely kind of Mommy.
She said that maybe with you here, maybe we'll get to see Daddy once in a while.
Yes, maybe we will.
Debbie, that'll be enough out of you, dear. Come along.
Yes, Mom.
So you're going out,
To the park. I'm going to play in the snow. Goodbye, Dudley.
Goodbye, Debbie. Have a good time. Julia.
Dudley, I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, I often walk in the park. Well, Debbie seems to be having a fine time. Regular snowbird.
Aren't you supposed to be working?
I always take a walk before lunch. Relaxing, you know.
Oh, I wish you could convince Henry of that.
Speaking of lunch, Julia, I thought I'd go to Michelle's. Ever been there?
Michelle? Oh, yes. We used to go there often, years ago.
How about going there today?
You and I to Michelle's? Oh, no, I couldn't.
Why not?
Well...
Oh, surely you don't think Henry would mind.
Oh, no, it isn't that. Well, you see, Matilda's off shopping, and I'll have to look after Debbie.
Oh, yes. Yes, But here's Matilda now.
Hello, Mrs. Brome.
Matilda.
I just thought that if you wish, I'll take Debbie home.
But, Matilda, you're shopping.
Oh, I finished it. I finished it so quick. It was just like a miracle.
Oh, you don't say.
I thought Debbie might like to go home and make Christmas cookies.
Oh, I'm sure she'd love to, but...
Well, then, Mrs. Brome, I'll just go and get her.
Well, Julia, Michelle's?
I think that would be very nice.
Good.
Dudley.
Yes?
Just a minute ago, when you said you saw Matilda...
Yes?
Oh, it's nonsense.
Oh, what's nonsense?
You were looking the other way when you said you saw her.
Oh, I was?
I mean, I thought you were. How silly of me. Wait here, Dudley. I'll say goodbye to Debbie.
Julia, I'm home, Julia.
Why, Bishop, I thought you were out for lunch.
Well, I cancelled my appointment, Matilda. Are Mrs. Brome and Debbie here?
Well, Debbie's upstairs, sir, but Mrs. went out to lunch with Mr. Dudley.
Oh, well, she said... With Dudley?
Why, yes, sir. I thought you knew, sir.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, dear.
I'm so glad you knew about Michelle's, Dudley. It's so nice to be back here again. Only? Well, you seem to know so much. Makes me feel uncomfortable.
Well, in that case, I'm sorry I ever learned anything. You have memories of this place, haven't you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, it was in this restaurant that Henry asked me to marry him.
Yes, I know.
You know?
I mean, I know how you must feel. There's a fortune teller over there. You care to have your palm read?
No, thank you. Would you?
No, I know too much about myself as it is.
And I know so little about myself.
Oh, really? May I look at your hand?
Can you tell fortunes, too?
It's not too difficult.
Well, what do you see?
I never noticed, Julia. Your eyes are green. I see a great deal of happiness. I see a woman who's adored. I see a rich, full life.
Do you see Henry's new cathedral?
No. No, I don't.
And Debbie?
Oh, no need to worry about her. She'll be like you, Julia. She'll have youth and beauty no matter how old she lives to be.
I wish I could believe you.
You may.
You haven't looked at my hand once. I simply don't know what to think of you, Dudley. Whether you're serious... Oh, no.
Well?
That table over there. No, don't look. 3 ladies, all on the cathedral committee. They're simply glaring at me.
Well?
They saw you holding my hand. My hand.
Oh. Well, then if you'll excuse me, I'd better do something about it, hadn't I?
What did you do to them? Now they're smiling at me. Look, they're waving.
Well, wave back, Julia.
Oh, yes.
I didn't do anything to them. Just introduced myself, chatted a moment. They're really very friendly, Julia. They promised to drop by our table a little later.
Dudley, may I make an understatement?
Oh, please do.
You are a very unusual man.
I'll let you in on something, Julia. You're quite right.
Before our stars return with Act 2 of The Bishop's Wife, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
John, I have wonderful news for movie fans. Jean Tierney is back in her first picture since her new daughter was born. 20th Century Fox gave her the lead in Whirlpool, a top-notch thriller. There are a kleptomaniac, a hypnotist, blackmail, and a murder charge in it.
Well, sounds like a real spine-tingler.
Oh, it is. And Jean is wonderful as a wealthy young wife who rebels at living within her husband's income.
Who is the lucky man?
Richard Conte. But he says he feels a lot safer in man-to-man combat than he does in a love scene.
Jean is dynamite on the screen.
And a wonderful wife and mother at home. Between takes for Whirlpool, she often sewed or knitted for her 2 little daughters. She loves detailed handwork. And naturally, when she puts so much time and work into the children's things, she insists they get gentle care. Lux Flakes are a standby in her household.
That's true of thousands of homes where there are babies and young children.
Well, it's especially important to keep their tiny cottons and knitted woolies soft and unshrunken, so they can't chafe or bind. Tiny diamonds of Lux burst into suds so fast, make such rich suds, baby things come out sweet and fresh in a jiffy.
And Lux Flakes are so gentle, they keep delicate baby pastels lovely looking up to 3 times as long.
It's a shame to let wrong washing methods spoil baby things. Actual washing tests show that colors stay fresh looking up to 3 times as long with Lux Flakes care. There's no safer care for baby things than gentle Lux Flakes.
We return you now to William Keighley.
Act 2 of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the Bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. Reliable authorities tell us that the Christmas season is the happiest time of the year. But it's anything but that for young Bishop Henry Broughton. Determined to build a cathedral, he can't raise the money. And if that isn't trouble enough, he finds his prayers have been answered in the person of a young, handsome, and full-fledged angel named Dudley, who seems to find the bishop's wife better company than the bishop.
I enjoyed lunch very much, Dudley. Now, don't you think we'd better go home?
But I thought you liked to walk.
Oh, I do. But, Oh, Dudley, wait. There's a friend of mine. Professor Wutheridge. Professor, wait.
Julia, what wonderful luck meeting you again. This man, are you with him?
Yes, of course. Dudley, this is Professor Wutheridge.
Oh, the professor knows me well. The University of Vienna.
Young man, I don't believe you've ever been near Vienna.
Dudley is Henry's new assistant.
You mean you really know this fellow?
Of course I do.
Well, in that case, how about dropping into my humble diggings for a bit of Yuletide cheer?
Oh, I'd love to, but only for a moment.
Come along, Dudley. It's just around the corner.
Well, Professor, when are you going to show us your book?
My book? Never.
Please.
Oh, you're writing a book?
You didn't know?
You didn't tell me.
I described the book in detail in the course of those lectures I gave in Vienna. Julia, I'm now certain this fellow's an imposter.
Oh, that book. Oh, I thought you finished that one years ago.
Oh, I see. No, for 20 years I've talked about that book, but in all that time I haven't written a word, not one word.
But why not?
Because I can't think of anything original to say. Just the same old monotonous history, dry as dust. Never could find the right words, either to tell to a pretty girl or to write a book.
Even when you had this coin to inspire you?
Well, that's the coin you gave to Henry, Professor.
Yes, I borrowed it from Henry's desk.
And you wasted your time. It's worthless.
Oh, on the contrary. This coin is one of the rarest of all antiquities. Only 100 of these coins were minted by Julius Caesar 2,000 years ago. That was when Cleopatra visited Rome. Presumably these coins were used to pay her hotel bill.
Why, that's amazing.
Nobody knew about it except Caesar's wife, and she had the coins destroyed. But this one she overlooked. It's an unwritten chapter in history, and you, Professor, will write it.
Do you know any more stories like that?
Oh, any number of them.
Oh, you're a curious fellow, Dudley.
Have you just begun to notice that?
Where do you come from?
Well, what if I told you that I come from another planet? Would you believe me?
I don't know.
I'd believe you, Dudley.
And you'd be right, Julia, as always. We all come from our own little planets. That's why we're all different. That's what makes life interesting.
Oh, it's getting late. I must be leaving, really.
Oh, sorry, Professor.
If my wine bottle wasn't empty, we could say goodbye with another drink.
Empty?
Oh, yes, I had barely enough for the bottle. It's half full.
Oh, well, save it for next time, Professor.
I'm really getting old when I can't see what's inside a wine bottle. Dudley.
Yes, my friend?
There's one thing that troubles me greatly.
Well?
To write a history is a tremendous task. I wonder, will I have time to finish it?
You'll finish it. You'll have time.
I don't know why I'd ask you that question. How would you know? Yet somehow I believe you. You see, for quite a while now, every time I passed a cemetery, I felt as if I were apartment hunting.
Goodbye, Professor. Come and see us, please.
I will. Goodbye, and God bless you both.
I'll pass that recommendation along. Thank you, Professor.
They're coming up the walk now, Bishop. Mrs. Brom and Mr. Dudley.
Oh, they are. Well, I hope dinner isn't spoiled, Matilda.
Oh, no, sir. I had sort of a feeling they might be late.
Very considerate of you.
Henry?
Good evening, Julia.
I'm sorry I'm so late, dear.
Oh, hello, Henry. Good evening, Dudley.
We had the most marvelous time. Oh, I wish you'd been with us.
Yes, I wish I had.
Is Debbie asleep yet?
She's waiting to see you.
Oh, good. I'll go right up.
I trust you spent a profitable afternoon, Dudley?
Oh, yes. Yes, did you have a profitable afternoon, Henry?
Not very. Dudley, I'd like to see you for a moment. I mean, here in my study.
Certainly.
Well, this won't take long, but I'd rather not be interrupted. You'll excuse me if I lock the door. Dudley, I simply cannot go on like this. Can you prove to me that you are an angel?
Proof? You mean a document? Oh, surely you of all people should know that angels need no passports.
I'd be a lot happier if I could see you perform a miracle.
Well, what kind?
Well, make this desk rise up and fly around the room.
Oh, Henry, please. I didn't come here to do tricks. I'm surprised at you.
I don't believe you are an angel at all. I think you're a demon right out
Henry, no. No, don't say that word.
Well, anyway, now you know how I feel.
Yes.
Now, wait a minute, Dudley. I'm not through yet. There's another matter. The door. I locked that door. He just opened it and walked out. Dudley! Wait a minute. Dudley! Now it's locked again. Oh. Dudley!
Run upstairs, dear, to say goodnight to Debbie.
Oh.
Anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. Oh, you look very well, Julia. You're very bright and gay.
I feel gay, Henry.
I think you're an excellent wife, Julia.
Why, thank you.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the well-ordered life we lead, and I want you to know that I think the credit for that is due to you much more than to me.
Thank you again, dear.
Do you think I'm an excellent husband?
Of course, dear. Henry, I hope you're going to take things easier now. I mean with Dudley here. I think he's very able.
You do?
Yes. He knows so many things.
What, for instance?
Well, you should have seen him this afternoon. We met Professor Weatheridge. Why, Dudley knows more about history than he does.
He should. He's been at it longer.
What?
Oh, nothing. I'll go up and see Debbie now, dear.
Don't you know any stories, Mr. Dudley?
Oh, I know hundreds of stories, Debbie.
I think it would be very nice of you to tell me one.
Well, I know a story that happened many, many years ago about a boy who lived in a little town.
What was his name?
His name was David. He was a shepherd, and the town where he lived was called Bethlehem.
Oh, I know Bethlehem. That's where the star was.
That's right. Only David lived long before the star. Well, one night David was out in the hills tending his sheep. He was playing the harp and singing. And then all of a sudden, an angel came down and spoke to him.
How did David know he was an angel?
Oh, he didn't know. And that's the way it always is. Angels come down and put ideas into people's heads, and then people feel very proud of themselves because they think it was all their own idea. Well, anyway, this angel spoke to David. One of your lambs has strayed, he said. So David put aside his harp and went out into the darkness to find the lamb. Of course, the angel guided him. And when David found the lamb, he saw a great ferocious lion there.
Oh, dear.
So David said to the lion, "You get away from that lamb." And the lion said, "You get away from me or I'll eat you too."
Did David run away?
Oh, no. No, the angel put another idea into his head. And David took out his sling and hurled a stone right between the lion's eyes.
Served him good and right.
Yes, I think it did. And David picked up the lamb and carried it back to the fold. And then he felt so happy that he took his harp and he made up a new song. It started like this. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. Oh, come in, Henry. I think you can tell the rest of this.
Some other time.
Well, good night, Daddy.
Good night, darling. Now, if you're ready, Dudley, so is dinner.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
So right after dinner, Henry, we'll get a taxi and go down to St. Timothy's.
St. Timothy's? Tonight?
Of course, dear. The choir's rehearsing for the benefit. Henry, we promised Mr. Miller we'd...
Oh, Julia, I telephoned Mrs. Hamilton this afternoon.
Henry.
I apologized to her for some of the things I'd said. I had to, and she said I might call on her tonight.
But the rehearsal's just for you.
$1 million for Mrs. Hamilton, dear, is far more important. Besides, Mr. Miller will be delighted to see you.
You're his bishop, Henry. And besides, I just don't like going alone.
Oh, my evening seems quite free, Henry.
Oh, no, definitely not. You've done enough already.
Well, I was about to suggest that I see Mrs. Hamilton and you take Julia to St. Timothy's.
You and Mrs. Hamilton? Oh, no.
Well, just a suggestion.
Dudley, would you mind very much going with me?
Julia!
Yes, Henry? Well?
I think that might be a very good solution. Thank you, Dudley.
You're welcome, Henry.
Mrs. Brome. Oh, I'm delighted to see you.
Hello, Mr. Miller. Oh, this is Mr. Dudley, the bishop's new assistant.
Oh, Mr. Dudley, a pleasure.
Thank you. The bishop will try to get here later, Mr. Miller. Something important came up.
Of course, he's such a busy man now.
He didn't want to delay rehearsal.
Mrs. Brome, I'm terribly embarrassed. Look over there. Only 2 of the boys have come. Oh, it's just too difficult, I suppose, trying to compete with basketball and Christmas.
I wouldn't worry, Mr. Miller. They'll all show up. Hiya, boys.
Hi.
What do you sing?
Me? Oh, first soprano.
Any good?
I doubt it.
Well, how about giving out?
You mean alone?
Well, you've got Rupert with you. Hiya, Rupert.
Hi.
Well, what do you say?
It's okay by me.
Fine. I'll start you off at the piano.
Mrs. Brome, look. Here come some of the other boys.
Why, yes. Maybe basketball isn't so important after all.
The stars in the sky looking down.
You can be proud of them, Mr. Miller. They sing beautifully.
They've never sung so well. Never. And look, they're all here now. I don't understand.
Oh, if Henry could hear this. Like angels.
Better, believe me.
Baby wakes, but little Lord Jesus knows.
I'm so relieved, Bishop Rome. You needn't make any further apologies.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hamilton. And in view of your generosity, the George B. Hamilton Memorial Chapel shall be located wherever you specify in the new cathedral.
Well, now we're getting somewhere, aren't we? Oh, there's another matter. That window depicting St. George and the dragon.
Yes?
I should very much like the countenance of St. George to resemble my late husband.
Oh. Who do you see as the dragon?
Oh, any dragon.
Thank you. Well, now that we're in such complete accord, would you mind very much if we postponed the details? Julia's waiting for me at St. Timothy's.
Very well. We can go over the plans when I transfer the funds.
Thank you so much. Well, that's strange.
Is anything the matter?
Well, this chair, I can't get up. It's stuck to I'm stuck to it.
Stuck to the chair?
Yes, it doesn't seem quite right, does it?
Stevens, come here, please.
Yes, madam.
There is something wrong with the bishop's chair.
Oh, madam, it must be the new varnish. The furniture people should have warned us.
I do hope I'm not harming the chair.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Awkward situation, isn't it? Perhaps you'll give a little pull at the back, Stevens.
Yes, sir.
Again, please.
Your trousers, sir. I'm afraid if we pull any more...
Mrs. Hamilton, might I use the telephone?
Yes, of course. It's right over there. Can you walk?
After a fashion.
That chair, madam, it clings to him like a brother.
Well, do something, Stevens. Call the shop. Get a plumber.
Hello? Matilda, this is Bishop Rome. I'm at Mrs. Hamilton's. I want you to come here at once with another pair of trousers. Well, what difference does it make? Just bring me another pair of trousers. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry this has happened.
Oh, if I could only get in touch with Julia or Dudley. Dudley! This is all his doing. Dudley!
No, Bishop, don't be nervous. Have a chair, Bishop.
I have a chair.
I can't imagine what happened to Henry. He was so sure he'd meet us there.
Well, I suppose he's detained at Mrs. Hamilton's.
Oh, of course. You know, Dudley, it's a strange thing. You seem to be able to make me feel as if everything's going to be all right.
Everything could be all right for everyone, Julia, if people would only learn to behave like human beings.
It's a lovely night, isn't it? Oh, driver, could you take us through the park, please?
But that's out of your way, lady.
You getting bored with us, driver?
Say, I'll drive it by way of Mexico City if you want me to. That's the trouble with this country. Too many people who don't know where they're going, they want to get there too fast. I'd call you two very unusual people.
Oh, thank you. You're very perceptive.
You know your destination, but you're in no hurry to get there. And you're not reluctant to invest an extra 4 bits for a detour with Mother Nature.
Get ready, where you going?
Oh, that was really a close one.
Holy smoke. Did you see the way I missed that truck? Like a miracle.
Yes, I know, but just don't overplay your hand.
Hey, look, they're ice skating over there.
Oh, so they are. Julia, we're going ice skating.
Oh, no, we mustn't. It's too late. We couldn't. Do you really think we could?
You can stop here, driver. We're going ice skating. Oh, and you too. Well, this is it, Sylvester. What do I owe you?
Not a cent, my friend. Want to know why? Because you and the little lady here have restored my faith in human nature. Well, good night, Dudley. Good night, Julia.
Good night, Sylvester.
Sylvester is a noble soul. His children and his children's children will rise up and call him blessed.
Oh, this has been the most wonderful evening I've had in years.
It's the most wonderful evening I've had in centuries. You're a beautiful skater, Julia. In fact, you're beautiful.
Well, you've come home.
Oh, hello, Henry.
Henry, what happened to you? I thought you were going to meet us at St. Timothy's.
What happened to you? It's almost 10 o'clock.
You'll never guess, Henry. We've been ice skating.
Ice skating?
Yes. You should have seen Dudley. He's marvelous, Henry. Oh, and those boys at St. Timothy's. The way they sang. It was simply heavenly.
I'm sure it was.
Did you have a successful meeting with Mrs. Hamilton?
Quite satisfactory, thank you.
Good. I'll be right down, Henry.
Dudley?
Yes, Henry?
Whatever went on these last few hours, there's one thing I'm sure of. Julia is absolutely blameless.
Oh, of course she is.
But you deliberately stopped me from joining you by the seat of my pants.
Henry, if you had sent me to represent you with Mrs. Hamilton, I would have gone. But you didn't, so I represented you with your wife.
Oh, is that part of the normal duties of an angel?
Well, sometimes, Henry, angels must rush in where fools fear to tread.
I haven't the faintest idea what that means, and I don't want it explained to me. In any event, you can go now, Dudley. I have solved my problem. Mrs. Hamilton is giving the money for the cathedral.
But that was a foregone conclusion, providing you were willing to make a slight sacrifice of your principles.
Now, don't you think it's worth it for this glorious edifice?
I'm not so sure of its glory at a time like this.
Oh, you're not?
Now, these are rather lean years for the world, Henry. So many people need food, so many need shelter. That big roof could make so many little roofs.
I'm dealing with a materialistic, selfish woman. She wouldn't listen to talk like that.
Did you try?
You came here so that I could have a cathedral. Well, I've got a cathedral, and I want you to get out of my house and out of my life and away from Julia.
Suppose you pray for that, Henry. After all, it was prayer that brought me here.
Very well. I'll pray.
Henry, I'm afraid that's no prayer.
It was right from my heart. I want you to go.
Julia doesn't.
Julia, get out. Get out.
Julia is about to come down those stairs. Don't let her see you like this, Henry. Try to calm yourself.
Dudley?
He's gone.
Oh, Debbie's awake. She wants to say goodnight to him.
I just told you Dudley is gone.
But where?
How should I know?
But why did he leave so suddenly?
Because I got rid of him. I told him to go away. I fired him.
Why?
Because he's incompetent. He's no good at his job, and I cannot stand the sight of him.
Henry!
Believe me, Juliet, I know what I am doing.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, our stars will return with Act 3 of The Bishop's Wife. Our special guest tonight is the well-known dress designer of the Samuel Goldwyn Studios, Mary Wills, who's responsible for many of the stunning fashions we see on the screen. What was your latest assignment, Mary?
My Foolish Heart for Mr. Goldwyn. That picture fascinated me so I hated to see them finish it.
You know, Susan Hayward is splendid in the highly emotional role of a woman who gives everything for love.
And Dana Andrews as the man in her life was never better. He's one of my favorites.
Yes, their tender love scenes are beautifully done.
Miss Hayward took a great interest in the details of her costumes for My Foolish Heart, especially stockings. She insisted they be very sheer and fit perfectly. And she always insists on Lux Flakes to keep them that way, Mr. Kennedy.
These tiny diamonds of Lux are the favorite stocking care of a great many stars.
We always use them at the studio. They suds wonderfully fast and freshen nylons in a hurry. Besides, we find stockings last much longer.
That's been proved by scientific strain tests. Identical stockings rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap went into runs much sooner than those washed with Lux Flakes. The Lux stockings lasted twice as long.
Miss Hayward likes to choose a single stocking shade that blends with a variety of costumes and then orders it in quantity.
A thrifty idea for a girl on a budget. If one pair is damaged, the odd stocking can always be matched. Lux Flakes keep colors truer, make stockings last longer, too. No wonder over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux Flakes. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Bishop's Wife, starring Tyrone Power as Dudley, David Niven as the Bishop, and Jane Greer as Julia. 2 days have passed since Dudley disappeared, much to the relief of Bishop Henry Brougham. And now it's early evening on Christmas Eve.
Here's the list of your calls, Bishop, ending at Mrs. Hamilton. Oh, and there's a taxi waiting for you outside.
Thank you, Miss Castaway. If you're through typing my sermon before I'm back, just leave the copies on my desk.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to keep you so late on Christmas Eve.
Oh, it's all right, sir. Bishop Brown?
Yes?
There's still no word from Mr. Dudley.
Miss Castaway, I discharged Mr. Dudley. There's no reason at all to hear from him.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you don't mind, please tell Mrs. Brougham that the taxi is waiting.
We can go to the Tropshires first, Henry, then the Vandover.
Julia! Hiya, Julia!
Sylvester. Well, what are you doing here?
Well, when the call came in for a cab, I sure hightailed it over here. I was hoping there'd be another skating party. Hey, where's Dudley?
I don't know.
Look, you got a preacher with you.
Yes, this is...
Don't tell me. A wedding. You and Dudley.
Sylvester, this is my husband, Bishop Brougham.
How do you do?
Oh.
And now, if you don't mind, we'd like to go to North Maple Street by taxicab, Sylvester, not ice skates.
Good evening, Miss Castaway.
Mr. Dudley.
Did I startle you?
Oh, yes, I didn't hear you come in. But where have you been?
Oh, here and there, Miss Castaway.
Why, we've been so worried about you. And poor Mrs. Brougham, she's been popping in and out of here all day. Have I seen you? Have I heard from you?
Where is she?
She and the bishop are making Christmas calls.
Oh, they'll be home.
Oh, yes, sir. After Mrs. Hamilton's. Then they go to St. Timothy's for the midnight service.
You should be home, too, Miss Castaway. I'll type that sermon for you.
Oh, no, the bishop told me...
It's Christmas Eve. You should be with your family.
Well, if you really... Oh, thank you, Mr. Dudley.
Merry Christmas, Mildred.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Dudley.
Henry's Christmas sermon. The new cathedral. Mrs. Hamilton's magnificent gesture. Money. Pledges needed. Sorry, Henry, but that's no sermon for Christmas. Suppose you tell them the story of an empty stocking. Once upon a midnight clear, there was a child's cry. A blazing star hung over a stable, and wise men came with birthday gifts. We have forgotten many things during the centuries, but not that night.
Say he's calling, sir.
Oh, I'm Dudley Stevens, Bishop Brougham's new assistant. Would you mind telling Mrs. Hamilton I'm here?
I don't believe she's expecting you, sir.
Oh, I'm sure she isn't.
Yes, sir.
I'll wait in the music room.
The music room, sir?
Yes, there's a harp in there. I wonder if she'd mind
I'm afraid she would, sir.
Oh. Well, in that event, you'd better hurry off and tell her.
Yes, sir, I shall.
Who are you?
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Hamilton. This is a beautiful harp you have.
My butler said you told him you're Bishop Brougham's assistant.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hamilton. The bishop will be along a little later.
That music you're playing.
I thought you'd recognize it.
There's no one living who knows that composition, except me.
What a shame that Alan Cartwright died. That only you and I would know his music.
Alan Cartwright died nearly 40 years ago. You couldn't have known him.
I'm much older than you think. Mrs. Hamilton, tell me about him. About Alan Cartwright.
What is there to tell? He was the only man I ever loved. But I was afraid of poverty, so he went away and I never saw him again. Why am I telling you this?
And so you married the rich George Hamilton?
I made George happy, I think. And since he died, I've spent a fortune honoring his memory. In empty monuments. How did you know about Alan Cartwright?
It doesn't matter. Oh, Mrs. Hamilton, they're at the front door now. Henry and Julia.
I can't see them now. I can't.
Yes, you'll see them. You'll go to the hall and you'll greet them in your usual warm-hearted manner.
You'll come with me, and you'll stay, won't you, Dudley?
No, I'm afraid I can't. I have a great deal of work to do.
Bishop and Mrs. Brougham are here, madam.
Now, don't keep them waiting.
How do you do, Mrs. Hamilton?
Julia, how nice of you to come and see me. And Henry, Merry Christmas. Henry, I said Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes, Merry Christmas, Mrs. Hamilton.
Oh, and no more of this Mrs. Hamilton business. My name is Agnes. And now we can... Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's gone already.
Gone? Who?
Dudley.
He was here.
I might have known it.
But where did he go?
Oh, that poor man. He said he had so much work to do. Really, Henry, you must make him take some rest.
I'm trying to make him do just that.
I can't thank you enough for sending him to me. Meeting Dudley? Oh, I know it sounds ridiculous, but meeting him has been the greatest spiritual experience of my life. How did you ever find him, Henry?
More or less of an accident, I suppose.
Or more or less of a miracle.
Oh, it was. Talking with this wonderful, understanding man has... Henry, I've suddenly changed my mind about the cathedral.
You have?
Yes. I'm going to give my money to those who need it, to the poor, the homeless, the unappreciated. And I want you to direct the spending of it.
Now you see what Dudley's done, Henry.
Yes, I see.
And you understand.
Mrs. Hamilton, Julia... Forgive me, but I have to leave. There's someone I must see immediately.
Henry.
Henry, my dear fellow, sit down, sit down.
Professor Wutheridge, I just had to see you.
I'm delighted. Here, Henry, here. A glass of sherry.
No, thank you.
Oh, but I insist. Henry, you see this bottle? Now watch. I filled 2 glasses. Behold, the bottle is still half full. And what's more, the sherry itself, it stimulates, it warms, it inspires. But no matter how much you drink, it never inebriates, and the contents never diminish. Always half full.
Dudley's been here?
Yes. And that bottle isn't all. He told me to look up some ancient texts in the library, which no living scholar has ever been able to decipher. I read them as if they were English. Oh, let's face it, Henry. This Dudley fellow is not like the rest of us.
He says he's an angel.
An angel?
That's funny. Nothing stopped me from saying it that time. Angel. He says he's an angel.
From heaven?
That I'm not so sure about.
An angel. It's too bad. He's such a nice fellow.
Oh, he's brought nothing but disaster to me.
Oh, that's absurd. He and Julia were here the other day. She seemed happier than she'd been in years.
He's made her despise me.
Are you sure?
That's why I've come to see you. Do you think it's all my own fault, Professor? Oh, you don't have to answer. I asked for this in more ways than one. I suppose that Dudley came to me just to confirm that I had already lost Julia's love.
Well, if there's anything I can do, Henry...
No, there's nothing anyone can do.
Yeah, but there must be. You and Julia love each other. You always have.
It's only partly true. I love Julia.
Well, then why don't you fight for her?
Fight? How can I fight against...
But you have a tremendous advantage over him.
Advantage over an angel?
Precisely. He is an angel. Julia's a creature of earth. She's a woman, Henry, and you're a man.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, and if I were you, I'd get myself home.
Home? That's where he'll be, waiting for Julia. Excuse me. Happy Christmas.
Henry, is that you, dear?
Hello, Julia.
Dudley.
I came to say goodbye. I have to be moving along.
Oh. Well, where will you be going?
Wherever they send me.
They?
My superior officers.
Will we ever see you again?
Well, they seldom send us twice to the same place, Julia. We might form attachments.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, of course not. Julia, I don't want to leave.
Why?
Well, there are few people who know the secret of making heaven here on earth. And you are one of those rare people.
You frighten me. Dudley, I think you ought to go.
Julia, please, don't send me away.
What are you saying?
That I'm tired of being a wanderer. I'm tired of an existence which is neither hot nor cold, hungry nor full.
No, you must go away and never come back. Don't look at me like that. Dudley, no. Henry!
All right, Julia. It's all right, my darling. Go upstairs, dear. I'll handle this alone. As for you, Dudley, I have never before had to fight an angel. But I suggest you take off your coat and put up your dukes.
Now, why do you want to fight me, Henry?
Because you're a thief trying to steal the love that belongs to me.
Henry, do you realize that as an angel, I could quite possibly destroy you with a bolt of lightning?
I don't care. Julia means more to me than my life. I'm not going to lose her.
Then I have news for you. I'm going.
I'll accept that as a fact when I see it happen.
Oh, no, you won't. Because when I'm gone, you will never know that an angel visited this house.
And Julia? What about her?
There will be no memory with her either. Or with Debbie or the professor or anyone else.
Oh, I don't trust you.
You may, Henry, because your prayer's been answered.
That's not true. I prayed for a cathedral.
No, Henry. You prayed for guidance. And that's been given to you. I'm being paged.
Just a minute, please.
Goodbye, Henry.
If we should need you again, will you come back?
Not I. I'm requesting an assignment at the other end of the universe.
Is that because I was so difficult?
Oh, no. This difficulty was in me. When an immortal finds himself envying the mortal trusted to his care, it's a definite signal of danger.
Yes, I heard you the first time.
Now go upstairs. Take her in your arms, Henry. And kiss her for me. You lucky Henry.
Julia?
Quiet, darling. You'll wake Debbie.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, of course I am. Henry, did you get that for Debbie?
Get what for Debbie?
That little angel there on a bed.
Why, no.
I can't imagine where it came from. Henry, what is it?
I don't know. I have the most inexplicable feeling of happiness.
Why, so do I.
Oh, Julia, I love you, Julia.
I love you, Henry. Listen, the bells from St. Timothy's.
It's almost midnight.
You'll have to hurry.
Oh, my sermon. It was all about the cathedral. It will never do now.
Don't worry, dear. You'll think of something. Something even better. Merry Christmas, Henry.
Merry Christmas, darling. Tell you the story of an empty stocking. Once upon a midnight clear, there was a child's cry. A blazing star hung over a stable, and wise men came with birthday gifts. We have forgotten many things through the centuries, but not that night. We celebrated with stars on Christmas trees, with the sound of bells, and with gifts, but especially with gifts. You give me a book, I give you a tie. Aunt Martha has always wanted an orange squeezer, and Uncle Harry could do with a new pipe. Oh, we forget nobody. Adult or child, all the stockings are filled. All that is, except one. And we have even forgotten to hang it up. The stocking for the child born in a manger. It is his birthday we're celebrating. Don't let us ever forget that. Let us ask ourselves what he would wish for most, and then let each put in his share. Loving kindness, warm hearts, and a stretched out hand of tolerance.
All the shining gifts to make a peace on earth.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, since you gave your prize recipe last week for making Christmas snow, we've been swamped with letters asking us to repeat it.
Oh, well, I'm not a bit surprised, John. It's such a novel decoration for a Christmas tree. The branches look as if they were covered with freshly fallen snow.
The kids especially have asked about it. You said it was easy.
Oh, it is. They can do it without any help from grown-ups. Just add 2 cups of lukewarm water to a large box of Lux Flakes. Whip with an egg beater until it's the consistency of thick whipped cream. Then spread the mixture on the tree branches with your fingertips. It dries in about an hour.
And it lasts as long as the tree. When it's dry, add your lights and ornaments as usual.
You can use fewer ornaments, though, because Lux Christmas Snow is a decoration in itself, and so inexpensive. Lux Flakes is another fine product of Lever Brothers.
Better order some extra boxes of Lux Flakes tomorrow. You'll want to try Christmas snow on your table centerpieces, too, and on holly wreaths around the house. Your dealer has printed directions for making Lux Christmas snow. Remember, just 2 cups of water to 1 large box of Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Our most sincere thanks are due our stars for the joy they brought to this audience tonight. And here they are, Tyrone Power, David Niven, and Jane Greer. Ty, it's good to have you back in Hollywood after all these months.
Well, Well, I'll try this again, once more. Until you've been away a year and a half, you never know how good home looks. You know, I was just figuring up the other day. In the last 4 years, I've only been here 10 months.
Well, I guess you're ready to settle down.
Well, for a few days, David. And then Linda and I are going down to Mexico City to spend New Year's with her family.
You travel as much in real life as in The Prince of Foxes.
20th Century Foxes, that is.
Nice to know you haven't changed a bit, David.
Well, Ty, you certainly had an exciting role in the picture, and your performance merits our congratulations. And this would be a good time to congratulate Jane on the recent arrival in her family. 2 boys must be a houseful, Jane.
Oh, 2 aren't nearly enough. But I will say Deluxe Flakes consumption is running rather high.
Well, we certainly can help you out there. There's some in the wings for all of you to take home.
We appreciate it, Bill. Now, what about next week's play?
It's a gay musical, David. The Warner Brothers hit, My Dream Is Yours. And the stars will be June Haver and Jack Carson. My Dream Is Yours is a delightful love story full of sparkling songs in just the right mood to top off the Christmas season.
That's a wonderful holiday play. Well, good night.
Good night. Good night. Traditionally, this is the time for an old American custom, going home for Christmas. It's a time of joyful reunion, a time to strengthen the ties that bind each family together. And in the family is our only hope for the future. For from deep in our hearts and our homes must come the fulfillment of the age-old promise of Christmas, the promise of peace on earth and goodwill among men, all men. On behalf of Lever Brothers Company and of us in the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish all of you the happiest of holidays. And we invite you all to join us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Carson and June Haver in My Dream Is Yours. This is William Keeley saying good night to you and Merry Christmas.
David Niven will soon be seen in the Alexander Korda production, The Elusive Pimpernel. Jane Greer appeared through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Holiday Affair, starring Robert Mitchum and Janet Leigh. Heard in tonight's cast were Willard Waterman as Professor, Eleanor Audley as Mrs. Hamilton, Frances Robinson as Miss Cassaway, and Bill Johnstone, Gilbert Barnett, Philip Teed, Noreen Gamil, Ann Whitfield, Howard McNear, Eddie Marr, and Alan Reed Jr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear My Dream Is Yours, starring June Haver and Jack Carson. Screen stars are thrilled with the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. It's so luxurious, they say, leaves such a lovely clinging fragrance on the skin. Try this big satin smooth bath cake 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Enjoy its rich creamy lather, abundant even in hard water. In a jiffy, it whisks away dust and dirt, makes you sure of skin that's fresh, really sweet. Fastidious women love the delicate Lux toilet soap perfume, an exclusive blend of flower fragrances. Rose, lilac, jasmine are just a few. The generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap is now available everywhere. Get a few cakes tomorrow. The whole family will enjoy the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of My Dream Is Yours, starring Jack Carson and June Haver. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan, Katherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And today I want to add Christmas greetings to each and to all of you, with the sincere wish that you'll be listening to the Lux Radio Theater for many Christmases to come. Some 480 Christmases ago, a young gentleman left us probably the world's most unusual list of gifts. He was on his way out of town, a few steps ahead of the gendarmes. And as a departing gesture, he bequeathed to the girl he loved a broken heart. He willed that all caged things should have their freedom, that children should have care and warmth, and in a sense that we of the Lux Radio Theater should enjoy tonight's play. For the gentleman was Francois Villon, about to set out from Paris, and as I said, a few steps ahead of the police, on a life as colorful and adventurous as any piece of fiction you could find. He didn't stay away from Paris long. In fact, he's back there on our stage tonight as Dennis Morgan in Rudolph Bremel's stirring operetta, The Vagabond King. Co-starred with Mr. Morgan is the lovely Katherine Grayson, who will be seen next in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer technical and musical Anchors Away, which was produced by Joe Pasternak and directed by George Sidney. Also in tonight's cast is the talented J. Carroll Nash. All of us who've longed to be king for a day will discover tonight what happens to a man who has that dream come true, and who at the end of those 24 hours faces either a lifetime with a woman he loves or death upon the gallows. You will see for yourself which befalls it. Not only on Christmas Day, but every Monday night, I like to feel that our stage is bringing together a great circle of fellow Americans, young and old, in big cities and country villages, in farms and lonely mountain cabins, and the lighthouse keeper and his family on rugged coasts and rocks at sea, all bound by a common interest in this theater and a common appreciation of the products which make possible these weekly plays. From far-off Alaska, a member of this audience writes, I work up here in the frozen north, and to preserve my dainty clothes, I lux them regularly. All our stores, even those down the river, boast of carrying a supply of Lux. The only rival snowflakes have up here is Lux Flakes. Well, that's a nice Christmas message on which to ring up our curtain. So here's the first act of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Katherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as King Louis. France in the 15th century, and Louis XI squirms on a tottering throne. At the city's edge, poised for the siege of Paris, are the invading armies of the Duke of Burgundy. But within the walls, half-loyal citizens grumble and plot. Cutthroats swarm the streets, and thieves crowd the taverns. Only a miracle can save France. And while he awaits the miracle, King Louis grows curious about a certain lady in his court.
But, sire, how can you think of Catherine when Paris is ready to perish?
I am unable to save my city, Tristan, but maybe I can yet win the lady. Isn't one victory better than two defeats? Now, tell me, what is this ridiculous story about Catherine?
My men have watched as you ordered. The story is true.
Catherine de Vaucelles? Trysting with a jailbird at a thieves' tavern?
The Furcone Tavern, sire, tonight.
Oh, I don't believe it. You told me she does not even know the name.
True, sire. A curious chain of events, starting this morning when the rogue was flung out of jail.
His name, who is he? How do you know he isn't my Grand Marshal in disguise? Courbet would do anything to win Catherine.
Courbet? Surely my men would have recognized the Grand Marshal. No, all we know of the man is that he's a most unusual thief who writes a poem as skillfully as he picks a pocket.
Go on, go on.
As he left the jail with a companion, their destination brought them past the palace walls. It was then that they heard from a far distant corner of the gardens a lady singing. The lady, sire, was Catherine.
Oh, get to the point.
The rogue has a fatal impudence, sire. Hearing her voice, he climbed the garden walls and perched at the top. Remained there, calm as you please, listening to the sweetest voice in your kingdom.
Francois, in the name of heaven, get down from the wall.
I see an angel, Tabari.
They'll burn out your eyes if they catch you.
If they catch me. God shield her, Tabari. The loveliest face in France.
And you'll hang from the loveliest gallows. Francois, jump down from there.
The vision fades. She walks away. She enters a house.
House? You fool, it's the palace.
Go along, Tabari. I'm waiting here until I see her again. Sooner or later, she'll have to come out.
Oh, Francois, if it's a woman you want to look at, think of Huguette. Who could be prettier than Huguette? She's waiting for you now, all soft and luscious. And besides, she owns a tavern.
Tell Huguette I'll be delayed.
No, as a thief, Francois, you're a wise and sane man, but when you turn poet, you turn idiot.
Poet? Yes. And the lady who sang shall have a verse.
You'd make a poem for her?
Who has a better right? I do not know her name. She's never seen me. But I love her.
Oh, what woman in Paris don't you love?
Get out of here. Wait for me at Huguette's Tavern, Fur Cone. I'll be needing a messenger.
And he sent her a verse? That scum? To Catherine de Vaucelles?
He did, sire. And then the unbelievable occurred. Reading it, Catherine asked the messenger how she might find the man who wrote it. The answer was at the Fur Cone Tavern, and the time tonight.
Tonight.
You take the news very calmly.
Oh, do I? Maybe it's because I, too, look forward to a diverting evening.
Sire.
Yes, Tristan. Catherine will not be the only stranger. There will be 2 more visitors at the Fur Cone Tavern tonight. You and I.
Well, what news, Huguette? Did you find Tabari?
I wish you'd rotted in jail.
Answer me.
No one has seen Tabari for hours.
Tabari's an idiot. I should never have let him take it.
Take what?
Never mind.
Francois, you've been out of jail all day. And all day I've waited here for you.
I walked about the city.
Not according to Tabari. Your good friend spoke of poetry, Francois. Verses for a lady in the king's palace.
Someday Tabari will want to smack his lips and find he has no tongue.
What are you afraid of? Afraid to say you're tired of me? But your weariness takes a strange turn. You and a lady of the palace.
Shut up.
Did she hold her dainty nose when she kissed you, Francois? Or can she love a thief with the smell of jail about him and rags on his back?
I'll give you a better cause than that to mock me, little one. This lady hasn't even seen me. Now drown your jealousies in your wine.
Make love to the whole court for all I care.
That's more like you. You know, Wait. Those 2 men, the corner near the door. Who are they?
They pay for their wine in gold. That's all I know.
In gold? Well, perhaps before they leave tonight, the gentleman and I will know each other better.
An evil-looking place, sire. A moldy cellar.
Well, what did you expect? A bird's nest?
And still no sign of Catherine, your majesty.
No, don't say majesty here, you fool. Plain Louis. Now, what causes you to look so sour? Burgundy is at my gates. My throne sways like a drunkard. Catherine spurns me, but do I pull a long face?
You do worse. Sniffing about taverns after a girl.
Before I die, Tristan, there are 2 sights I want to see. One is Burgundy's head on a pikestaff, and the other is haughty Catherine de Vaucelles trysting with a beggar poet in this pigsty. But, of course, if you prefer to talk politics, Tristan, last night I dreamed a dream.
Politics dwell far from dreamland.
I dreamed that I was a swine, rooting in the streets of Paris, and that I found a pearl of great price in the gutter. I took it and set it in my crown, where it shone so bright, it filled all Paris with its brilliance. And then a great star fell from heaven.
Greetings and stars and women, while Paris goes to the dogs. Excuse me. But we're being watched.
Well, what of it? No one will recognize me in these clothes.
That young fellow with the tavern mistress.
Who is he? You know him?
Aye, every criminal, every wanted and beggar in Paris calls him king.
King?
Thief, scholar, swordsman, king of the vagabonds.
Well, then bring him here. I'd have a word with my brother ruler.
Sire.
Call him.
Villon. Monsieur Villon. Friends don't shout at me, monsieur. And strangers don't dare.
We are strangers with gold. Here, perhaps we can buy your company.
My company? You could have my soul for less. Hey, all of you. Everyone, come here.
Oh, everyone. Good heavens, must they?
I must feed my people, as King Louis has forgotten to do these many years. We'll drink, monsieur. Drink to the death of a stranger.
Death? A stranger?
You grow pale. I mean the stranger at the walls of Paris. Burgundy. Death to Burgundy.
Oh, so, a patriot.
Rather a poet. Death to Burgundy makes good rhyming.
And to what use do you put your rhyme?
Use? Only a song, monsieur. Come all, ye beggars of Paris, on, ye lousy rabble of low degree. You rabble of low degree. We'll star King Louis to keep his crown and save our city from Burgundy. Our city from Burgundy. You and I are good for nothing but to die. We can die for liberty. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, towards against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us, break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger man, bow down to Burgundy. Around us, break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy.
Oh, it is a pity Burgundy can't hear your rhyme.
He has other subjects, too, for his verses, monsieur. Just today, a lady at the court. Tell him, Francois, this glorious vision, this delicate treasure.
Yes, the very flower of Louis's court. Chesterton House.
Well, indeed, you're fitting high, my lyrical jailbird.
All Paris knows that the old goat himself has grown older chasing her.
What's that? Old goat?
The oldest and scurviest in France. Louis XI. Louis is a ludicrous.
Perhaps you drink too much, monsieur.
What can an honest thief do but drink? With the enemy at our door and a helpless ninny on the throne.
No doubt you could do better in Louis's place.
Francois has a rhyme for that, too.
May we not hear it?
Why not? But it will cost you a drink for us all.
Very well, very well. Begin.
The figure on the throne, you see, is nothing but a puppet, planned to wear the royal bravery of silken coat and gilded wand. Not so we Frenchmen understand. We'd bid the damned Burgundian dance. And such a one would take command if Villon were king of France. If Villon were...
Look, it's the barn.
Where have you been, you sniveling gossip?
Occupied on your business, Francois. I've news, but only for you. Come with me.
What is it?
Your verse, Francois. I did as you ordered. I brought it to the lady.
And where have you been since?
I couldn't leave. She told me to wait.
Why? Why should she want you to wait?
Francois, she wants to meet you.
That's what you're saying.
It's the truth. She's here, Francois. Now, Catherine de Vaucelles. I brought her by the other door. Just go up these stairs. She's waiting for you now in that room up there.
If this is a joke to body, I'll kill you.
Hurry, before you get seized. Hurry.
I was told you wished to see me, my lady.
You are Francois Villon?
Yes?
So gloomy a room, monsieur.
I am not one you would want to see, but if you would like a light, I...
Will be but a moment. Monsieur, you wrote a verse for me.
Forgive me, my lady, I...
If you are the poet, you'll remember the lines.
Yes. If I were king... Ah, love, if I were king... What tributary nations would I bring to kneel before your scepter? and to swear allegiance to your lips, your eyes, your hair. Beneath your feet, what treasures would I fling if I were king?
Monsieur, what sort of man are you?
One who steals without shame, who runs his sword through his enemy and sleeps on an easy conscience. These are my brief virtues. My vices better stay unnamed.
You risked much in writing me, monsieur.
My lady, this room is dark as a dream. And like in a dream, I can speak words I never thought you'd hear from me. I worship you. Now, what would you have me do?
You say you love me. I love France. Listen, I learned today that the Grand Marshal is betraying France to the Duke of Burgundy. You could stop him.
I?
You spoke of words and swords, but perhaps you didn't mean to be taken at your word.
I didn't hope to be.
The Grand Marshal will be here any moment. He is coming to meet some man in that crowd down there.
And how shall I know the Grand Marshal?
I've been watching from the window. He turned the corner a moment ago. Listen. He's at the door now. Come and you will see him enter.
Open up. Open up here.
Coming, monsieur. That is the traitor.
There's a man here named Rene Cassel.
There he is.
Send him in here, alone.
Yes, monsieur.
The Grand Marshal. And I would kill him at your word, milady?
There's time for nothing else. If he leaves here tonight, there may not be a France tomorrow.
I'll go below and listen. Wait here, milady.
But he will see you.
Only when I want him to see me. Milady.
Yes?
That rose you're wearing. Maybe it will bring me luck.
Here, take it, monsieur.
Thank you, milady.
And in exchange for Paris, Rene, what does Burgundy concede to me?
Your demands are met, Excellency. Open the gates of Paris, and in return, Burgundy gives you a dukedom and the maid Catherine de Vaucel.
For 3 years, Louis denied me the girl. Now she costs him his throne.
Stop the chattering and bring me some wine.
Who is he? Who is that drunken fool there?
Only a man named Villon, Excellency.
What have you overheard?
My ears are large, monsieur. I didn't miss a single word.
Throw McCoy and Rene and shut him up.
Bribery? Why not? But you can win me only with wine. Come inside and open the bottle.
Get out of here, you drunken scum.
Scum, monsieur?
Take your hand off me.
After you apologize.
Let go.
You think a slap gets rid of me? Can you use that sword you wear, monsieur?
Excellency, Villon's the best swordsman in Paris.
Stand back and close the doors.
No, Excellency. They'll kill you. Stop them! Stop them!
A brawl, sire. We best get out of here.
Well, a brawl indeed. Tristan, look who's fighting.
Villon.
And my Grand Marshal.
Sire, it must stop at once.
I think Villon's of the same mind. Look, the knave has run him through.
Francois! Run, Francois, run! The King's archers! The King's archers, they're here!
Stay where you are, in the King's name. Excellency, you're wounded.
It's nothing. I'm all right. But that devil there.
Villon. Francois Villon, monsieur.
Take him out and hang him.
Stand back!
Wait. Now, wait a moment.
Who dares delay the King's justice?
I am the King's justice. I am the King.
Your Majesty.
Tristan, bear my Grand Marshal to the surgeon. Now, you hear?
Yes, sir.
And as for you, Villon, take Master Villon to the palace dungeon.
Sire, he only tried to serve your throne.
Well, milady, I've wondered when you'd appear.
The Grand Marshal is the traitor.
Is he? And what, my Lady Catherine, are you? Who gave you leave to quit the palace for this rat hole?
Please, let Villon go, sire.
You spoke of France, my lady. But was it France you wanted to save from Burgundy? Or was it yourself from the Grand Marshal?
Believe me, I didn't know that he plotted for me, too.
It doesn't matter.
And what would Villon do now, monsieur, if Villon were the King of France?
He would fight Burgundy. Then, doubtlessly, he would hang Villon. But Villon, Ted, is still a better man than Louis. Louis do nothing. Louis dare nothing. God, where our battle flag would stand if Villon were King of France.
And bow down to Burgundy. Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, swords against the foe. Forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us, break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy.
Our stars will return in Act 2 of The Vagabond King in just a moment. Now, here's what happened at the Jones house this morning. Everybody was knee-deep in tissue paper and ribbons when Mrs. Jones said,
"Oh, what a lovely slip. Just what I wanted. Thank you, Janie, darling."
You're welcome, Mom. I hoped you'd like it.
Now, you go ahead and open your present. The one over there on the right. I think you'll be surprised.
Oh, a slip. Why, Mom, it's just like the one I got you.
I guess that proves we both have good taste.
I can see we'd better sew name tags on these so we can tell which is which.
And now, let's look into a crystal ball and see what's going to happen to those slips in 1945.
Oh, Janie.
Yes, Mom?
Jane, could I borrow one of your slips, dear? I'm going downtown to buy a dress today, and I just can't be seen in this rag.
Of course. Look in that bottom drawer.
Oh, here's the one I gave you for Christmas. Why, dear, you haven't worn it.
Sure I have. Lots of time.
Well, it doesn't look it. The one you gave me is dreadfully faded, and the seams are pulling.
Sorry, Mom, but I'll bet that's your way of washing. Me, I always stick to Lux Flakes.
Well, I'll admit Lux does make a difference. A lot of difference.
Sometimes daughters know best, Mom.
When they know Lux, eh, Janie?
It is surprising what a difference Lux Care makes in the way underthings look and wear. If you could see the dozens of slips and nightgowns that were washed by a famous laboratory, you'd never trust underthings to wash day methods again. Hot water, strong soap, rough handling soon left underthings faded and drab. Straps frayed, too, and seams pulled out. On the other hand, exactly the same kinds of slips given Lux Care stayed lovely and fresh. Yes, through 3 times as many washings. Lux Care is certainly thrifty care. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Catherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as Louis XI. It's later the same night. Francois Villon sleeps in a prison cell. But rest doesn't come so easily to the man who put him there. Plagued with fears and uncertainties, King Louis has sent for the court astrologer. High in the palace tower, they scan the starlit sky with anxious eyes.
And in this dream you speak of, sire, you say you found a pearl of great price?
Yes, in the gutter. How do the stars interpret it?
The position of the moon and Jupiter revealed this was a dream of great significance. They were in that exact same position when Joan of Arc saved your own father.
Oh, the Maid of Orleans is dead. Who is to help me?
Clearly, the pearl in the gutter indicates one of your own subjects, someone from the depths, who may arise and save your kingdom.
And the star that fell from heaven. What is the meaning of the star?
I cannot answer, sire. Perhaps it means that if this same creature from the depths were exalted to the heights, he would be destined to fall quickly like the star of his own weight.
But you're not certain it means this?
It's very mysterious. No, I'm not certain.
Tristan.
Sire?
A bag of gold for the astrologer.
Good night, sire.
Good night. Exalted from the depths. From the depths. Come here, Tristan. You heard what the stars have told us. A person from the depths may yet save France. Tristan, I have just appointed a new Grand Marshal. Francois Villon.
Villon?
Don't stand there gaping. Go now and see that a flagon of drugged wine is placed in his cell. Let him awake tomorrow morning in the palace, washed and beardless, sumptuously dressed, so changed his very mother would not recognize him. You and I alone will know of this.
But...
No buts. Joan of Arc saved my father's throne. May not Villon save mine?
You'd spare his life? Villon's to live?
Yes, for 24 hours. Then he hangs.
You put me in prison, sire. Why can't I remain there? Look what you've done to me. I stare at myself in the mirror and say, Villon, my friend, where are you?
By the saints, you smell like a violet.
And these clothes, all silk and velvet.
As befit the man you now are.
What man?
The Count de Montcobier, my new Grand Marshal.
Oh, we're both drunk.
Oh, I don't joke. Did you joke when you boasted you'd be a better king than I?
It was no boast.
Well, then king you shall be, as well as Grand Marshal. King for 24 hours.
And after that?
Oh, you'll be yourself again. Thief and cutthroat. And your last act as king will be to hang the rogue you really are.
24 hours.
Well, isn't that enough? Are you so keen to live?
I never was until yesterday. Living suddenly becomes a sweet habit.
I thought so. Tristan.
Sire?
I was wrong. Take this braggart, strip him of his silks, and whip him back into the gutter again.
Then I'm free?
Free to run howling with your tail between your legs.
Your Majesty.
Well?
Lady Catherine is here. She begs an audience with the Grand Marshal.
Lady Catherine?
Oh, she'd speak to a man, not to a cur who calls himself a king.
Wait. You say I can rule for a day?
Precisely.
On your word of honor?
Oh, my word is my honor.
Agreed, then.
In that case, Tristan, the Lady Catherine may have an audience. May she not, Excellency?
Yes, and quickly. First, let her know, Tristan, our new Grand Marshal is the Count de Montcorbier.
I was told I might have an audience with the Grand Marshal.
As long as you wish, my lady.
I am Catherine de Vaucel.
I know.
As Grand Marshal, monsieur, you hold the lives of all prisoners.
I do? I mean, yes, my lady.
In prison is a certain Francois Villon. I come to ask that this man's life be spared.
What is his crime?
He tried to rid France of a traitor.
He's so fired with patriotism?
He did it because a woman asked it. He thought he loved her.
He thought. Why do you plead for his life?
Because I am that woman.
You risked disgrace telling me this.
He risked his life.
You don't, by some strange chance, think that you love him, do you?
I? He's of the streets. A common thief. But still he does not deserve to die.
Does anyone? Well, your wish is granted. Villon is free.
Free?
As free as I am.
Oh, I'm deeply grateful, Excellency.
Wait. I'd like a favor also.
Yes?
My lady, I'm told you're inclined toward the making of ballads. I've given you a man's life. The fee is a song.
A song, Excellency?
Do I ask too much?
No, only you puzzle me. I don't quite understand you.
Please sing, my lady. Who knows? Maybe your song will unriddle me.
think I know better now, milady, why this Vion risked his life for you. How he looked at you. As a muddy pool might look at the moon in heaven.
Monsieur, I've seen you before, haven't I?
Yes, and I think your thief must have felt as I feel now.
But how would you know that?
How do I know I live? Like him, I also loved a lady. I lost her, and with her my world. But I have found her again, in you.
I care little to be flattered, monsieur, and less to be wooed.
What does a man do to win you?
Oh, this is no season for such talk. I had hoped a man had come to court. A man who could free France of Burgundy.
And if that man should come?
My love is all for France, and him who saves her.
Excuse us.
Friend Louis, Lord Tristan.
Oh, we grieve at shattering this tender interval, but we have a guest.
The Duke of Burgundy has sent a herald under truce.
I beg your leave, Excellency.
You time your interruptions, sire, with all the delicacy of an elephant.
Well, you would be king, Vion, and this is the state's business.
Then get it over with. How much time do you think I have?
Power tastes sweet. That's what. Now that you meet her on an equal footing.
Shall I thank you again, Majesty?
Oh, I've pleased only myself. Francois.
What?
In these precious hours until tomorrow, should the fellow you now pretend to be, the Count de Montcorbier, should the Count win the heart of Lady Catherine, Vion shall escape the gallows, and the Count marry his lady love.
Do you know what you're saying, sire?
Oh, always, and never better than now.
If Lady Catherine offers me her love, I'm free. You'll give your word on this bargain, too?
Oh, naturally. Now, go receive the herald. I'll follow in time.
At once. Sweet Louis. Kind, generous.
What? This offer, sire, it's inconceivable. You'd give him his life?
Only if he should win Lady Catherine. I like my little measure of revenge. Mrs. Catherine has spurred me too long. It will be sport when the lady finds she's disdained my love to smile upon a beggar. I overheard their meeting, Tristan. She spurs him on to great deeds against Burgundy. Oh, he'll fight for her as he would never fight for us. Come now. I'm anxious to hear Vion's answer to Burgundy.
The herald of Burgundy. In the name of the Duke of Burgundy, greetings to Louis of France.
Greetings, and be brief.
Will it be peace or war?
My Lord Grand Marshal will answer that.
I, Your Majesty?
You, Grand Marshal.
Well, is it peace at our terms or war?
Wait. There are more pressing matters. Lord Tristan, the court grows dull. We give a ball tonight.
At a time like this?
Dancing in the gardens, plenty of wine.
King Louis, what is this folly?
Oh, do what he says. He speaks for France.
Thank you. Now then, Harold.
The Duke of Burgundy summoned you to surrender. If you refuse, it means disaster, manifold death, and slavery.
Brave words, Harold. In God's name and the King, go back to your master and say, we are well fed, we are well armed, we lie snug and warm behind our Paris walls, up at his threats. This is our answer. This and the drawn sword. God and St. Denis for the King of France.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll return with Act 3 of The Vagabond King in just a moment. Now, this morning, when a certain young lady was unwrapping a Christmas package, her sister sat watching her, wondering.
Oh, I hope she'll like those stockings I gave her. Mom said Sis needed them, so I got 3 pairs of rayon shears. Hope she likes them. They're the kind I wear myself. Mom did say, though, that if I gave Sis stockings, it would be like pouring water down the drain, because she gets runs all the time. Wish I could tell her to take care of them without getting her mad. I'd say, now remember, they're sheer and shouldn't be handled like those black monstrosities we used to wear at school. Luxing them after every wearing really keeps them going a long, long time. Just remember to use Lux Flakes. Don't rub them with whatever cake of soap you have handy at the time, and don't use strong soaps. Use lukewarm water, and don't drape them on the radiator for a quick drying job either. That's bad. And don't put them on before they're thoroughly dry. Take at least 24 hours. Maybe Sis knows all this already, but I doubt it, else Mom wouldn't have said she was hard on stockings. If she'll use Lux, they'll last much longer. But, of course, all I said on the card was love and a Merry Christmas.
Now, if that little sister does Lux those nice stockings, she'll get a real gift. Maybe the wear of 6 pairs from 3. Because Luxing can make stockings last twice as long. Strain tests proved it. Stockings washed with mild Lux Flakes didn't go into runs nearly so soon as those washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. Remember, for extra wear, use Lux Care. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
I don't often make public confessions, but when we chat with our stars after the play tonight, I'll reveal one secret from my past. Now here's Act 3 of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Catherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as Louis XI. Francois Villon's one day of glory is more than half spent. All afternoon he was strangely absent from the palace, returning only an hour ago with his friend Tabari. The ball ordered is at midnight, but he and Tabari remain in the garden, planning the attack on the snarling armies of Burgundy beyond the city walls.
What about the king's mercenaries, the archers, the army?
They'll be on our flanks. Paris will be defended by the people of Paris, our people.
We'll be ready for you, Francois.
In 2 hours, 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock. The taverns are swarming, Francois. They wait their orders from the new Grand Marshal, who lifted the tax from their wine, opened the prison gates, and gave them food. Oh, it's a new Paris, Francois. Alive, ready, greedy for victory.
You've done well, Tabari. Go back now. Keep among them every minute. God shield us all this night, my friend.
I've been waiting to find you alone, monsieur.
Lady Catherine.
All by yourself while the palace dances?
I was about to come in to look for you.
You know, they do more than dance in there, my lord. They talk of nothing but the wonders you've worked. You've made the king popular, the people loyal, and the army faithful. And now, I think I've guessed the reason for this ball.
Let Burgundy think we're soft. At dawn, when they'd guess us full of wine and sleep, their attack would come. Except our attack will come first, at 10 o'clock.
So soon, my lord.
Hope that is soon enough.
Well, that's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Nothing.
Catherine, look at me.
No, please.
What are you thinking?
Of a man whose life you saved.
Villon?
Yes. How he must despise me.
How can you possibly worry over such a creature?
I asked Villon to kill a traitor.
Well, at least he exposed him. Courbet has fled to Brittany.
But Villon thinks I lied to him.
How do you know?
He must. It's evil enough to ask a man to kill another. But Villon believes I did it for myself and not for France. The Duke of Burgundy had promised me to Courbet. I didn't know that.
I swear I'm not flattered, Catherine, seeing you fret over a rogue from the gutter.
Real men are rare in France, monsieur. But think no more of him, for I shall not.
And of me? Will you think of me after tomorrow, when I'm rather certain I'll be dead?
I pray not, with all my heart.
My lady, and our Grand Marshal. Might I suggest, Excellency, that you show yourself inside?
In a moment.
Lady Catherine, His Majesty had hoped you would sing for our guests.
If he wishes.
He's quite impatient. Now, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Thanks. My lords and ladies, at His Majesty's command, Lady Catherine de Vaucelles.
Love and love.
Majesty.
Ah, yes, Grand Marshal.
May I speak with you outside?
This way. Beyond?
We strike at Burgundy shortly.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
And as for me...
Yes?
There's no outwitting you, sire. Build your gallows tree.
A gallows tree? You've lost all hope.
I've neither time nor heart for your game. She's a lady, royally proud. I can't trick her. Before I leave, I'll tell her who I really am.
That you are Vion? You think you'd win her with honesty?
No. I couldn't win her with lies or with truth.
Then rest assured you'll swing if you return from battle. Wait, someone's coming. Well, the lady herself. Catherine, my dear.
Sire, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, we merely exchanged some trifling opinions on life and death. By the way, your song moved me much, milady.
Thank you. My Lord Grand Marshal?
Yes?
If I shouldn't see you again tonight, take this if you'd care to.
Well, one of my choicest roses. I do not grow these, Catherine, to dispense to my army.
Perhaps it will bring fortune to the army, sire.
Well, maybe. Take it, Grand Marshal.
Thank you, Catherine.
I'll still be more shameless, sire. With it, I give him my hand and my heart.
Wait.
Oh, charming.
Catherine, look at me closely. Don't you see anything to remind you? Last night, a gloomy tavern, a thief who wrote a verse.
What of him?
Only this. I am that thief.
You?
Francois Villon. You betrothed yourself to a jailbird, my royal lady.
Sire.
Oh, Paris would be greatly amused. If I could not have you for a queen, at least France has you to laugh at. Catherine de Vaucelles throws herself at a full-fledged scavenger.
And you, Monsieur Villon, why did you do this? Have you nothing to say?
I told you once I loved you.
And is love a trick to you, too? Oh, go back to your tavern and gloat well, monsieur.
Yes, methinks you hang, Master Villon.
The Burgundians may cheat you yet.
Yes, the Burgundians.
If you'd learn how the battle goes, your messengers can find me at the crossroads.
My archers will be at the crossroads.
No. Your people will save your throne, not your army. You hear that song? And those who sing will fight for you. The rabble of Paris, half drunk and all inspired. Goodbye, sire.
The battle. What word of the battle?
At midnight, Burgundy threw his full force at the crossroads. Villon still holds fast.
News, I say.
3 times the enemy attacked. 3 times our people wavered. And then stood firm.
Oh, God be praised. The dawn is breaking, Tristan.
None too cheerfully, Your Majesty.
No further news?
None, sire.
But that hammering.
Your gibbet, sire, for Villon. When and if he returns.
Your Majesty.
Oh, fair Catherine, you arise early.
I've been to Mass.
To ease your heart?
My heart is at the crossroads, sire.
With France, yes, I know. But all of France is a broad target for a little heart. It's time you narrow it down to, say, a Frenchman.
I have.
Since last night?
Oh, I've learned much since then, sire. I've learned the truth. I love him.
Villon?
But a pointless truth, since I doubt that I shall ever see him again.
Yes, it would be kinder far if he were to die out there than dangle on his gallows.
Gallows?
Well, it's the reward he gambled for. Your hand in marriage or the hangman's noose.
But how could you offer my hand in marriage? My rank forbids it.
Well, of course it forbids it. That's why I knew I couldn't lose, milady.
Sire.
Well?
Paris is saved, sire. Your Grand Marshal and his rabble return in triumph.
Oh, victory!
They're pouring into the square after him. Paris has gone wild.
Summon to the court of the square. We receive Villon at once. Villon!
Here are banners for your carpet, sire. An hour ago, they floated over Burgundy.
Speak to your people, Vion.
In the king's name. In the king's name, there will be gold for every man who fought, and a month's food for all of his family.
Ever generous with my treasury, Vion.
To the end, sire.
Well, for heaven's sake, speed the end before I'm bankrupt.
As you wish. You who have fought with me know me by two names. To some, I am the Count de Montcorbier. To most of you, Francois Villon. We've won a battle, and I lost a wager. As Grand Marshal, I declare the life of Villon forfeit, and that he be hanged at once on the gibbet that waits for him.
Sire, listen to your people. He saved your France for you. Will you let him die like this?
Well, wait. My good people, you've heard Master Villon. Now, if there's one among you here willing to take his place on the gallows, let him speak and come forward. There is no one. No one.
We're wasting time, friend Louis.
Wait. Sire, I claim your promise.
Catherine.
Oh, but you cannot. You cannot marry him. Your rank forbids it.
I renounce my rank. Before you all, I'm Catherine de Vaucel, Grand Seneschal of Gascony. In my domain, I hold the power of life and death, which I now renounce with all my rank, that I may claim to marry Francois Villon.
A miracle. A star has fallen to me out of heaven.
A star! My dream. That was my dream.
Catherine, you would do this to save my life.
It's a life I love more than my own.
Now, wait. Keep your lands and titles, Catherine.
Sire.
Oh, have no fear. I'm through with jests and trickeries. My dream. Yes, it all comes clear.
Your dream?
The stars foretold me of this union. I have no will to question destiny. Francois?
Majesty?
You have my blessing, both of you. Now get her to the nearest priest and hurry. But first, a promise, Catherine.
Yes?
For heaven's sake, never let this knave play at king again.
Never, sire.
There are sweeter things than being king, friend Louis.
Are there, Francois?
They are told with lips, but without words. Like this.
Yes. I can see what you mean.
That was only the start. Shall I keep on?
Please do.
Only a rose you give me, only a song dying away, only a smile.
return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Now there are all those dishes from Christmas dinner piled in the sink. Do you feel like this?
Oh, dear. Dishes. There's never any holiday for Mother.
Does dishwashing get you down? Well, there is a way to make it a great deal more pleasant.
I'd like it better if it took less time, Mr. Kennedy.
It can with Lux Flakes. Here's what you do. You put your dishes in a big pan full of rich Lux suds and just swish, and they come clean quickly. Then rinse in hot water and let them dry by themselves. Everything but the silver.
Even the glasses, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, even the glasses. Put them on a paper towel to drain. They may need a little wiping around the edges, but no more. You see, Lux not only dissolves instantly, never gets lumpy, But it rinses off completely, too. Doesn't leave soapy streaks on china or glassware. They dry beautifully clear without wiping. Of course, there's the other big difference Lux makes.
You mean how much easier it is on your hands?
Yes, strong soaps can leave your hands painfully rough and red-looking. Changing to Lux soon takes that rough red look away, and very thriftily, too. Here's why Lux Flakes are so inexpensive for dishes. Ounce for ounce, they will wash up to twice as many dishes as other leading soaps tested. Why not try changing from strong soaps to Lux for your dishes, to save time and to save your hands? Now, back to Mr. DeMille and our stars.
And now our thanks to Dennis Morgan, Catherine Gratian, and J. Carroll Nash for a most delightful Christmas present in tonight's performance. And since it's Christmas, I'm going to play Santa Claus and give away a secret.
We're in a very receptive mood, C.B. What is it?
Well, it's the reason why I have a tender spot in my heart for tonight's play. You see, 42 years ago, I was a member of the original company that first presented it.
You acted in The Vagabond King, Mr. DeMille?
Well, at that time, Catherine, it was called If I Were King. E.H. Southern starred in it.
What part did you play, C.B.?
I was one of Francois Villon's vagabonds, the worst cutthroat of the lot.
Oh, no, that doesn't sound like you, Mr. DeMille.
Doesn't sound like me. Oh, thank you, Catherine. But the actors who work for me say that that's how I got my start as a producer.
Did you sing, too, C.B.?
Did I sing? Why, certainly.
Good heavens.
Yeah. That's what the audience said.
Well, if we'd known this earlier, we should have had you in tonight's play, C.B.
Well, thank you, Dennis. Thank you. It's a little late for that, but if you'd like to hear me sing Mares Eve...
what play do you have on Lux next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
I said if you'd like to hear me sing... Well, as I was saying, for next week we have a brand new comedy, just released by RKO. It's Bride by Mistake, and our stars will be Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt. Miss Day and Miss Hunt will be in their original screen roles. Lorraine as the glamorous and wealthy heiress who, in order to test the intentions of the man she loves, poses as her own secretary, with startling and amusing results.
Sounds like an entertaining way to start the new year, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That's a sweet music tonight. Another Christmas has come and almost gone. And I imagine it came differently to all of us. Here in Hollywood, it passed with sunny skies and summer warmth. Perhaps where you are, it's cold and white and sparkling. But Christmas 1944 has meant one thing to all of us. That for one day at least, the memory of peace on earth has come to men of goodwill everywhere. Peace on earth. For the present, it's a dream in our hearts and a prayer on our lips. But if we can keep our faith and courage through whatever darkness lies ahead, we can look forward with assurance to the day when peace on earth, goodwill to men will be a permanent reality. And now, wherever you may be, our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in wishing you every blessing of the Christmas season. And we invite you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt in Bride by Mistake. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
All of us have one thought in mind this Christmas Day, to speed the victory and bring our boys home sooner. You housewives of America can help in an important way by saving those waste fats and greases from your kitchen. Don't let up in this essential contribution. Strain your waste fats into a clean can, and as soon as you've saved a pound, hurry it over to your butcher. He'll give you in return 4 cents and 2 red ration points. Next week, we'll have a new Monday night neighbor. George Burns and Gracie Allen will be on just a half hour before the Lux Radio Theater. You'll hear George and Gracie at their usual time tomorrow, so listen then. It'll be plenty of fun. But next week, tune in a half an hour before we come on, and you'll hear George Burns and Gracie Allen. The Vagabond King was presented through the courtesy of Thames Whitmark Music Library in New York. Dennis Morgan is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture Hollywood Canteen. Heard in tonight's play were Walter Bond, Jack Moyles, Beverly Brown, Charles Seal, Tyler McVeigh, Ed Emerson, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Bride by Mistake with Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt.
Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Better cook with Spry, 'cause you'll be a better cook with Spry.
Cakes, pies, fried foods, everything tastes better made with new Easy Mix Spry shortening. So for light, fluffy cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crisp, digestible fried foods,
Better cook with Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Bride by Mistake with Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, a comedy set in London immediately after the First World War. What happens when a young woman finds herself married to two men at the same time, both of whom she loves dearly? After her husband, Major Bill Cardew, has been reported killed in France, lovely, frivolous Victoria marries his best friend, Major Frederick Lowndes. Their domestic bliss is suddenly and hilariously disrupted by Bill's return from the dead. Victoria adores both her husbands, and they both adore her. But while the two men argue the toss in the most gentlemanly way, Victoria finds her own way of unraveling the matrimonial tangle. Listen in a few moments to Home and Beauty, adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Here's an idea that will make you feel soft and beautiful, and you can do it this evening. Just take a long, creamy bath with Lux Beauty Soap. Sink back and relax, and let the extra rich lather of Lux soften your skin to film star smoothness. Think of it, the creamy, moisturizing lather making your skin silky and relaxed. The precious perfume of Lux caressing you all over. Lux is the one beauty soap chosen by most beautiful Hollywood film stars. They choose it for its rich, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield, and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes, in your eyes.
And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Home and Beauty.
Victoria, there's someone downstairs to see you.
Who is there? Who?
Mr. Lester Peyton. I didn't know you were still seeing anything of him.
He has been rather attentive lately, yes.
You should have married him instead of Freddie when poor Bill was killed in France. He's made a fortune during the war. He's got a Rolls Royce. And he can, wangle things like butter and sugar.
Mother, don't talk like that. Freddie was Bill's best friend. It's only natural I should turn to him for comfort. And I adore him. Oh, he's a little unreasonable at times, but then so was Bill. I adored him, too. Yes. And they both adored me.
All the same,
both so handsome. Oh, look at their photographs side by side on my dressing table.
Yes.
And both DSOs. I flatter myself there aren't many women who'd be married to 2 DSOs.
I know, darling, but...
Bill was very fond of Freddie, and particularly wanted our child to be called after him. And that's why I called him Frederick, although he was born 3 months after poor Bill was killed.
I know, and that's why now you've married Freddie and had a son, you
called him William. Yes, I thought it was only fair, and Freddie agreed.
By the way, where is Freddie?
Oh, dear, I'm absolutely furious with him. He promised to take me out to luncheon, but he never turned up. Didn't even telephone. I think it's too bad of him. He may be dead for all I know.
What about Mr. Peyton? Are you going to see him? I mean, you can't keep him waiting all afternoon.
I may as well. Go and bring him up, Mother.
You're going to receive him up here? In your bedroom?
Well, certainly it's the only room in the house apart from the nursery where there's a fire. You know how difficult it is to get coal. Oh, yes, we mustn't keep Mr. Peyton waiting. Just give me a moment to put on some fresh lipstick, will you? I hope you didn't mind being dragged up all these stairs, Mr. Peyton. We have to be frightfully economical with our coal, you know. I can only afford to have a fire in my bedroom.
You're not going to tell me that you have any trouble in getting coal. Why on earth didn't you let me know?
You don't mean to say you could get me some?
Well, it's quite out of the question that a pretty woman shouldn't have everything she wants.
I told Freddie that I felt sure he could wangle it, but... well, I mean, what's the use of being at the War Office if you can't have some sort of pull? But he couldn't.
Well, leave it to me. I'll see what I can do.
How marvellous of you.
Now that these men are coming back from the front, no one will look at us poor devils who stayed at home if we don't make ourselves useful.
Well, you only stayed because it was your duty.
Oh, I volunteered, you know. I didn't wait to be called up. The government said to me, you're a shipbuilder, go on building ships. So I built them ships.
And a little bird has whispered to me that the government intends to show its appreciation of your services in the honours list.
Oh, one doesn't ask for that. One's glad to have been able to do one's bit.
Oh, how true that is. That's just what I feel.
Yes, Victoria's worked herself to exhaustion.
I don't know how many committees I sat on or bazaars I opened.
That's true.
At the beginning of the war, you know, I worked in a canteen, but I had to give that up because I could never go out to lunch anywhere. I did think of working in a hospital, but they said I had no training.
Oh, I'm sure you would have made a very good nurse, dear.
I didn't propose being the ordinary sort of nurse. I was quite content to leave that to those who had to make their living by it. But it doesn't need any particular training to be nice to those poor, dear, wounded boys, to shake up their pillows and take them flowers and read to them. It only needs sympathy.
I don't know anyone who has more.
Mm-hmm. With people I like.
Well, darling, I think I'll go and see how my precious little grandsons are.
Oh, yes, Mother, do. Nanny's taking Fred out, but Baby's in the nursery.
Excuse me, Mr. Peyton.
Yes, of course. You have 2 children, haven't you, Mrs. Lyons?
Yes, 2 sons. Fred, who'll be 2 next month by my first husband, Bill Cardew, and William, who's just 4 months by my second husband.
I'm sure you're a wonderful mother.
Oh, I adore my children.
And a perfect wife.
Do you think so?
Doesn't your husband?
Oh, he's only my husband. His opinion doesn't count.
He's a lucky man. I envy him.
Do you?
Shall I tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Lyons?
Oh, no, don't. You'll only exaggerate. You know, there are only 2 qualities that I flatter myself on. I'm not vain, and I am unselfish. Oh, here's my husband now.
Afternoon, Peyton. Oh, good afternoon, Major Lyons.
Freddie, where have you been all this time?
At my club.
But you promised to take me out to luncheon.
Did I? Oh, I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
Were you busy?
Yes.
Well, Bill was never too busy to give me luncheon when I wanted it.
Well, fancy that.
Well, I've been getting along. Now the war's over, you fellas can take things easily. My work goes on just the same.
That's a new car you've got, isn't it?
I have to get about somehow, you know.
So do I, but being only a soldier, I manage it on my own 2 feet.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Lyons, and goodbye, Major.
Goodbye. So nice of you to come and see me. Now, Freddie, I'd be glad to know why you threw me over like that.
Are you obliged to receive visitors in your bedroom?
Oh, you don't mean to say you're jealous, darling. I thought you seemed grumpy. Come and give me a nice kiss.
I'm not in the least jealous.
Oh, you silly old thing. You know it's the only room in the house that's got a fire.
Why the dickens don't you have one in the drawing room?
My poor lamb, have you forgotten there's been a war and there happens to be a shortage of coal? I'll tell you exactly why we don't have a fire in the drawing room. Patriotism.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see why it'd be less patriotic to have a fire in the drawing room where we could all benefit from it, rather than here where it's no good to anyone but you.
Darling, you're not going to ask me to do without a fire in my bedroom. How can you be so selfish? Heaven knows I don't want to boast about anything I've done, but after slaving my life out these last 4 years, I do think I deserve a little consideration.
I'll go and see the kid.
It's not as if I grudged you the use of my room. You can sit here as much as you like. Besides, a man has his club. He can always go there if he wants to.
I apologize. You're quite right. You're always right.
I thought you wanted me to be happy.
But I do, darling.
Before we were married, you said you'd make that the chief aim of your life.
I can't imagine a sensible man would want a better one.
Well, then, confess you've been a beast.
Oh, brute beast, darling.
No. I asked you to give me a kiss just now. Well, it's not a request I'm in the habit of having ignored.
And I trust it's not one that you're in the habit of making to all and sundry.
Now, tell me why you forgot to take me out to luncheon today.
I didn't forget. I was prevented. I haven't had luncheon myself. I'll just ring and ask the cook to send me up something.
Oh, the cook left this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again? This is the first time she's left.
But hang it all, she's only been here a week. I don't know why on earth you can't keep your servants.
No one can keep servants these days.
Other people do.
Don't speak to me like that, Freddie. I'm not used to it.
I shall speak to you exactly as I choose.
Well, it's so petty to lose your temper just because you can't have something to eat. I should have thought after spending 2 years in the trenches you'd be accustomed to going without a meal now and then.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't make a scene of it.
It's not I who am making a scene. I don't know how you can be so unkind to me. Bill would never have treated me like that.
But I can't imagine how you can...
I'm not exacting. I do everything I can to make you happy. I'm patience itself. Even my worst enemy would have to admit that I'm not selfish.
Victoria, now please, all I wanted was...
Bill wouldn't have taken my poor loving heart and thrown it aside like an old hat. Bill loved me. He would always have loved me. Oh, I adored that man. He waited on me, hand and foot. I'd give anything in the world to have my dear, dear Bill back again.
Well, I'm very glad you feel like that about it, because he'll be here in about 3 minutes.
What? What on earth do you mean?
He rang me up at the club this morning.
Freddie, what are you talking about? Who spoke to you?
Bill.
Bill? Well, Bill who?
Bill Cardew.
But he's dead, poor darling.
Well, he showed no sign of it on the telephone.
Oh, Freddie, how can you be so heartless to joke like
Well, just wait and see for yourself.
Oh, now, Freddie, please, don't be vindictive. I didn't mean what I said. I adore you, darling. You know that. You can have a fire in your study and to the devil with a fuel controller. I'm sorry for all I said just now. There now. It's all right, isn't it?
Yes, perfectly. But it's not going to prevent Bill from walking into this room in about 2 minutes.
But it's not true. It can't be. Poor Bill was killed at the Battle of Ypres. He was actually seen to fall. He was reported dead by the War Office. Oh, you know how distressed I was. I wore mourning and everything. We even had a memorial service.
Yes, I know. It'll want a devil of a lot of explaining turning up like this.
I shall go stark staring mad in a minute. How do you know it was Bill on the telephone?
I recognize his voice.
What did he say exactly?
He said he was at Harwich Station and would be in London at 3:13, and would I break it to you?
But that was before luncheon. Why didn't you come at once and tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a bit shaken by then. I thought the first thing was to have a double whiskey and a small soda.
And what did you do then?
I sat down to think, and I thought steadily for a couple of hours.
And what have you thought?
Nothing. It's a devilish awkward position for me.
For you? And what about me?
I mean, after all, Bill was my eldest pal. May think it rather funny that I've married his wife.
May think? Do you mean you haven't told him?
No.
He's coming here under the impression that I'm his wife?
Yes.
But why on earth didn't you tell him at once? It was the only thing to do.
Well, it just didn't strike me at the moment. Besides, it's rather a delicate thing to say on the telephone.
Well, someone must tell him.
I've come to the conclusion that you're the person to do it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to deal my darling Bill this bitter, bitter blow. Anyway, it's not my province.
Now, darling, you've got so much tact. I never knew anyone who could deal with a delicate situation as you can. You're so sympathetic, and you've got such a wonderful tenderness.
No. There's only one way to deal with this. You just take him by the arm and you say, "Look here, old man, the fact is..."
No good, Victoria. By George, here he is.
Oh, no, I haven't even parted my nose. Fortunately, I have no personal vanity. Oh, where's that powder puff? Where's my lipstick?
Hello. Well, here we are again.
Bill!
Well, was I right?
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Give me a kiss, old lady. Well, Freddie, old man, how's life?
A1, thanks.
Are you surprised to see me?
A little.
In fact, a good deal.
You've neither of you said you were glad to see me.
Yes, of course we're glad, Bill, darling, yes.
Tactful of me to get old Freddie to come round and break the news, don't you think, Victoria?
Yes, darling. And exactly like you.
It's just like old times to hear you calling me darling every other minute.
It's one of Victoria's favourite words.
You know, I nearly didn't warn you. I thought it would be rather a lark to break in on you in the middle of the night.
You what? I'm just as glad you didn't do that, Bill.
What a scene, my word. The Sleeping Beauty on her virtuous couch. Enter a man. Shrieks from the Sleeping Beauty. It is I, your husband. Tableau.
Oh, he really is a little lamb, Victoria. Who's that?
Who the devil do you think it is?
The language. And the voice. Bill Cardews. Who is this man?
Well, I may be a bit thinner.
Don't you come near me or I shall scream.
I was only going to kiss
Oh,
you.
take him away. Victoria, who is that man?
Well, Mrs. Shuttleworth, it's Bill Cardew.
But he's dead.
He doesn't seem to know it.
Oh, it's a horrible dream. Of course he's dead. That man's an imposter.
Shall I show you the strawberry mark on my left shoulder?
I tell you, Bill Cardew's dead.
Prove it.
Prove it? The War Office announced it officially. Victoria went into mourning. Why, we had a memorial service.
Fully choral.
Yes.
Did you have a memorial service for me, Victoria? Oh, that was nice of you.
I say, old man, we don't want to hurry you, but we're all waiting for some sort of explanation.
Well, I was coming to that. I was just giving you time to get over your first raptures at seeing me again. Well, have you got over them?
I can only speak for myself.
I was wounded at Ypres. Badly wounded.
Yes, a fellow saw you fall. Said you were shot through the head. Just stopped a minute and saw you were killed and went on.
Well, I wasn't. I was eventually picked up and taken to Germany. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital. And my memory had completely gone.
Very strange.
But your memory came back.
Yes, gradually. It only returned fully shortly before we were released.
Well, couldn't you have written then?
They said I'd arrived before a letter or even a telegram.
Well, I suppose it is possible.
Well, I'm not dead, as you can see. And what's more, I propose to live for another 40 years, if not 50. Now, I wouldn't mind getting out of these dirty clothes and into something decent. I'll just go through to my dressing room. I remember I had a blue serge suit that was rather dressy.
Oh, wait a moment. I've put all your clothes away.
Where?
In camphor. You can't put them on until they've been well aired.
Oh, well, I suppose I can... I say, is that the kid? What's his name?
Well, don't you remember just before you went away, you said you'd like him called Frederick if he was a boy?
Yes, I did. But you said you'd made up your mind to call him Lancelot.
Yes, well, when I thought you were dead, I felt I must respect your wishes. Of course, I asked Freddie to be godfather.
Has the old ruffian been a standby to you while I've been away?
I have seen a good deal of him, yes.
I felt you were safe with him, you know. He's a brick.
I say, spare my blushes.
He was very kind to me during my bereavement.
Dear old chap. I knew you were a tower of strength.
I did what I could, you know.
Oh, don't be so modest about it all. Well, I'm going along to the nursery to make his lordship's acquaintance.
Oh, something's got to be done.
Yes, but what? Oh, Freddie, think of something.
I don't know what to do.
Well, you've got to do something, even if it's only something stupid.
The only thing that occurs to me is to stand on my head.
Hey, Victoria. Victoria, I think we've been done.
Oh, dear.
That child. Upon my soul, there's not much of him for a 2-year-old.
That baby was 4 months last Tuesday.
4 months? So you've been busy in my absence, Victoria?
Freddie, for goodness sake, explain. Don't just stand there with your mouth open.
The fact is, you've made a rather absurd mistake, Bill. You've been away so long that naturally there's a good deal you don't know.
Such as?
Well, that infant you saw isn't your son.
I had a sort of suspicion that he wasn't.
Oh, the fool.
Well, who the deuce is the father?
Well, in point of fact, I am.
You? You don't mean to say you're married?
Yes, lots of people are. In fact, marriage has been quite a thing during the war.
Well, I'm jolly glad to hear it, old man. I knew you'd be caught one of these days. You were a wily old bird, but... well, we all come to it. My very best congratulations.
Thanks, that's awfully good of you. I'm staying here, you know.
Oh, are you? First rate. Is your missus here, too?
It's rather difficult to explain.
Oh. Don't tell me she's only got one eye.
Look, can't you guess why I'm staying here?
No. You don't mean you've married Victoria's mother?
Oh, good gracious.
Well, no, not exactly.
What do you mean by not exactly? I hope you hadn't been trifling with the affections of my mother-in-law.
Oh, do I look as if I were the mother of that baby?
Oh, we live in an age of progress. One should keep an open eye about things.
You misunderstand me, Bill.
Is there nothing between you and Victoria's mother?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I should have liked to be your son-in-law. And you would have done the right thing by her, wouldn't you?
Really, Bill? I don't think you ought to talk like that about Mother.
If he's compromised her, he ought to marry her.
He hasn't compromised her, and he can't marry her.
Well, I don't want to be inquisitive, but if you didn't marry Victoria's mother, who did you marry?
Confound you, I married Victoria!
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Duo.
Duo?
Yes, Duo, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Duo lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Duo, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting in this chilly drawing room, but I was still dressing. You're very kind to have come so soon.
What a catastrophe. You must be beside yourself. What in heaven's name are you going to do?
I've no idea. That's why I telephoned you. You have encouraged me to bring all my difficulties to you.
Yes, of course, yes. We must discuss the matter. I suppose you've been having the most terrible scenes.
Oh, heartrending. You see, they both adore me.
And you?
I only want to do my duty.
How like you. How exactly like you.
It was so sweet of you to come and see me at once. I was afraid you wouldn't have time.
Do you think I'd allow anything to stand in the way when you sent for me?
Oh, but I shouldn't like to think that you were putting yourself out on my account.
I wish I could pretend I were. As a matter of fact, I was only going down to see a place I've just bought in the country, and as I wanted to try my new rolls, I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I didn't know you were buying a place.
Oh, it's a very modest little affair. The park is not more than 300 acres, and there are only 15 bedrooms. But you see, I'm a bachelor. I want so little.
Where is it?
Oh, it's near Newmarket. A man in my position is bound to do something for the good of the country, and it seems to me that to patronize a good old English sport which gives employment to numbers of respectable men is an occupation which is truly patriotic. I'm going to take up racing.
Oh, I think it's splendid of you. So many men waste their money on their own selfish pleasures. It's such a relief to come across anyone who's determined to make thoroughly good use of it. I've often wondered why you didn't go into Parliament.
For the past 4 years, I've been too busy winning the war to bother about governing the nation.
Yes, but now they want strong men of keen intelligence and dominating personality.
It's possible that very soon I shall have the opportunity to show what sort of metal I'm made of, but not in the House of Commons.
In the House of Lords?
You mustn't ask me to betray the confidence of the Prime Minister.
Oh, you look splendid in scarlet and ermine.
But it's too bad of me to talk about my own concerns when yours are so much more important.
Oh, but you don't know how I love to hear you talk about yourself. One feels a brain behind every word you speak.
It's easy to be brilliant when one has a sympathetic listener.
Of course, Bill and Freddie are darlings, but their conversation is a little limited. During the war, you know, it was rather smart to talk about guns and flying machines and flea bags, but now...
I understand so well, dear lady.
Why do you call me that?
Well, out of pure embarrassment. I don't know whether to call you Mrs. Cardew or Mrs. Lowndes.
Well, why don't you split the difference and call me Victoria?
May I?
It'll make me feel that you're not an entire stranger. Oh, and I need a friend badly. I'm all at sea. I'm married to 2 men, and I feel as if I were married to neither.
I wish you weren't. I wish with all my heart you weren't.
Why?
Can't you guess?
Oh, I must be very stupid.
Don't you know that I dote on you? I curse my unhappy fate that I didn't meet you before you were married.
Would you have asked me to marry you?
Morning, noon, and night, until you consented.
Oh, Well, I never want a Paris model so much as when I know it's been sold to somebody else. I wonder if you'd want to marry me if I were free.
Yes, with all my heart.
But I'm not free.
And you, if you were, would you marry me?
I don't believe you're the sort of man who'd ever take no for an answer.
You're perfectly adorable.
I wonder if you'd take me out to luncheon.
Give me a chance.
Then come back in half an hour, and you'll find me ready.
Victoria! Oh, you're in here, Freddie. Why the devil have you left the window open? It's freezing.
I was trying to warm the room up a bit. Besides, they say it's healthy.
Well, a short life and a merry one for me. I like a fug.
Now, that won't make it any warmer. I tried that.
You silly ass. Oh, why didn't you light the fire?
But don't be so darned unpatriotic. You can't have a fire in the drawing room. Victoria must have one in her bedroom so that Where the devil did you get that suit?
Rather saucy, I flatter myself. Victoria sent it in for me.
Well, she needn't have sent you the only new suit I've had since the war. I think that's a bit thick.
Well, I couldn't go round in the dirty old thing I arrived in.
Well, if you'd had the decency to ask me, you might have had this suit I've got on.
Oh, thanks, but I don't altogether like that one. It's a bit baggy at the knees.
You're very much mistaken if you think you're going to wear all the new clothes and I'm going to wear all the old ones.
If you're going to be shirty about it, where the devil did you get that type in?
Victoria gave it to me on my birthday.
Yeah, well, it's mine. She gave it to me on my birthday first. And where did you get those cufflinks?
Those? Oh, Victoria gave them to me as a Christmas present.
Oh, did she? Well, she gave them to me as a Christmas present before she gave them to you. You jolly well take them off.
I'll see you blowed first. At your death, you left everything to her in your will. If she chose to give them to me, it's no business of yours.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it, but I think it's dash bad form to swank about in a dead man's jewellery.
By the way, did you ever have a hammered gold cigarette case?
Rather. That was Victoria's wedding present to me. Did you get it too?
Thrifty woman, Victoria.
I say, unless I have a fire, I shall turn into the Albert Memorial.
Well, it's all late. Apply a match and see what happens.
I think I will.
Here are some matches.
Oh, thanks. There.
Well, now I can take my overcoat off. You know, Victoria will be furious.
Well, that's your lookout. You'll have to take the responsibility.
Me? But it's nothing to do with me. You're the master of this house.
Not at all. I am but an honoured guest.
Oh, no. The moment you appeared, I sank into insignificance.
My dear fellow, where did I sleep last night? In the spare bedroom. That proves conclusively that I'm a guest and nothing more.
Nonsense. Where the devil do you think I slept? Down here.
Oh, why on earth did you do that? You were perfectly sober when I went to bed.
Victoria said I couldn't sleep in the next room to hers now that you were back.
Oh, well, I dare say you made yourself very comfortable on the sofa.
Look at the darn thing.
By the way, why has all the furniture been changed?
Well, Victoria had the room redecorated after you were killed. It had too many old associations. She wanted to distract her mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you'd undertaken that.
I was sympathetic. That is surely what you'd have liked me to be.
Of course. I'm not blaming you.
If you'd seen Victoria in tears, you couldn't have expected a man not to try and console her.
She's the only woman I ever knew who looks as pretty when she cries as when she smiles. It's a great power.
There. I knew you'd take it like a sensible man.
Quite so.
When would you like me to clear out?
My dear fellow, why should you want to do that? Surely you don't for a minute imagine that I shall be in the way. I propose to make my visit quite a brief one.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Victoria will be very disappointed. But of course that's no concern of mine. You and your wife must arrange that between you.
My dear fellow, you quite misunderstand me. I am not a man to come between husband and wife.
What the devil do you mean?
Well, if it comes to that, what the devil do you mean?
Good morning, Bill, dear.
Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning, Freddie.
Good morning, Victoria.
I went to Bill first because he's been away so long.
Very naturally. And he was your husband long before I was.
I don't want either of you to be jealous of the other. Who lit that fire?
He did.
It was his match.
Of course, you don't care if we run so short of coal that my wretched babies die of double pneumonia. It's simply criminal to use coal in here.
I'm tortured by the pangs of remorse. But if you feel so badly about it, need you get quite so close to the fire?
Well, if there is a fire, I may as well get some benefit from it. Now, as I was saying, I don't want any jealousy. I adore you both, and I'm not going to show any favoritism.
It's quite all right, Victoria. I know quite well that I only came second in your heart. As long as Bill was around, you never had a thought for me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Even the most constant woman likes a change now and then.
No. I know Victoria has a faithful heart. She can never really love any man but you, Bill. Victoria, you know how I adore you. You're the only woman in the world for me. But Bill has come back. And therefore there's only one course open to me as a gentleman and a man of honor. It's a bitter, bitter sacrifice, but I'm equal to it. I renounce all rights in you. I will go away, a wiser and a sadder man, and leave you to Bill. Goodbye, Victoria. Give me one more kiss before we part forever.
Oh, how beautiful of you, Freddie. What a soul you've got.
Goodbye, Victoria. Forget me and live happily with a better man than I.
I shall never forget you, Freddie. Goodbye. Go quickly now. I shall break down.
Goodbye, Bill. Do be kind to her. I couldn't do this for anyone but you.
Nothing doing.
What do you mean? Get away from that door and let me pass.
Only over my dead body.
Bill, why prolong a painful scene?
My dear Victoria, I am not the man to accept a sacrifice like that. No, I'll not come between you.
Oh, Bill, how noble.
Victoria, I'm a gentleman and a soldier. To all intents and purposes, I'm as dead as mutton. I'll remain so.
Victoria will never be happy with me now that you've come back.
Not another word. She's yours.
I understand it all. You're both so noble, so heroic, so unselfish. But I can't have you both. I must have a husband, but only one. I cannot have and will not have two.
Wait, I have an idea. Let's draw lots.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, we'll take 2 pieces of paper and make a cross on one of them. Then we'll fold them up and put them in a hat. We'll draw, and the one who draws the cross gets Victoria.
Oh, that'll be rather thrilling.
No, I'd sooner toss for it. I'm lucky at tossing.
You mean to say you funk it?
Well, I don't exactly funk it. It's an awful risk to take.
Oh, it'll be so romantic. Come on, get some paper, Freddie.
Yes, all right.
No, I don't like it. This isn't my lucky day. I saw the new moon through glass. I knew something was going wrong the moment I opened my eyes this morning.
There. Now, whoever draws the blank paper renounces all claim to Victoria. He vanishes from the scene like a puff of smoke. He'll never be heard of again.
I still don't like it. I repeat that I only do it under protest.
Now, Bill, don't be disagreeable the moment you come home.
We'll have plenty of time for that during the next 40 years.
And you seem rather above yourself, Freddie. Supposing you draw the blank.
I saw a dappled horse this morning. Well, the pieces of paper are ready. What shall we put them in?
Well, here's a waste paper basket. That's the best thing.
Right. Now, you do understand. One of these papers has a cross on it. I will put the 2 papers in the basket. There we are. And now Victoria shall hold it. It's agreed that whoever draws a blank shall leave the house at once.
Yes.
Right. Here you are, Victoria.
Now, shake them well.
All right. I say, isn't this thrilling?
Now, you draw first, Bill.
No, I can't. I really can't.
But it's your right. You're Victoria's first husband.
Oh, he's right there, Bill. You must have the first dip in the lucky bag.
Oh,
Come on.
This is awful. I'm sweating like a pig.
Courage, old man, courage.
It's no good. I can't.
Oh, I can see how much you love me, Bill.
Shut your eyes, man, and make a plunge for it.
Oh, well, the only thing is to get it over. I wish I'd been a better man.
Now, the other's yours, Freddie. Come on, take it.
Thank you. Blank. It's blank. Blank.
Oh, I haven't opened mine yet. Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my poor Freddie.
Don't pity me, Victoria. I want all my courage now. I've lost you, and I must bid you goodbye forever.
Oh, Freddie, this is too awful. You must come and see me sometimes.
No, I couldn't. That's more than I could bear. I shall never forget you. You're the only woman I have ever loved. Give me one last kiss, Victoria. Goodbye.
Before you go, you might just let me have a look at that other piece of paper. The one with the blank on it.
Why do you want to see it?
Just curiosity.
Now, really, Bill. I don't know how you can be so heartless, giving way to curiosity when my heart is breaking. Anyway, I threw it on the fire.
Oh, no, you didn't. You put it in your pocket.
I've had enough of this. Can't you see that I'm a desperate man?
Not half so desperate as I am. If you don't give me that piece of paper quietly, I'll take it from you.
Go to blazes.
Come on, give it up.
What is the matter? Have you both gone mad?
I'll make you.
Here, don't you touch me.
Now, will you give it up?
Let go of my arm. You're twisting.
Yes, and I'll break it if you don't give me that paper.
Ow, you devil. Stop it. All right, you can have it.
That's better. Hand it over now.
There you are. I don't know how you can call yourself a gentleman.
You dirty dog.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, look at that.
It's got a cross on it.
They both had crosses on them.
I don't understand.
Don't you? He was making quite sure that I shouldn't draw a blank.
What?
I did it for your sake, Victoria. I knew that your heart was set on Bill. Only you couldn't bear to hurt my feelings, so I thought I'd make it easier for you.
Oh, that was just like you, Freddie. You have such a charming nature.
It almost brings tears to my eyes.
Oh, now that's the baby. I must go and see where Nanny is. Now, don't say anything important till I get back.
How did you guess?
You were so devilish calm about it.
That was the calm of despair.
One might almost think you didn't want Victoria.
Bill, old chap, you know I'm not the sort of man to say a word against my wife.
Nor am I the sort of man to listen to a word against mine.
But hang it all, if a fellow can't discuss his wife dispassionately with her first husband, who can he discuss her with?
I can't imagine, unless it's with her second.
Tell me what you really think of Victoria.
The sweetest little woman in the world.
No man could want a better wife.
She's pretty.
Charming.
Delightful.
I confess that sometimes I've thought it hard that when I wanted a thing it was selfishness, and when she wanted it was only her due.
I did sometimes wish I could call my soul my own.
The fact is, I'm not worthy of her, Bill. As you so justly said, no man could want a better wife.
No, you said that.
But I'm fed up. If you'd been dead, I'd have seen it through like a gentleman, but you've turned up, so now it's over to you.
No. Look here, there's only one thing to do. She must choose between us.
I'd rather toss for it.
I'm not going to risk anything like that. I've had enough of your hanky-panky.
I thought I was dealing with a gentleman.
Shh. Here she's coming up.
Oh, really, this is too much. Nanny's given notice.
What?
So I've telephoned Mother to come and fetch the children.
Well, that's all right, then.
No, all the other servants are leaving too, right now.
Oh, well, that's a bit thick, I must say.
Oh, I've done everything in the world for them. And now to walk out like this. They're following the example of that wretched cook, of course.
Oh, well, Freddie and I will do the housework and cooking until you get some more. But there's one thing, Victoria.
Yes?
Well, we've decided there's only one thing to be done. You must choose between us.
Oh, how can I? I adore you both. Besides, there's nothing to choose between you. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
No, you must decide. Now, take a good look at us, Victoria, and say which of us it's to be.
To tell you the truth, I don't see why it should be either.
What? Hang it all, it must be one or the other.
I think no one can deny that since the day I married you, I've sacrificed myself in every mortal way. I've worked myself to the bone to make you comfortable. Very few men have had such a wife as I've been to both of you. But one must think of oneself sometimes.
How true.
Well, the war's over now, and I think I've done my bit. I've married two dear souls. Now I want to marry a Rolls Royce.
But I thought you adored us.
Well, you see, I adore you both. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and the result is...
a washout.
Hang it all, I think it's a bit thick. Do you mean to say that you fixed up to marry somebody else behind our back?
Oh, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Freddie.
Well, I don't get it.
My dear Freddie, have you ever studied the domestic habits of the unicorn?
We're afraid our education was very much neglected.
The unicorn is a shy and somewhat timid creature, and it's impossible to catch him with the snares of the hunter. But he's strangely impressionable to the charms of the fair sex. When he hears the frou-frou of a silk petticoat, he forgets his native caution. In short, a pretty woman can lead him by the horn.
Oh, Victoria, dear, I've come for the children. Oh, and Mr. Peyton is downstairs.
Did he come in a Rolls Royce?
Why, yes.
I'll come down at once. The unicorn's going to take me out to luncheon.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low-lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it. And it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners and gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Close-Up toothpaste is for close-ups.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching. Close up when you're smiling.
When you're close to people, really close, you need new Close-Up toothpaste. Clear red or clear green mint. 2 whiteners clean your teeth their whitest white. A real mouthwash gives you fresh breath. Close-Up. It gets breath as fresh as possible and teeth as white as possible.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touch.
I say, these coals weigh about a ton. You might carry them up to the drawing room.
I might, but I'm not going to. It isn't my work. I'm doing the cooking. You really can't expect me to do the housework as well.
Are you doing the cooking? Looking round this kitchen, I don't see any sign of it. There's a lot of dirty dishes. I don't see why I've got to sweat my life out.
Now, you see, you have no organization. Housework's perfectly simple, only one must have organization. I have. That's my secret.
I was a mug to say I do the housework. I might have known you'd freeze onto a soft job if there was one.
I naturally undertook to do what I could do best. Cooking is an art. Any fool can do housework. Now just look nippy and get the table laid while I see to the potatoes.
Is it luncheon or dinner?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're having it down here in the kitchen because it's easier for dishing up. Organization again.
What does Victoria say to that?
Well, I haven't told her yet.
She's in an awful temper this morning.
Oh, why?
Well, because the water in the bathroom wasn't hot.
Wasn't it?
You know very well it wasn't. You were too lazy to get up in time. So much for your organization.
What do you mean?
Well, ever since I've been at the War Office, I've heard fellows talking about organization, but I never could find anyone to tell me just what it was. It's beginning to dawn on me now.
Well, what is it?
Organization means getting someone else to do your job for you if you can, and if you can't, letting it rip.
I really think it's too bad of you two. I've been ringing the bell for the last quarter of an hour. There are 2 men in the house, and neither of you pay the least attention.
We were having an argument.
Yes. Let me put it before you, Victoria.
It has nothing to do with Victoria. I'm the cook, and I won't have anyone come interfering with my kitchen.
You must do something, Victoria, or you'll get no luncheon.
I shan't be here for luncheon.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lester Peyton has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it.
But you've got 2 husbands already, Victoria. Hello, who's that?
That's my solicitor.
Oh, what?
I told him to come at once. I'll go and open the door, Freddie, will you?
What the dickens does he want?
He's going to fix up my divorce.
You're not letting the grass grow under your feet, are you?
Hurry and answer the door, darling.
All right. I was just taking my apron off.
This is a desperate step you're taking, Victoria.
Well, I had to do something. You must see that the present situation is absolutely impossible.
Well, if you've quite made up your mind to divorce me, I can almost look upon you as another man's wife.
What do you mean by that?
Only that I can make love to you without feeling a thundering ass.
Oh, careful, they're coming. It would never do for my solicitor to find me in my husband's arms.
It would be outrageous.
How do you do, Mr. Raham?
How do you do?
Do you know my husband?
I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen. I dare say it will facilitate matters if I am told which of you is which and which is the other.
Well, this is Major Cardew, my first husband, and this is my second husband, Major Lance.
Oh, that makes it quite clear.
How do you do?
How do you do, Major? How do you do, Major? Oh, interesting coincidence. Both majors.
I suppose Mrs. Lance has put you in possession of the facts, Mr. Raham.
I think so. We had a long talk in my office yesterday. She is determined to divorce you both. I've told her that this is not necessary, since she is obviously the wife of only one of you.
It's just as well to take no risks.
But do I understand that you 2 gentlemen are agreeable?
Speaking for myself,